9 महिना कैद तोकेको छ, त्यही पनि 75% मिना, जसमा 4 हप्ता चान्चुन हुन्छ। 4 करोड भ्रष्टाचारमा 4 हप्ता थुनिएपछि पुग्ने। आहा, क्या मजा। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य राजेन्द्र कुमार केसी।
सभामुख महोदय, आज जुलाई 30 अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्धको दिवस हो। नेपाल पनि मानव बेचबिखनको उच्च जोखिममा छ। त्यसतर्फ नेपाल सरकार गम्भीर रहन र त्यसको निराकरण गर्न माग गर्दछु। झापाका उपेन्द्र गौतम पूर्व सैनिक रहेछन्। काठमाडौँका राजेश लामा घर जग्गा व्यापारी रहेछन्। धरानकी सुषमा लामा रेडियोलोजिस्ट रहेछन्। म्याग्दीका धनबहादुर गुरुङ यातायात मजदुर रहेछन् र सुजन घरती मगर पूर्व शिक्षक रहेछन्। यी फरक फरक पेसा भएका व्यक्ति हाम्रो उपसभामुखको युएस भिजा लिन सफल भएका रहेछन् र कस्ता व्यक्तिलाई सिफारिस गर्नुभयो र कुन प्रयोजन र कुन उद्देश्यको लागि सिफारिस गर्नुभयो त्यसको जानकारी सदनलाई चाहियो। कि व्यक्तिहरू फरक पेसा भएका कारणले महिला अधिकारी कर्मी होइनन्, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सम्मेलनमा भाग लिन योग्य छैनन्, त्यसकारण के प्रयोजन गरेर उद्देश्यको लागि चाहिँ सिफारिस भयो, त्यसको सभामुख मार्फत जानकारी चाहियो भनेर माग गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य राजेन्द्र बजगाई।
सभामुख महोदय, शाश्वत सतर्कता लोकतन्त्रको मूल्य हो, यो मैले भनेको होइन, थोमस जेफरसनले भन्नुभएको हो। यो सदनमा सौर्य एयरलाइन्सको विमान दुर्घटनापछि धेरै कुराहरू उठ्यो। मेरो पछाडि डाक्टर चन्द्रकान्त भण्डारीले के बोल्नुहुन्छ, मलको विषयमा बोल्नुहोस् अथवा अरू कुनै स्वास्थ्य सम्बन्धी केही कुराहरू गर्नुहोला भनेर भन्नुभएको थियो। उहाँले यसैलाई प्रायोरिटी किन दिने भन्नुभएको थियो। यहाँ यो सिभिल एभिएसन अथोरिटीका डाइरेक्टरले गधासँग चुनौती नगर्ने भनेर चाहिँ एउटा स्ट्याटस लेख्नु भएको छ। उहाँ चाहिँ नेपाल सरकारको एकजना कर्मचारी हुनुहुन्छ। मैले उदय राणाजीसँग पनि अघि कुरा राखेका थिएँ कि हामीले यहाँ उहाँको विषयमा केही कुराहरू राख्यौँ र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय संस्थाहरूले नेपालको सिभिल एभिएसन अथोरिटीको बारेमा प्रश्नहरू उठाइरहे। हामीले बोल्दाखेरि एकजना सरकारी कर्मचारीले हामी सवरिन संसदले उठाएको कुरालाई गधासँग तुलना गर्नुभएको छ। यो विषयमा मैले पर्यटन, नागरिक उड्डयन
माननीय सदस्य रामकुमार राई।
सभामुख महोदय, एकैचोटि यो सरकारले 22 जना सचिवहरू सरुवा गर्दा त्यो सँगै 19 जना राजदूतहरू फिर्ता बोलाउँदा गम्भीर आशंका चाहिँ पैदा भएको छ। त्यति मात्रै होइन सभामुख महोदय, भ्रष्ट मन्त्रीहरू नियुक्ति गर्दा बेचनहरू गिरफ्तार गरिएका डिआइजीको सरुवा गर्दा उद्योगपतिहरूले बकौता विद्युतको नतिर्दा त्यो सँगै यो जुन सुशासनको कुरा छ, सुशासनको चाहिँ अब रटान छ, त्यो सँगै म भ्रष्टाचार गर्दिनँ, भ्रष्टाचारलाई छोड्दिनँ भन्ने गम्भीर चाहिँ अब आशंका यहाँ देखियो सभामुख महोदय। त्यसले गर्दा यी चाहिँ अब जुन ढङ्गले चाहिँ अब यो सेटिङ देखिएको छ, यसको जवाब चाहियो सभामुख महोदय। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य रामकृष्ण यादव।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, विस्तृत परीक्षण र मर्मत सिचे गर्न काठमाडौँबाट पोखराका लागि उडेको सौर्ज एयरलाइन्सको विमान दुर्घटनामा परि 18 जनाको निधन भएको छ। मृतकहरूप्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली, हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली र शोकाकुल परिवारजनप्रति गहिरो संवेदना व्यक्त गर्दछु। सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, तराई मधेसका धनुषा जिल्ला लगायतका जिल्लाहरूमा अत्याधिक गर्मी बढेको छ। तराई मधेसका जिल्लाहरूमा तत्काल पानी पर्ने सम्भावना देखिँदैन, जसको कारणले तातो हावा लहर चलेको छ। जनकपुर, नेपालगञ्ज लगायत तराई मधेसका जिल्लामा अधिकतम तापक्रम 40 डिग्री सेल्सियस पुगेको छ। साथै खानेपानीको समस्या थपिएको छ। वर्षा नहुँदा 260 फिट गहिरोको गाडिएको पाकालमा पानी आउन छाडेको छ। मधेसको साझा समस्या नै खाने पानी हो। मध्य प्रदेशको 8वटा जिल्लामा अहिलेसम्म 80% मात्र धान रोपाई भएको छ, अर्थात् धान खेतीको हब मानिएको मध्य प्रदेशमा सबैभन्दा कम रोपाई भएको छ। यसरी कम रोपाई हुनुको मुख्य कारण
माननीय सदस्य रामशंकर यादव।
सामान्य सभामुखज्यू, सिराहा 1 र सप्तरी 4 को बीचमा बलान नदी पर्छ भन्ने अहिलेसम्म म त्यहाँको जनप्रतिनिधि नाताले 2079 साल माघ महिनादेखि 2080 र 2081 को श्रावणको आज याकि 19 महिनासम्म पटक पटक शून्य र विशेष र बजेटको छलफलमा बलान नदी नियन्त्रण हुनुपर्छ, तर आजसम्म सामान्य सभामुख मार्फत नेपाल सरकारको जलस्रोत मन्त्रीज्यूलाई आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु कि म माथि विश्वास छैन भन्ने सम्बन्धित निकाय, संसदीय समिति या मन्त्रीज्यू आफै निरीक्षण गरी वास्तविक त्यहाँको जनताको पीर मार्का छ भन्ने बलान नदी नियन्त्रण यसै आर्थिक वर्षमा बजेट व्यवस्था गरी काम सुरु हुनु पर्यो। यदि त्यस्तो भएन भने के कति कारणले बलान नदी नियन्त्रण हुन सक्दैन भन्ने त्यसको जवाब जलस्रोत मन्त्रीज्यू मार्फत सम्मानित संसद।
माननीय सदस्य रामहरि खतिवडा।
सभामुख महोदय, 28 गते आषाढका दिन नेपालमा 2टा बस त्रिशुली नदीमा बेपत्ता भएका छन्। धनजनको क्षति भएको छ। आजसम्म 40 जना भन्दा बढी यात्रीहरू गुमाइरहेका छौँ। तर यो समयमा छिमेकी मित्र राष्ट्रका एकजना महामहिम राजदूतले गम्भीर कूटनीतिक मर्यादा विपरीत, कूटनीतिक आचार संहिता विपरीत अभिव्यक्ति दिन थाल्नु भएको छ। सर्च गर्ने टोलीलाई गुड लक अल द सर्च टिम भनेर ट्विटरमा लेख्ने गरिएको छ। बस्न खोज, चुम्बक खोज भन्ने गरिएको छ। कमसे कम नेपाललाई आपत पर्दा सहयोग गरौँ, मानवीय संवेदनाको बारेमा बोलौँ, अप्ठ्यारो परेका बेलामा हामीलाई हँसाक मजाकमा नउडाउँ भनेर म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र यसमा परराष्ट्र मन्त्रालयले सम्बन्धित राजदूतलाई बोलाएर स्पष्टीकरण लियोस् भनेर अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु सभामुख महोदय। अहिले बाँदर आतंक त्यत्तिकै छ।
माननीय सदस्य रुक्मणी राणा बराइली।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, वर्षेनी सरकारको बजेट नीति तथा कार्यक्रममा किसानले लगाएको अन्न बाली संरक्षणका लागि वन्यजन्तुबाट क्षति हुन नदिन कार्यक्रम त बन्छ, तर कार्यान्वयन हुन सकेको स्थिति छैन। केही स्थानीय तहले लागू गरे तापनि प्रभावकारी बन्न सकेको छैन। तराई मधेस राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्ज वरिपरि हात्तीको आतंकबाट किसानहरू प्रताडित छन् भने देशको अधिकांश भूभागमा दुम्सी, बँदेल, बाँदर अन्य जङ्गली जनावरबाट पीडित छन्। सभामुख महोदय, रैथाने अन्य वन्य जन्तुबाट किसानहरू प्रताडित त छँदैछन्, साथै काठमाडौँको स्वयम्भू पशुपति क्षेत्रका बाँदर कन्टेनर लगेर काठमाडौँको नजिकैका जिल्लाहरूमा छोडिदिएका कारण किसानहरूले लगाएको अन्न बाली नाश गर्ने मात्र होइन, बच्चा केटाकेटी ठुला मान्छेहरू समेत बाँदरको आक्रमणबाट सुरक्षित छैनन्। काभ्रे पलाञ्चोक 5 खालकी जमुना लुइटेल बाँदरको आक्रमणबाट गम्भीर घाइते हुनुभएको छ। उहाँको शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना सहित वन्यजन्तुबाट आम किसानहरूलाई पर्ने हानि नोक्सानी समाधान।
माननीय सदस्य रोशन कार्की।
सभामुख महोदय, राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्ड र परीक्षा नियन्त्रण कार्यालयले एउटा अत्यन्त गम्भीर त्रुटि गरेको छ। यसले हाम्रा एसएई परीक्षामा सम्मिलित भएका विद्यार्थीहरूको भविष्यमाथि खेलवाड गरेको छ। जम्मा गरेर 18,600 विद्यार्थीहरूले रिटोटलिङ गर्ने निवेदन दिएकोमा 6,621जना विद्यार्थीहरूको रिजल्टै फरक परेको छ। त्यहाँ के देखिएको छ भनेदेखि 91% अङ्क ल्याएको विद्यार्थीहरूकोमा 19, 69 नम्बर लिएकोमा 17। यस्तै प्रकारले हेर्दा हेर्दै कतातिर त कतातिर 17, 71लाई 17 बनाएको छ, 69लाई 9 अङ्क बनाएर दिएको छ। यस्तो गम्भीर भविष्यमाथि विद्यार्थीका भविष्यमाथि खेलबाड गर्ने त्यो कम्प्युटर हो कि त्यहाँका कम्प्युटर चलाउने कर्मचारी हो कि त्यो परीक्षा बोर्ड नियन्त्रण हो कि परीक्षा नियन्त्रण कार्यालय हो, तिनीहरूलाई सजाय दिनुपर्छ।
मान्य सदस्य लक्ष्मी तिवारी।
सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, नेपाललाई प्रतिनिधित्व गरी ओलम्पिकमा सहभागी हुनुभएका 7 जना खेलाडीहरूलाई हामी हृदयदेखि शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छौँ। केही खेलाडीहरू खेलिसक्नु भएको छ, आगामी चरणमा जान असफल पनि हुनुभएको छ। प्रदर्शन निकै निराशाजनक रहेको भन्ने प्रतिक्रिया र कमेन्टहरू पढे। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, त्यो निराशाजनक प्रस्तुतिका कारण ती खेलाडी मात्र होइन, त्यसलाई सरकार पनि उत्तिकै दोषी छ। खेल होइन, राजनीति खेल्ने थलो बनेको तितो यथार्थ हो। खेलाडीहरू बारम्बार गुनासो पोखिरहन्छन्, त्यसमा सुनवाई र सम्बोधन कसले गर्ने? उचित खेल मैदान, आवश्यक खेल सामग्री, पारिश्रमिक नदिने देशले ओलम्पिकको मेडल कल्पना गर्न पनि सुहाउँदैन। हारबाट खेलाडीहरू पक्कै पनि धेरै सिकेर आउनेछन्, तर ती 7 खेलाडीहरूको लागि 22 जना पदाधिकारी पक्कै पनि केही न केही सिकेर आउनुहुनेछ भन्ने आशा राखेको छु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्य लाल प्रसाद सामा लिम्बू।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपालमा सानो ठुलो गरी 30वटा स्यानिटरी प्याड तथा डाइपर उद्योगहरू छन्। यी उद्योगहरूमा 600 करोड रुपियाँ लगानी भएको छ भने यी उद्योगहरूले 6000 नेपाली नागरिकहरूलाई रोजगार दिइरहेको छ र वार्षिक 50 करोड रुपियाँ कर राजस्व बुझाइरहेको छन्। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, यी उद्योगहरू सञ्चालन गर्नको लागि आवश्यक पर्ने कच्चा पदार्थ आयातमा सरदर 14% कर लगाइएको छ र जबकि तयारी वस्तु आयात गर्दा जम्मा 5% मात्र छ। सभामुख महोदय, कच्चा पदार्थ आयातमा भन्सार दर बढी र तयारी वस्तु आयातमा भन्सार दर कम भएको कारणले उद्योगहरू बन्द हुने, रोजगारी गुम्ने, लगानी डुब्ने, देशलाई प्राप्त हुने कर राजस्व पनि गुम्ने अवस्था भएकोले असन्तुलित कर व्यवस्थालाई मिलाई उद्योगहरू सञ्चालन गर्ने वातावरण बनाउनका निम्ति सरकारसँग जोरदार माग गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्य लालवीर चौधरी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, बर्दिया जिल्ला कृषि भण्डारको नामले चिनिन्छ, तर पनि अहिले किसानहरूले टप ड्रेसिङको लागि धान खेती त गर्नुभयो, टप ड्रेसिङको लागि युरियाको अभाव भएको छ। त्यही नजिकै जिल्ला कैलालीमा, बाँकेमा प्रशस्त युरिया पाइन्छ, तर बर्दियामा किन हो, कसरी हो, किन पाइँदैन? त्यसैले बर्दिया जिल्लाको लागि विशेष गरेर साल ट्रेनिङ र कृषि सामग्री संस्थानलाई बर्दिया जिल्लालाई छिटोभन्दा छिटो युरिया टप ड्रेसिङको लागि युरिया उपलब्ध गराइदिन म नेपाल सरकारलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, त्यसै गरी मेरो बर्दिया जिल्ला मधुबन नगरपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 1 पत्थरबोजी गाउँ भन्ने यतातिर गेरुवा नदीको कटान र उतातिर औराही नदीको कटानबाट ग्रस्त छ र तत्पश्चात
मान्य सदस्य लेखनाथ दाहाल।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, अस्वाभाविक, अपवित्र र बदनियतपूर्ण गठबन्धनको जगमा निर्माण भएको सरकारका सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले सङ्ख्यात्मक हिसाबले यसै सदनबाट विश्वासको मत लिइसक्नु भएको छ। संविधानको धारा 76(2) अन्तर्गत बनेको सरकारले विश्वासको मत प्राप्त गर्न नसकेपछि स्वतः 76(3) सक्रिय भई चाहिँ प्रधानमन्त्री नियुक्त भएको विगतको नजिरलाई अस्वीकार गर्दै सम्मान्य राष्ट्रपतिज्यूले गैर कानुनी प्रधानमन्त्री नियुक्ति गर्नुभएको छ। त्यो गैर कानुनी प्रधानमन्त्री नियुक्ति प्रकरणमा सम्मानित सर्वोच्च अदालतमा मुद्दा परेको छ र त्यो मुद्दाको पेशी संवैधानिक इजलासमा 30 गते तोकिएको छ। मलाई विश्वास छ सम्मानित सर्वोच्च अदालतले गैर कानुनी नियुक्ति प्रकरणलाई खारेज गर्नेछ र संविधान सम्मत प्रधानमन्त्री नियुक्ति प्रकरणको निम्ति नियुक्ति गर्नको निम्ति आदेश दिनेछ। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य बिजुला रायमाझी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, बाढी पहिरो र डुबानमा दक्षिण एसियामै बालबालिका जोखिममा परेको तथ्याङ्क आएको छ। अनलाइन खबरमा प्रकाशित युनिसेफको तथ्याङ्क अनुसार 60 लाख बालबालिका प्रभावित देखाइएको छ। सोही तथ्याङ्कमा नेपालमा बाढी पहिरोमा ज्यान गुमाउने 109मा 35 जना बालबालिका रहेको देखाएको छ। 1580 परिवार प्रभावित भएको बताइए पनि कति घटना त छिपेका पनि हुन सक्छन्। मैले हिजो मात्र विपद व्यवस्थापन प्रस्तावमाथि छलफलमा बोलेको थिएँ कि प्राकृतिक विपत्तिमा गर्भवती, सुत्केरी महिला, बालबालिकाको सुरक्षा, गुणस्तरहीन खानपानले स्वास्थ्यमा देखिने समस्याको विषयमा नेपाल बाल अधिकार महासन्धिको पक्ष राष्ट्र समेत भएकोले जोखिम पूर्वको तयारी, उद्धार, सुरक्षा अवस्था अनुसार उचित वातावरण सिर्जना गर्ने कुरामा ध्यान दिन तीनै तहको सरकार र सबै पक्षमा हार्दिक अपिल गर्दछु। सङ्घीय सरकारले नीति र स्थानीयले स्थलगत तथ्याङ्क र सेवा दिनमा चनाक।
मान्य सदस्यहरू, शून्य समयमा मान्य सदस्यहरूले बोल्ने क्रम यहीँ समाप्त हुन्छ। मान्य सदस्यहरू, विशेष समयमा बोल्नको लागि दलीय आधारमा मान्य सदस्यहरूको नाम प्राप्त हुन आएको छ। म उहाँहरूलाई बोल्न समय दिन्छु। सर्वप्रथम मान्य सदस्य ईश्वरी नेउपाने, समय 9 मिनेट।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, वर्तमान मन्त्री परिषद, प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, सबैलाई म हार्दिक बधाई दिन चाहन्छु। त्यति गर्दै गर्दा अलिअलि पहिलो घाँसमा ढुङ्गा भन्ने जस्तै हामीले केही गल्ती गरेका छौँ। मन्त्री परिषदको गठन गर्दाखेरि संविधानमा लेखेर पनि हुँदो रहेछ। हामीले यदि अपनाउन खोज्यौँ भनेदेखि नेतृत्वको दृढ इच्छा शक्ति भएपछि संविधानमा लेख्नै पनि पर्दो रहेछ भन्ने उदाहरण 2015 सालको संसदीय निर्वाचन र 2016 सालको मन्त्रीमण्डलको गठन छ। म गर्व गर्न चाहन्छु। आदरणीय विश्वेश्वर प्रसाद कोइरालाप्रति सम्मान पनि व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। त्यस बेलाको मन्त्री परिषद सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, म एकपल्ट सुनाउनु पनि चाहन्छु। 2015 सालको संसदमा जम्मा 109 को सङ्ख्या थियो। 74 काङ्ग्रेसले जितेको थियो। 15 जना जनजाति, मधेसी 6 जना, 4 जना थारू, 1 जना महिला। मन्त्री परिषद 19 जनाको 6 जना जनजाति, 2 जना मधेसी, थारू 1 जना, 1 जना महिला। अब कल्पना गर्नुहोस् त, त्यति बेला सुदूरपश्चिमबाट महिला भेटाउनु भन्ने कुरा सामान्य थिएन। मैले थाहा पाउँदाखेरि पनि सुदूरपश्चिम नेपालको हो कि होइन भन्ने मलाई लाग्दथ्यो। सबै कुरा हामीले इन्डियाबाट खानुपर्ने परिस्थिति थियो। चामल के हो, साबन के हो, हामी बर्डरमा बस्नुलाई नेपालको थाहा थिएन। म त्यहाँबाट फर्केर दाङमा, मेरो दाङको पुरानो घरमा आउँदै गर्दा 5 दिनमा हामी पुग्थ्यौँ। त्यति बेला विश्वेश्वर प्रसाद कोइरालाको आँखाले सुदूरपश्चिमको द्वारिका देवी ठकुरानीलाई भेटाएको थियो, संसदमा निर्वाचित गराएको थियो, मन्त्री बनाएको थियो। एसियाको प्रथम महिला मन्त्री हुनुभएको थियो। त्यसकारण नेतृत्वको इच्छा शक्ति भयो भनेदेखि संविधानका धाराले पनि नरोक्दो रहेछ, संविधानका धारा पनि खोज्नु नपर्दो रहेछ। नम्बर 1, यो गठबन्धन बनेको छ सभामुख महोदय। हामीले 18 महिनामा 5 पल्ट विश्वासको मत लियौँ। साह्रै अजित भयो। जनतालाई सबैले सोध्यो होला, तपाईँहरूले के खोज्नुहुन्छ, के चाहिन्छ तपाईँलाई भन्दाखेरि विकास चाहिन्छ कि के चाहिन्छ भनेर सोध्न हामी जनताका जान्छौँ भने कहिले पनि जनतालाई के भन्नु भनेदेखि धेरै कुरा तपाईँले गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ भने यो गर्नु सक्नु, एउटै कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ भने राजनीतिक स्थिरता दिनुहोस् न त। जनताको आवाज हो यो। हामी सँगसँगै स्वतन्त्र भएको भारतको उदाहरण तल सर्वसाधारण जनताले हामीलाई दिनुहुन्थ्यो। त्यो देशको स्थिति त्यस्तो भइसक्यो, तपाईँहरू किन यस्तो गर्नुहुन्छ? मलाई लाग्छ सायद यसलाई मेटाउनको लागि 2टा ठुला दलहरू अहिले मिलेर गठबन्धनको नयाँ सरकार बनेको छ। पोजिटिभ कुरा होला यो। प्रतिपक्षले यसको राम्रा कामलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ, नराम्रा कामहरूलाई यो सदन भनेको प्रतिपक्षको औलाउनुपर्छ, खबरदारी पनि गरिराख्नु पर्दछ। हामी कहाँनिर अल्झेका छौँ। आज पनि हेर्दै गर्दाखेरि यतालाई दोष, यतालाई दोष, अझ यतैले पनि यतैकालाई दोषै दोष लगाइरहेका छौँ। कहिले हामी छलफल गऱ्यौँ त सभामुख महोदय? हामी शिक्षामा कहिले छलफल गऱ्यौँ, हामी कृषिमा कहिले छलफल गर्छौँ, हामी पर्यटनमा कहिले छलफल गर्छौँ, हामी पूर्वाधारमा कहिले छलफल गर्छौँ, लगानीका लागि विदेशलाई आह्वान गर्छौँ, देशका लगानीकर्तालाई यहीँ बसेर लगानी गरौँ भने वातावरण हामीले कहिले गराउँछौँ। जनता त हाम्रा पुस्तक होला नि, तिनलाई पढेर हामीले आफ्नो किताब लेख्नुपर्ने होला नि, हामी किताब लेख्ने सांसदहरू होला नि। हाम्रो किताब भनेको जनतालाई पढेर उनले चाहे अनुसारको योजना दिएर यो देशलाई फड्को मार्ने होला नि त हाम्रो काम। तर हामी त्यसमा लागेनौँ सभा महोदय। सत्ता परिवर्तन कहिले यता गएका छौँ, कहिले उता गएका छौँ। मलाई लाग्छ हाम्रो मान्य प्रेम सुवाल बाहेक हामी सबै सत्ताका भोगी भयौँ, सत्य प्रतिपक्ष पनि त भएका छौँ नि त। अहिले एउटालाई गाली मात्रै हामीले गरिरहेका छौँ। तर हामीले के गर्यौँ त? एउटालाई गाली गरे एउटा औँला ठडाउँदै गर्दाखेरि अरू औँला त हामी आफै माथि पनि हुन्छ नि त। हामीले के गर्यौँ त्यसको चाहिँ हामी कहिले पनि मूल्याङ्कन गरिरहेका छैनौँ। आज बेरोजगारी शिक्षा हेर्नुहोस् त, भर्खरै एसईको रिजल्ट आयो, 91 पाउने विद्यार्थी 19 पाउँछ। निराश भएर कसैले त दियो होला त, निराश भएर बस्ने त आत्महत्या पनि गरे होला नि त। त्यसको जिम्मेवारी कसले लिन्छ? अनि हाम्रै यहाँ विश्वविद्यालयमा परीक्षाको लागि प्रश्नपत्रहरू दोहोरिएर आउँछन्। धेरै कुराहरू हामी सोध्दैनौँ। बेरोजगार उत्पादन गर्ने शिक्षा अनवरत रूपमा चलाइरहेका छौँ। हाम्रा विद्यार्थीहरू, हाम्रा युवाहरू हातमा सर्टिफिकेट बोकेर 50 डिग्रीको गर्मीमा मजदुर गर्न जानुभएको छ। त्यसमा हाम्रो चित्त दुख्दैन, त्यसमा हामी छलफल गर्दैनौँ सभा महोदय। कृषि प्रधान देश हो भन्छ। केही वर्ष अगाडि हामीले निर्यात गर्ने देशमा पहिलो नम्बरमा थियौँ होला, तर आयात गर्ने देशमा पहिलो नम्बरमा भन्दैछौँ। हामी ती ग्रामीण किसानहरू, म त किसानको परिवारबाट पनि हुँ, त्यो क्षेत्रको पनि हो, ती ग्रामीण किसानलाई केन्द्रबिन्दुमा राखेर के गर्यौँ त? हाम्रो त कृषि मन्त्रालय पनि छ, कृषि विकास ब्याङ्क पनि छ। साँच्चीकै कृषि विकास ब्याङ्कले ती किसानको लागि काम गरेको छ कि छैन त? साना किसानहरू देशमा पनि, जो ती किसानहरू त्यसमा नै आश्रित छन्। एउटा किसान आज बाढ आएर उसको सारा बाली नष्ट हुन्छ, 2 वर्षसम्म उसले त्यो गाह्रो हुन्छ, उसको बच्चा पढाउन, उसको आफ्नो जीवन धान्न उसलाई गाह्रो हुन्छ। हामी त्यसमा कहिले छलफल नगर्ने, हामी एकअर्कालाई दोषारोपण मात्रै गर्ने। अनि हाम्रो पूर्वाधार लाइफलाइन त हाम्रो मृत्युमार्ग बनिरहेको छ। हामीले किन सोच्न सकेनौँ यो बाटो यदि चाप छ यसको लागि हामी पल्लोपट्टि बाटो खोल्छौँ? या हामीले किन सोच्न सकेनौँ बर्खाको याममा कम्तीमा पनि रातमा नाइट बस चलाउनु नदियो? किन सोध्न सक्दैनौँ सभा महोदय? हामी छलफल नै गर्दैनौँ। हाम्रा छलफलहरू सधैँ सत्तामा बनिरहने, सत्ता भत्काइरहने, त्यसमा मात्रै केन्द्रित हो। यस कारणले पनि अहिलेको यो करिब 2/3 सरकार बनेको यो सरकारलाई अहिले जनताको पक्षभन्दा 1 इन्च पनि बाहिर गएर काम गर्ने छुट्यो सरकारलाई छैन सभा महोदय। मैले सुने सभा महोदय, नयाँ पार्टीका कुरा पनि सुने। हामीले भन्न त भन्यौँ, एकअर्कालाई दोषारोपण नगरौँ कसैले पनि भन्यौँ। तर मैले हिजै हाम्रो नयाँ पार्टी रासोपाका नेताले बोल्दै गर्दाखेरि काङ्ग्रेस र एमालेलाई निकै आरोप लगाउनु भयो। उहाँकै शब्दमा भन्यो भने भर्खरै उभिएको पार्टीलाई विषान्तर गर्न घरिके आरोप छ। काङ्ग्रेस र एमालेको टार्गेट नयाँ पार्टी रासोपा छ। अनि त्यसपछि यी दुईटा ठुला दल मिल्दाखेरि खतराको घन्टी बजेको छ भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभयो। म उहाँलाई प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु, कम्तीमा पनि दलको नेता चाहे सानो होस् चाहे ठुलो होस्, त्यो दलको नेता नै हो। दलको नेताले बोलिसकेपछि त्यसको प्रभाव समाजमा के जान्छ भन्ने कुरा दलको नेताले पनि सम्झिनु पर्दछ। यति गर्दै गर्दा पनि एउटा कुरा चाहिँ हिजो सत्य बोलिदिनु भएको छ, त्यसमा म सभापतिजीलाई धन्यवाद पनि दिन चाहन्छु, राजसभाको सभापतिजीलाई। त्यो रोस्टरबाट मैले देखेको, मैले उहाँले भनेको सुनेको थिएँ, फाइल खोल्ने कुरामा, फाइलका कुरा निकै चर्चामा आयो, अहिले पनि आइराखेको छ। फाइल खोल्ने कुरामा 2 कुरा त उहाँले बोल्नुभएको थियो। फाइल तयारै भएको थिएन, कसरी फाइल खोल्ने? म त्यहाँ गएर मात्रै फाइल तयार गरेँ, एउटा बोल्नु भएको थियो। अर्को कुरा के गर्नु भएको थियो भनेदेखि सत्ताबाट जाँदै गर्दाखेरि भर्खर फाइलका लागि कारवाही अगाडि बढाउँदै थिएँ, तर सरकार त 24 घन्टामै ढल्यो। त्यो पनि उहाँले गर्नुभएको कुरा। हिजो त्यसलाई चाहिँ आफ्नो कुरालाई गलत साबित गरिदिनु भयो, त्यसको लागि धन्यवाद। हिजो के भन्नुभयो? फाइल हामीले तयार पारेका होइनौँ, फाइल त हिजोदेखि नै खडा भइरहेका थिए, हिजोदेखि नै तयार भइरहेका थिए, हामीले तयार पारेका होइनौँ भने हिजो बोलिदिनु भएको छ। कम्तीमा सत्य त बोलिदिनु भयो, त्यसको लागि म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। एउटा कुरा उहाँसँग प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु, आज काङ्ग्रेस र एमालेलाई जसरी दोष लगाउनु भयो, म प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु मान्यजीलाई सभामुख मार्फत। देशमा असहज स्थिति थियो होला, बाहिर पनि जानुपर्ने थियो होला, विदेशी पर्ने पनि थियो होला, त्यो नेपालीको बाध्यता म पनि बुझ्दछु। किनभने हामी नेपाली नै हौँ, नेपालीको नागरिकता त्याग्छौँ, बाहिरको नागरिकता लिएर भए पनि हामी विदेश जान्छौँ भने पनि त नेपाली नै हौँ। सायद केही परिस्थिति भएर बाहिर जानुभयो, त्यो म मान्छु। तर नेपालमा फर्किसकेपछि म नेपाली, मलाई अप्ठ्यारो पर्दाखेरि म विदेश गएँ, तर म नेपालमा फर्किसकेपछि म त नेपाली हो नि, मेरो पहिलो कर्तव्य मैले नागरिकता, नेपालको नागरिकता लिनुपर्छ, म नेपालको नागरिक हुनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा उहाँले सोध्नुभयो कि भएन? कि यो काङ्ग्रेस र एमाले लगाइदिएको आक्षेप हो? अझ मैले त यो पनि सोध्छु, तपाईँलाई प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु, तपाईँले त्यो अवधिभर जुन काम गर्नुभयो नि, त्यो त आखिर नागरिकता त रहेनछ। नागरिकता नहुँदै सांसद हुनुभयो, सांसद भएर मन्त्री हुनुभयो, मन्त्री भइसकेपछि लाइनमा लागेर नागरिकता लिनुभयो। अब त्यो अवधिमा तपाईँ नेपालको नागरिक रहेनछ भन्ने कुराको पुष्टि भयो। त्यति बेलाको तपाईँको काम कारबाहीलाई हामीले कसरी मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने? सडकमा फालिदिनुहोस्, सहकार्य कुरा उठेका छन्, सडकमा फालिदिनुहोस्, म त्यसको जवाब लिन चाहन्छु भने भन्नुभएको छ। तर समिति बनेको छ, समितिले सडकमा फाल्ने, सडकको उठाएर काम गर्ने होइन सभामध्ये। अर्को कुरा गर्नु परेको छ आज, मलाई असाध्य अप्ठ्यारो छ। आजको दिन अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय मानव बेचबिखन विरुद्धको दिवसको दिन हो। यो दिवसको दिनमा हाम्रो उपसभामाथि निकै चार्ज लागेको छ। उहाँले त्यो 5 जना भर्खरै मान्यज्यूहरू राख्छन्, 5 जना असम्बन्धितलाई आफ्नो माथिबाट 1 नम्बरमा राखेर पठाउनु भएको छ लेटरमा, र 5 जना बालिकालाई नाम परिवर्तन गरेर ती बालिका लगेको कुरा पनि आएको छ। यो कुराबारे मानव तस्करीको गम्भीर आरोप जुन उपसभामा लागेको छ, आरोप लाग्दैमा त्यो सही हो पनि म भन्दैन त्यो कुरा चाहिँ, तर अत्यन्तै गम्भीर विषय के हो भनेदेखि यस्तो जिम्मेवार पदमा बसेको मान्छे माथि यस्तो गम्भीर आरोप लाग्दा उहाँ दोषी होइन भन्ने कुनै निकायको छानबिन मार्फत निर्दोष साबित हुन उहाँको हक छ कि छैन? यो सम्बन्धमा संसदको नेतृत्व गर्ने सभामुखको धारणा के हो? म उहाँको गम्भीर ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। अर्को एउटा गम्भीर कुरा छ, म सक्न थालेँ सभामुखजी, अन्तिममा मेरो एउटा गम्भीर कुरा छ। काङ्ग्रेसबाट दीक्षित हुनुहुन्थ्यो, योजना आयोगको सदस्य उपाध्यक्ष, त्यसपछि महासमितिको सदस्य बन्दै दीक्षित भएर जानुभएको थियो। उहाँले बोलेको, यो पनि काङ्ग्रेस र एमाले लगाएको आक्षेप होइन, उहाँले बोलेको टेप जुन बाहिर आएको छ, रासोपाका उपसभापति स्वर्णिम वाग्ले अत्यन्तै गम्भीर कुरा बोल्नुभएको छ। बस त्यसमा जारी नै छ, हाम्रो देश कहिले पनि कसैको अधीनमा रहेन, सधैँ स्वतन्त्र रहेको देशलाई भारतको मोनरी डक्ट्रिनमा रहेको या रहनुपर्ने, त्यो नेपालले बुझ्नुपर्ने जस्ता आपत्तिजनक कुरा उहाँले बोल्नुभएको छ। यसमा रासोपाको धारणा के हो त? रासोपाका सभापतिले दियो भन्ने बित्तिकै अर्को विषय राखिदिनु भयो, यो डक्ट्रिन के हो भन्ने भनिदिनु भयो। तर जिम्मेवार त्यो पार्टीको सभापति, जिम्मेवार दलले गल्ती गरेको छ नि, मेरो दलले यो गल्ती गरेको छ, यसमा म स्वीकार्छु, छानबिनको दायरामा ल्याउँछु भन्नुपर्नेमा त तैँले पनि गल्ती गरेको थिएँ त मैले किन नगर्ने भन्ने जस्ता अभिव्यक्ति हिजो आएको छ। यसमा मैले रासोपाको पनि आधिकारिक धारणा के हो बुझ्न चाहन्छु र सम्मानित यो सदनलाई सभामुखमा यसको जवाब पनि चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
माननीय सदस्य गोकुल प्रसाद बाँसकोटा, समय 8 मिनट।
सभामुख महोदय, आज नेपालीहरूले मनाउने खिरखानी पर्व हो। यो दिन मलाई तितो कुरा गर्न मन थिएन, मुख मिठो बनाउनु पर्ने हो, गुलियो खानुपर्ने हो। तर 2-3 दिनदेखि मैले हेरिराखेका छु, सुनिराखेका छु, अलिकति अचम्म पनि लागेको छ। कुराहरू आएका छन्, हामी यहाँ हुँदा, हामी त्यहाँ हुँदा, उहाँहरू यहाँ हुँदा, उहाँहरू त्यहाँ हुँदा, कुरामा के भिन्नता छ? कारण के हो? प्रदूषित राजनैतिक सिद्धान्त हाबी भएको बेलामा आरोप र प्रत्यारोपको कुनै खडेरी पर्दैन सभामुख महोदय। कुरा के छ भने नयाँ गठबन्धन बन्यो, सुनियो, यो अपवित्र भयो। कुन चाहिँ गौँ छर्केपछि पवित्र हुन्छ मैले बुझेको छैन। कहाँ कोसित मिल्न बाँकी छ र पवित्रता र अपवित्रताको कुरा गर्छौँ हामी। देशमा हुनुपर्ने के हो, जनताका लागि हुनुपर्ने के हो, त्यसतर्फ हाम्रो ध्यान गएन। यो त यहाँ गीत, कविता, व्यङ्ग केही कुराको पनि खाँचो छैन। पुरानो एउटा उदित नारायण झाले गाएको गीत थियो, कोनी के को कसको पछ्यौरीमा अल्झी, कसको चौबन्दीमा अल्झी, अनि मायाको के अरे लोभ्याउने मायाको उसमा लोभी भनेको थियो, लोभ्याउने मायाको जालमा परी भनेको थियो। यहाँ पनि के भयो भने सत्ताको लोभमा किन परेको? कसैले पनि यो नैतिकता देखाउनु भएन। मसित जनताले दिएको म्यान्डेट पुग्दैन, 32 सिट छ। त्यसकारण मैले सत्ताको प्रमुख ताला चाबीको दाबी गर्नु स्वाभाविक भएन भनेर कुनै कुरा सोच्नुभयो? पर्खिने धैर्यता राख्नुभयो। अरूले पनि नयाँ भन्ने साथीहरूले पनि हामी नयाँ छौँ, केही समय धैर्यतापूर्वक हेरौँ, ठिकलाई ठिक भन्छौँ उहाँहरूले भन्दै आउनुभएको छ, बेठिकलाई बेठिक भन्छौँ, त्यो पनि गरेर हेरौँ भनेर भन्नुभयो। उहाँहरू के को पासोमा पर्नुभयो त? ढोक्सो थापो भनेको छ। अब माझीको के दोष सभामुख महोदय? माथि जानु हुँदैन नि त त्यो ढोक्सातिर हाम फालेर। आखिरी सत्ताको पासोमा त पर्नुभयो। अब नयाँ को रह्यो, पुरानो को रह्यो? दुईपल्ट सत्तामा सहभागिता भयो। यो संसदको गणित यस्तो रहिरहँदा, यो हाम्रो निर्वाचन प्रणाली यस्तो रहिरहँदा स्वाभाविक रूपमा यी दिनहरू दोहोरिराख्छन्। अब पवित्रता कहाँबाट खोज्ने, कुन चाहिँ धार्मिक ग्रन्थ समातेर खोज्ने, यो मैले बुझ्न सकिनँ। मुलुकको ध्यान बाढी, पहिरो आदि इत्यादिमा छ, सडक दुर्घटनामा छ, राष्ट्रिय गौरवका परियोजनाहरूको हालत के छ त्यतातिर हामीले छलफलै गरेनौँ। अरू कुरै छोडिदिउँ, मेलम्ची परियोजना, खानेपानी परियोजना सिएमसीले छोडेर गएको कति भयो? आजको हालत के छ? मैले सुनेको छु 54 करोड वकिलहरूलाई आर्बिट्रेसनको निम्ति, मध्यस्थताको निम्ति, मुद्दा लड्नका निम्ति, सिङ्गापुरमा मुद्दा लड्नको निम्ति सरकारले छुट्याएको छ। त्यसको टोटल प्रपर्टी कति छ यहाँ? उसको बैंक डिपोजिट कति छ यहाँ? उसको मेसिनरी कति छ यहाँ? यहाँ लोकल भेन्डरहरू र स्थानीय मान्छेका भात पसल उठेका छन्, चामलको पैसा तिरेका छैन, त्यो परियोजना चल्दा बाढी पहिरोले घरखेत लगाएको छ, क्षतिपूर्ति पाएको छैनन्, मेलम्चीले पारेको प्रभाव त्यता हाम्रो ध्यान छैन। सडकमा धान रोप्ने जस्तो स्थिति बनेको छ। सरकार कसका बनेनन्, कसका बनिरहेछ देखिआइएकै छ त। यो सरकार भर्खर बन्यो, म आशा गर्छु जनताले अपेक्षा गरेको हो। अब यसमा भयो चाहिँ के भने, यो थोरै सिटको च्याखेदाउको राजनीति यो सक्यो। अब खाल उठ्ने भयो, टाट उल्टिने भयो भन्ने पीडा नराख्नुहोस्। 84 आउँदैछ त ए बाबा, कत्रो हैरानी। 84 मा तरक्की गर्नु न, डेमोक्रेसी यही हो। संविधान संशोधनले के फरक पार्छ? समावेशिता कसले सक्छु भनेको छ? समावेशिता हाम्रो सिद्धान्त हो। समावेशिता नेपाली राजनीतिको सिद्धान्त हो। महिला सशक्तिकरणको निम्ति मैले त संसदमा बोलेकै थिएँ, फेरि पनि भन्न चाहन्छु, किन 33% को कुरा गर्ने? किन आरक्षण जस्तोको कुरा गर्ने? डाइरेक्ट रोटेसनको आधारमा निर्वाचन प्रणालीमा किन लाँदैनौ 33%लाई? जनता भाइब्रेन्ट डेमोक्रेसी त्यसरी हुन्छ। किन खल्तीको डेमोक्रेसी बनाउने त? पुरुष लड्न सक्छ, कम्पिटिसन गर्न सक्छ भने महिला पनि सक्छ नि त। एउटै रथको दुई पाङ्ग्रा भने होइन नेपाली समाजको? विभेद छैन भने होइन? त्यसो भइसकेपछि किन तजबिजीको अधिकारभित्र राख्नु त? अब संविधान संशोधनले कसको अधिकार लुट्छ? जनजातिको लुट्छ कि महिलाको लुट्छ कि मधेसीको लुट्छ कि अल्पसङ्ख्यकको लुट्छ कि अथवा भिन्न क्षमता भएका मान्छेहरूको लुट्छ कि? त्यसलाई अरू वैज्ञानिक बनाऊ, अरू राम्रो गरौँ, तर जनताले नै छान्ने व्यवस्था मिलाएर जान किन नहुने? र सोझै निर्वाचनबाट नै सरकार बन्ने र नबन्ने टुङ्गो लागे भइहाल्यो। अब यहाँ राष्ट्रिय पार्टी बन्या हुँदैन। चिन्ता केमा देख्छु भन्दाखेरि राष्ट्रिय पार्टी नबन्या नेताको चिन्ता अस्पताल बनाउने हो। भन्नु त यो पर्थ्यो देशको प्रधानमन्त्री भएको नेताले, अस्पताल बनाइयो राम्रै भयो, तर त्यहाँ इक्विपमेन्ट छैन, त्यहाँ म्यान पावर छैन, दक्ष जनशक्ति छैन। यो काम छिटो गरौँ, जनतालाई राहत सहुलियत दिउँ भन्ने कुरा हुन्थ्यो। यही सदनमा उठ्यो। दुध किसानको पैसा अहिले पनि पाएको छैन, हिजो पनि पाएको थिएन। अहिले पनि कैयौँ ठाउँमा डिएपी भए युरिया छैन, युरिया भए डिएपी छैन। यो पनि समस्या छँदैछ। ती बनेपाको एउटा खानेपानी आयोजना काभ्रे भ्यालीको 112 करोड खर्च भइसक्यो। 1% बाँकी छ भने 2 वर्ष, 2.5 वर्ष, 3 वर्ष बितिसक्यो, 1% कहिल्यै पुरा हुँदैन। त्यसो भएदेखि हाम्रा विकासका कामहरू कसरी हुन्छन्, विदेश युवा किन पलायन भइरहेका छन्, त्यसतर्फ पनि सोच्नु पर्यो नि। त्यसको निम्ति मुलुकको अर्थतन्त्र के, परराष्ट्र सम्बन्ध के, मौका परस्त परराष्ट्र कुरा बोलिदिएको छ। थाहा के पाउनुपर्छ भने यो संसदले, सभामुख महोदय, माननीयज्यूहरूले, हामी दुईटा हात्तीको छेउमा छौँ। हात्तीले पिरती लाउँदा नि बगैँचाको सत्यानाश हुन्छ, हात्तीले जुत्दा पनि बगैँचाको सत्यानाश हुन्छ। हाम्रो नेपालको बगैँचालाई सुरक्षित गर्ने पो अभिव्यक्ति दिनु पर्यो। अब जाने छ भनेर, धेरै पढाएको छ भनेर एकदमै अनौठो खालको कुराहरू व्यक्त गर्नु भएन। त्यसकारण हामी आशा गर्छौँ यो सरकारले जनताको अपेक्षा पुरा गरोस्, राजनीतिक स्थिरता पुरा गरोस् र खालि अदलु बदलु, यता र उता, उता र यता मात्रै सर्ने कुरा नहोस् भन्ने कुरामा हामी सचेत हुनुपर्छ। सरकारले आफ्नो काम गरेर देखाउनुपर्छ। संसदले उसलाई सहजीकरण गर्नुपर्छ। कानुनहरू बनुन्, नीतिहरू राम्रा बनुन्। त्यस हिसाबले अगाडि जान सकियोस्। दिनौँ जुवारी खेलेर, दिनौँ तैँले गरिस् मैले गरिनँ, सबै कुरा कानुनभन्दा माथि कोही पनि छैन भने चाहिँ कानुनलाई अपरेट गरौँ। जसको सवाल त्यसको जवाब, जे विषय आउँछ त्यही विषयमा छलफल गरौँ। यहाँ सुन्यो, लेखा समितिले गरिरहेको कामको विषयमा नै कुरा सुन्यो। उजुरी पर्न आउँछ त मान्छेले भेटो होला नि त, उजुरी गर्न आउँदा भेटो होला। हेर्नु त यो पर 16 अर्ब कसको पालामा किन छुट दिएको, त्यो पनि त कुरा त्यहीँ देखिन्छ। अध्ययन भइरहेको विषयमा सर्वोच्च अदालतमा मुद्दा परेको छ, पर्यो ठिकै छ। सर्वोच्च अदालतको विचाराधीन मुद्दामा यहाँ बहस हुन्छ भने भोलिदेखि सुरु गरौँ। सभामुख महोदय, न्यायाधीश चाहिएन, कानुन चाहिएन, संविधानको सर्वोच्चता पनि चाहिएन, छलफल गरौँ। त्यसैले डेमोक्रेसीलाई सुन्दर बनाउनको निम्ति, जनताको पहुँच बलशाली बनाउनका निम्ति यो जुन राजनीतिक समीकरण, सत्ता समीकरण जुन बनेको छ, यो प्रति आशा बनाउँ। हामी कसैलाई दिनौँ घन्टै पछि हेरोइजम खोज्छौँ भने नेक्स्ट टाइममा अहिलेको नयाँ दल पनि सबभन्दा पुरानो हुन्छ। 5 वर्षपछि को नयाँ हुन्छ? 2 पल्ट सत्तामा गएको दल नयाँ चाहिँ कसरी भइरहेको छ? एउटा सामान्य प्रश्न, लेम्यानको प्रश्न, मेरो प्रश्न त्यति हो। त्यसैले मैले आक्षेप लगाएको होइन, यो खालको कुरामा ध्यान दिउँ भन्ने मेरो अनुरोध छ। अब कैयौँ कुराहरू अरू पनि छन्। परराष्ट्रको बारेमा जे कुरा बोलिएको छ यो राम्रो भएन। यसले हाम्रो देशको सार्वभौम सत्तामाथि प्रश्न उठाएको छ। हामी कसैको गुलाम भएनौँ नि संसारका 12-13वटा देशमध्ये, त्यति त ख्याल गरिदिनु पर्यो। यस खालले बोलेर समय किलिङ गरेर हामी नजाउँ। सरकारले बजेट लिएर आएको छ, बजेट कार्यान्वयनको अवस्था के छ त? हाम्रो ध्यान त्यहाँ जानु पर्यो। कति काम हुन्छ, कति हुँदैन, अब ठेक्का प्रणाली के हुन्छ, कसो हुन्छ, यी खालका कुरा, ठेकदारहरूले पाउने रकम पाएनन्, यो कुरा होस्, सरकारको पनि ध्यान जाओस् सभामुख महोदय। त्यसैले मैले यति नै कुरा भने, दिनौँ यो कचकच गरेर हिँड्ने कुरा चाहिँ नहोस्, किनभने यो आरोप प्रत्यारोप कहिल्यै टुङ्गिन्न। 84 को निर्वाचनले टुङ्ग्याउँछ, हामीलाई राम्ररी थाहा छ। 2टा ठुला दल मिलेका छन्, ती राजनीतिक रूपमा मिल्दैनन्, सैद्धान्तिक रूपमा मिल्दैनन्, कार्यक्रम रूपमा मिल्दैनन्, मुलुकलाई निकास दिन मिल्छन्। इतिहासमा पनि मिलेका थिए, आज पनि मिल्छन्, भोलि पनि मिल्छन्। यति कुरा हो। मुलुकको आवश्यकता अनुसार कसैका विरुद्ध यो होइन, आफ्नो सामर्थ्यमा चलौँ। अब यो पीडा बोकेर, हिजोको पीडा बोकेर मात्रै नहिँडौँ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य दुर्गा राई, समय 7 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, समयको लागि धन्यवाद। सर्वप्रथम मैले वर्षाको समयमा बाढीले र पहिरोले देशभरि गरेको धनजनको क्षति र त्यसप्रति दुःख व्यक्त गर्दछु। विशेष गरेर गत 28 गते सिमलटारमा भएको 2टा बस दुर्घटना प्रति दुःख व्यक्त गर्दछु। बेपत्ता हुनुभएकाहरूप्रति खोजी तीव्र रहोस् भन्ने सरकारसँग माग गर्दछु। सभामुख महोदय, निकै हामीले अहिले हाम्रो बसाइहरू चेन्ज भएको छ, तर हाम्रो विषयहरू कसले कसलाई भन्ने यो अलिकति हामीलाई प्रतिपक्ष दलको बेन्चबाट बस्दाखेरि हामीलाई अलमल भएको छ। हिजो प्रतिपक्षमा बस्दा पनि त्यस्तै खाले हुङ्कार हामी प्रतिको प्रहार थियो भने अहिले हामी प्रतिपक्षमा बस्दा पनि उल्टो प्रहार किन यो प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु सत्ता पक्षका माननीयज्यूहरूलाई। मलाई लाग्छ नयाँ गठबन्धन मध्यराति भएको छ 17 गतेको, यो राम्रै होला, राम्रै गर्नुहोस्, हाम्रो शुभकामना छ। तर हामीलाई 32 सिट भनेर जसरी चाहिँ एउटा जिम्मेवार पार्टीको जिम्मेवार माननीयज्यूले यहाँ काँध फेरेको कुरा गर्नुभएको छ, यसप्रति हाम्रो आपत्ति छ। माओवादी केन्द्र यसप्रति आपत्ति जनाउन चाहन्छ। सभामुख महोदय, भर्खर पनि यो सरकार अथवा गठबन्धन किन बनेको रहेछ भन्ने कुरा त प्रश्न छ त। जब 2 जना भ्रष्टाचारका प्रमुख व्यक्तिहरूको गिरफ्तारी हुन्छ, बालकोट र बुढैनलो कण्ठ सक्रिय हुन्छ, बिचौलियाको घरमा योजना बन्छ, फेरि 17 गते राति त्यस्तै व्यापारीको घरमा गठबन्धनको 7 बुँदे बन्छ त हामीले के भन्ने? मैले भन्छु शुभ अशुभ एउटा कुरा भयो, तर सरकारको जुन रवैया अहिले भएको छ त्यो हाम्रो लागि आपत्ति हो। किन मनोज केसीको हताहत सरुवा हुन्छ? 2टा फाइल छेक्नका लागि होइन, भुटानी शरणार्थी प्रकरणलाई छेक्न होइन। के सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीले एउटा बैठकमा अथवा कार्यक्रममा भन्नुभएको छ काङ्ग्रेसले गृहबन्धुको 70 बिघा जग्गा खायो, यो के हो त? हामीलाई प्रश्न चाहियो, उत्तर चाहियो, हामीलाई प्रतिपक्षलाई उत्तर चाहियो, देशलाई मुलुकका जनतालाई उत्तर चाहिन्छ। यो के हो, भएको के हो त? खाएको हो कि होइन त? खाएको होइन, कहाँ खाएको? यो चाहिन्छ हामीलाई, यो उसको उत्तर चाहिन्छ हामीलाई प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूबाट। अर्को कुरा, भर्खर फेरि 22 जना किन सरुवा गर्नुपर्ने होला? सचिवहरूको यति भर्खरै मात्रै 29 गते मात्र सरकार गठन हुँदैछ, भर्खर किन सरुवा गर्नुपर्ने होला? 18 जना राजदूतहरूले किन फेरि तुरुन्तै फर्काउनु पर्ने र नियुक्ति गर्नुपर्ने होला त? यहीँनिर सरकार कता जाँदैछ, सरकारको तीर कतातिर छ भन्ने कुरा हामीले स्पष्ट रूपमा हामीले बुझ्ने भयौँ, आम नेपालीले बुझ्ने भए। सभामुख महोदय, अर्को कुरा, यो 7 बुँदेमा संविधान संशोधन गर्ने भन्ने छ। के को लागि संविधान संशोधन गर्ने होला? अहिलेको समय भनेको त संविधानले कार्यान्वयन गर्ने, संविधानले व्यवस्था गरिएका बाँकी रहेको ऐनहरूलाई बनाएर लागू गर्ने होला नि त। के को लागि संविधान संशोधन गर्ने? यदि त्यसरी प्राप्त उपलब्धिहरूलाई संविधान संशोधन गरेर फेरि खोसाउने काम भयो भने राम्रो हुने छैन। माओवादी पार्टी उत्पीडितहरूको लागि, जनजातिको लागि, उत्पीडित क्षेत्रको लागि, मुस्लिम, दलित र महिलाहरूको लागि आफ्नो बलिदानीबाट आएको निर्माण भएको पार्टी भएको हुनाले चुप लागि बस्ने छैन। खबरदार गर्न चाहन्छु सभामुख महोदय मार्फत, यदि संविधान संशोधन मार्फत चाहिँ पछाडि देशलाई फर्काउनु खोजिएको रहेछ भने खबरदारी यहीँबाट गर्न चाहन्छु। संविधान संशोधन गर्ने प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले भन्नुभयो संविधान संशोधन दस्तावेज हो, हामीले 2 पटक संशोधन गरिसक्यौँ। 2 पटकको संशोधन के थियो त? पहिलो संशोधन के को लागि थियो, दोस्रो संशोधन के को लागि थियो? प्रश्न छ। अबको संशोधन सुनिन्छ समानुपातिक समावेशी प्रतिनिधित्वलाई राष्ट्रिय सभामा लाने अथवा दल, साना दलहरू हुन त सत्ताकै पक्षमा बस्नु भएको छ, किन बस्नु भएको हो थाहा छैन। सुनिन्छ थ्रेसहोल्ड बढाउने भन्ने छ, स्थिरता भएन अरे नि त। स्थिरता गर्नका लागि देशलाई स्थिरता, सरकारलाई स्थिरता बनाउनलाई थ्रेसहोल्ड बढाउने अरे। साना दलका नेताज्यूहरूलाई, सांसदज्यूहरूलाई भन्न चाहन्छु, कता विलय हुनुहुने हो कि के हो त? मधेसले तपाईँहरूलाई भोट के को लागि दिएको होला त? आदिवासी जनजातिहरूले भोट किन दिएको होला त? देख्छु त त्यतै बसै त, त्यहीँ देख्छु त। के हो यो? यसरी तपाईँहरूमाथि नै आउने धारलाई कसरी घाँटी थाप्नलाई तयार हुनुभयो होला, यो विषय पनि मैले राख्न चाहन्छु। संशोधन गर्नुपर्छ संविधान। के को लागि? अग्रगमनको लागि। यदि संविधान संशोधन गर्ने हो भने गरौँ। धारा 70 को उपराष्ट्रपति र राष्ट्रपति वा भन्नेमा राखौँ। सम्पूर्ण 7वटा पालिकामा 7वटा प्रदेशमा हामी महिलाहरूको प्रतिनिधित्व खोइ त प्रमुखहरूमा गरौँ न त। हामीले हाम्रो समानुपातिक प्रतिनिधित्व गरौँ। फेरि मुख्य मन्त्रीहरू 7वटा प्रदेशमा खोइ त महिला, त्यसमा गरौँ न। हामीले रेडी छ। माओवादी केन्द्र ती विषयहरूमा जनताका लागि, उत्पीडित समुदायका लागि संविधान संशोधन गर्ने हो भने र मुलुकलाई अग्रगमनतिर लानका लागि संविधान संशोधन गर्न माओवादी केन्द्र तयार छ। तर प्राप्त अधिकारहरूलाई खोज्नका लागि संविधान संशोधन गर्ने हो भने यहीँबाट मैले खबरदारी गर्न चाहन्छु, माओवादी केन्द्र उत्पीडितहरूको पक्षमा उप्नेछ। यो संशोधन गर्ने जुन कुनियत छ यसलाई रोक्नेछ भन्ने कुरा मैले राख्न चाहन्छु।
माननीय सदस्य, यहाँको समय सकियो।
निर्वाचन प्रणाली ठिक भएन भने जाउँ न त, पूर्ण समानुपातिक निर्वाचन प्रणाली बनाऊ। तयार हुनुहुन्छ? पार्टी, दुई पार्टीका ठुला हात्ती भनेर आफैले भन्नुभएको छ। मलाई यो अन्यथा नहोस्। तपाईँहरू तयार हुनुहोस्। पूर्ण समानुपातिक निर्वाचन प्रणाली गरौँ। निर्वाचन प्रणाली संशोधन गर्ने हो भने त्यसले उत्पीडित समुदाय, जाति, क्षेत्र, वर्ग, लिङ्ग सबैलाई प्रतिनिधित्व, सही प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छ, न्यायिक प्रतिनिधित्व हुन्छ। यसमा जाउँ भन्ने मेरो अनुरोध छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य डाक्टर स्वर्णिम वाग्ले, समय 5 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हिजो यस गरिमामय सदनमा मेरो नाम नै लिएर एउटा अपव्याख्या र लाञ्छनाको खेदजनक अभ्यास भयो। त्यसो गर्न तोकिएको समयभन्दा 5 मिनट 40 सेकेन्ड बढी दिइएको छ। घडी होइन, विषय हेरेर सभामुखज्यूले मलाई पनि न्याय गर्नु हुने आशा मैले गरेको छु। एकजना भाइ छन्, डाक्टर पुकार मल्ल, अमेरिकामा PhD गरेर फर्केका।
माननीय सदस्य, वक्ता माननीय सदस्यलाई म निर्धारित समयभित्रै आफ्नो कुराहरू राख्नको लागि विशेष अनुरोध गर्दछु, किनभने यो सेड्युल निर्धारित हिसाबबाटै जानुपर्ने हुँदाखेरि त्यसमा केन्द्रित भएर तपाईँ पछि अरू विषय राख्नुपर्छ या कसरी राख्नुपर्छ, के गर्नुपर्छ त्यो सोच्नु होला। त्यसैले आफ्नो विषय राख्नुहोस्।
धन्यवाद। मैले हिजोको नजिर मात्र फलो गर्न खोजेको। यहाँको सम्मान छ, यहाँको रुलिङप्रति। पुकार मल्लले एकचोटि निम्तो पठाउनु भयो मलाई। अहिले दायित्व अभियान चलाउनु भएको छ। युवा नेतृत्व, सुशासन, उद्यमशीलतामा उहाँले अभियान चलाउनु भएको छ। दाइ, एउटा जेफरसोनियन लन्च मैले आयोजना गरेको छु, आइदिनु पर्यो भन्नुभयो। के रहेछ यो जेफरसोनियन लन्च भनेर मैले गुगल गरेर हेरेँ। अहिले मोन्रो डक्ट्रिन बारे खुब गुगल गरेर रातारात विज्ञहरू निस्किराखेका छन्। मोन्रो डक्ट्रिन उच्चारणै गर्न नसक्नेहरू पनि अब रातारात विज्ञ भएको मैले देखिरहेको छु। के रहेछ जेफरसोनियन लन्च भन्दाखेरि एउटा टेबल हुने रहेछ, 10-12 जना बस्ने रहेछन्। 1 कन्भर्सेसन एट अ टाइम, एकचोटि एकजनाले मात्र बोल्ने, अरूले सुन्ने, गहन विषयहरूमा समीक्षा हुने। अमेरिकाका एकदम विद्वान तेस्रा राष्ट्रपति थोमस जेफरसनले आफ्नो मन्टेचेलो भन्ने घरमा यस्तो खालको प्राज्ञिक बहसहरू गराउने रहेछ। अब एउटा नाम हो, एउटा परिवेश थियो, एउटा ऐतिहासिक प्रसङ्ग पनि हो। तर जेफरसोनियन लन्च भन्दैमा स्वर्गबाट थोमस जेफरसन आएर यहाँ भान्सा चलाउने त होइन नि। त्यसैले यो अलिकति कन्टेक्स्ट, अलिकति नुवान्स बुझ्यौँ भने हामीले चियाको कफमा एउटा तुफान ल्याउन खोजिरहेका छौँ कि एउटा अतिरञ्जनाको खेती गर्न गइरहेका छौँ कि यसमा यथार्थ वा तथ्यमा हामी टेकेर बहस गरिरहेका छौँ भन्ने कुरा आफै स्वयं सिद्ध हुन्छ। जेफरसन पछि म्याडिसन आए, जेम्स मोन्रो 5औं राष्ट्रपति बने। उनले 200 वर्ष अगाडि 7 समुद्र पारी एउटा भिन्न काल र परिस्थितिमा एउटा विदेश नीति ल्याएको थियो जसको सान्दर्भिकता सकिसकेको छ। मोन्रो डक्ट्रिन आज सान्दर्भिक छैन, तर त्यसको मर्म चाहिँ सान्दर्भिक छ, प्रासङ्गिक छ। त्यसको मर्म के हो भने सबै उदीयमान शक्ति राष्ट्रहरूले आफ्नो छिमेक नीतिमा चासो राख्दछन्। आफ्नो प्रभाव क्षेत्र, आफ्नो स्फियर अफ इन्फ्लुएन्स, की फ्रेज यही हो, आफ्नो स्फियर अफ इन्फ्लुएन्सबारे उनीहरूले एक्का राखेका हुन्छन्। भारतको घोषित नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पोलिसी छँदैछ, जसलाई नेपालले अनर गरेको छ। चाइनाको वान चाइना पोलिसीलाई हामीले अनर गरेका छौँ। इनफ्याक्ट चाइनाको त जनवादी गणतन्त्र जन्मनुभन्दा 2 वर्ष अगाडि नै ताइवान लखेटिएका च्याङकाई सेकले, कोमनताङले अपनाएको 11वटा धर्सोले सीमाङ्कन गरेको आफ्नो स्फियर अफ इन्फ्लुएन्स आज मलेसिया र ब्रुनाईसम्मको समुद्रसम्म पनि चीनको दाबी रहेको छ। सकेको बेला नेपालले पनि गरेको थियो। जेम्स मनरोको पालामा यहाँ भीमसेन थापा हुनुहुन्थ्यो। भीमसेन थापा, थापा काजीहरूको पुर्ख्यौली घर, बोरलाङ गोर्खा, म बुङकोट गोर्खा, उल्लो डाँडा पल्लो डाँडा, 3 डाँडा पारी पृथ्वीनारायण शाह। अलिकति गोर्खाली राष्ट्रवादको रगतै खोज्ने हो भने अलिअलि अंश ममा पनि छ। रुस र युक्रेनको युद्धको जड पनि त्यही नै हो। त्यसैले सक्नेले आफ्नो प्रभाव जमाउन खोज्छ। रियल पोलिटिक भनेको यही हो। 2000 वर्षदेखि राइज एन्ड फल अफ ग्रेट पावर्सको हामीले रोमन र ओटोमनदेखि लिएर पोर्चुगिजदेखि ब्रिटिससम्मको अवयवहरू हेर्दा पनि त्यो आफै इतिहासमा जगजाहेर भएर बसेको छ। अब 21औं शताब्दीमा, एसियाली शताब्दीमा हामी जाँदैछौँ। चीन र भारतको उदय विगत 35 वर्षमा यति नाटकीय ढङ्गले भएको छ। पर्यटन, पुँजी, सहुलियतपूर्ण वित्त, सन्निकटता, पूर्वाधारमा नेपालले लाभ लिनुपर्दछ। यस्तो राष्ट्रियता क्राफ्ट गरौँ कि उनीहरूको उन्नयनबाट हामीले लाभ लिन सकौँ। र तर राइजिङ पावर्सहरूका केही भल्नरेबिलिटिजहरू हुन्छन्। उनीहरूका विराट एस्पिरेसन्सहरू हुन्छन्, तर उनीहरूका भल्नरेबिलिटिजहरू पनि हुन्छन्। ती रेड लाइन्सहरू हामीले अनर गऱ्यौँ भने विन विन आउटकममा हामी चाहिँ जान सक्छौँ। राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टीले जलेश्वरमा एउटा प्रस्तावना तयार गरेको छ। अघि आधिकारिक धारणाको माग भइरहेको थियो। नेपालको इतिहास, सनातन सभ्यता, धार्मिक सांस्कृतिक विविधतामा आधारित सहअस्तित्व र पारस्परिक सम्मान, विश्वभर फैलिएका नेपालीहरूको सामूहिक सामर्थ्य, डायस्पोरा र एसियाको उदाउँदो भूराजनैतिक महत्त्वलाई आत्मसात गर्दै नेपालको स्वतन्त्रता, सार्वभौमिकता, भौगोलिक अखण्डता, राष्ट्रिय एकता, स्वाधीनता र स्वाभिमानलाई सदा अक्षुण्ण राख्नु नै राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टीको अभिष्ट रहनेछ भनेर स्पष्ट राखिएको छ। त्यसैले विषयान्तर गर्ने, कुरो नबुझ्ने, बुझे पनि बुझ पचाउने र डिस्टोर्ट गर्ने, हाकाहाकी झुटै बोलेर पञ्चायत कालमा काङ्ग्रेस कम्युनिस्टलाई अराष्ट्रिय तत्त्व भनिन्थ्यो। अहिले रासोपाका युवा सांसदहरू हेर्नुहोस्, 21 जनामा 19 जना चाहिँ हामी 50 वर्षभन्दा मुनि छौँ। एउटा युवा शक्ति छ, विदेशमा पढेका, अनुभव हासिल गरेका। अब यिनीहरूलाई भ्रष्टाचारको त आरोप लगाउन सक्नुहुन्न, अक्षमताको त आरोप लगाउन सक्नुहुन्न। पञ्चायतकालीन स्मरण गर्दै अराष्ट्रिय तत्त्वतिर भाष्य निर्माण गर्नु छ। त्यो खेदजनक छ। त्यसलाई हामी डटेर चाहिँ सामना गर्छौँ। पहेँलो घन्टी बत्ती बलिसकेका जस्तो छ सामान्य सभामुख चाहिँ। म एउटा अन्तमा धेरै नै थियो भन्नुपर्ने, तर यहाँको रुलिङको सम्मान गर्दै राष्ट्रको चिन्ता गर्ने राष्ट्रवाद भएको भए आज अफगानिस्तानपछि दोस्रो तन्नम मुलुकको रूपमा नेपाल रहने थिएन। चीन 35 वर्ष अगाडि $333बाट $13,000 पुगेको छ प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति वर्ष आए। नेपाल 185बाट 1300मा गएर अड्केको छ। 10औं लाख युवाहरू बाहिर गएका छन्। चरम नैराश्य छ। त्यसैले यो सबै कस्तो खालको राष्ट्रवादको अभ्यासले तपाईँहरूले नेपाललाई त्यहाँ पुर्याउनु भयो। हामी छिमेकी राष्ट्रहरूको उन्नयनमा, प्रगतिमा गाँसिएर आफ्नो सार्वभौमिकतालाई अक्षुण्ण राख्दै आर्थिक लाभ लिने, हाक्की संवाद गर्ने, आँखामा आँखा जुदाएर कुराहरू राख्ने। प्रधानमन्त्री नरेन्द्र मोदी यहीँ बोलेर जानुभयो 10 वर्ष अगाडि। 2 वर्ष अगाडि मैले उहाँलाई भेट हुँदाखेरि महामहिम HIT, हाइवे, इन्फोवे, ट्रान्सवेजको त्यत्रो एजेन्डा गर्नुभएको थियो, त्यो अपेक्षित गति लिएन नि भनेर मैले उहाँलाई राखेँ। विदेश मन्त्री जयशङ्कर त्यति बेला विदेश सचिव हुनुहुन्थ्यो। मैले उहाँलाई भने नाकाबन्दी लगाएर इन्डियाले हिस्टोरिक ब्लन्डर गरेको छ भनेर भनेको छु। चीनका मन्त्रीहरूलाई नक्सा फिजाएर वानयोङ लाइन देखाएर एयर कनेक्टिभिटीमा हामी किन चुक्यौँ भनेर भनेको छु। अर्को महिना 12 सदस्यीय राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टीको डेलिगेसन लिड गरेर चिनिया नेतृत्वसँग आम्ने सामने बहस गर्छौँ। हामीलाई मध्यरातमा खुफिया एजेन्सीहरूका प्रमुखहरूलाई बोलाएर गोप्य मन्त्रणा गर्नु छैन। कुनै नदी नालाका सन्धिहरूलाई देखाएर कसै राष्ट्रवादको जगमा पार्टी नै फुटाउने दुस्साहस गर्नु पनि छैन। हामी नयाँ कूटनीति, नयाँ राजनीतिको संस्कार बसाल्न आएका छौँ र त्यसमा
सबैलाई हामी चाहिँ स्पष्टसित यी कुराहरू भन्छौँ। अरूको राष्ट्रवाद कागज र भाषणमा होला, मेरो देशभक्ति मेरो दैनिकीमा झल्कन्छ। मेरो देशभक्ति उन्नत विकल्पहरू त्याग्दै असाधारण कर्ममा, मैले रोजेको असाधारण कर्ममा गएर देखिन्छ। मेरो आग्रह छ नयाँ शक्तिलाई गलाउने, झुकाउने, क्यारिकेचर बनाउने, स्ट्रम्यान बनाएर झुट बोलेर यसलाई पन्छाउन सकिन्छ कि भन्ने दुस्साहस कसैले नसोच्नु होला। यसको लागि जुन नैतिक उचाइ र वैचारिक बल चाहिन्छ त्यो सायदै कम मानिसहरूमा छ। त्यसैले तपाईँहरूले सक्नुहुन्न, यो कुरा गर्न सक्नुहुन्न भन्ने मत राख्दै आज 7-8 मिनटमा धेरै कुराहरू राख्न मिलेन, तर यसमा घन्टौँ बहस गर्न तयार छौँ। नेपालको हितलाई केन्द्रबिन्दुमा राखेर बदलिदो विश्व परिस्थिति 21औं शताब्दीको एसियन सेन्चुरीबाट कसरी लाभ लिने र तपाईँहरूले पुर्याउनु भएको दोस्रो गरिब नेपाललाई कसरी समुन्नतिको यात्रामा चाँडै फड्को मार्ने भन्ने एजेन्डामा राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टी प्रतिबद्ध छ। घन्टौँसम्म खुला मैदानमा बहस गर्न जोसुकैसँग पनि हामी तयार छौँ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य ध्रुवबहादुर प्रधान, समय 4 मिनट।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, प्रतिपक्षको बेन्चबाट उभिएर अहिले नयाँ गठबन्धनको सरकारको सफलताको हार्दिक शुभकामना म व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। यो सरकार गठबन्धनको कुरा आउने बित्तिकै जब त्यहाँ संविधान संशोधनका कुराहरू आएका थिए, यसलाई हामीलाई अवश्य पनि आकर्षित गरेका थिए। हामी आशावादी छौँ कि जुन संविधानले मुलुकलाई अगाडि बढाउन सकिरहेको छैन, जुन कुराले मुलुकका थुप्रै आवश्यकताहरूलाई सम्बोधन गर्न सकिरहेको छैन, त्यसको राम्ररी छलफल भएर यसको निकासको लागि प्रयास हुनेछ, जसको लागि हामी पनि समर्थन गर्नेछौँ। कुरा विश्वासको हो। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हामी गएका सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री र वर्तमान प्रधानमन्त्री र अब सम्भावित प्रधानमन्त्रीलाई पनि उत्तिकै सम्मान गर्न चाहन्छौँ। त्यो कुरो सम्मानको प्रश्न उहाँले आफ्नो गरेको प्रतिबद्धता अनुसारको कति कार्य सफलता साथ सम्पन्न गर्नको लागि प्रतिबद्ध रहनु भयो अथवा भएन। एक अर्कालाई आक्षेप लगाउनु पर्ने कुरा यहाँ म देख्दिनँ। कसैको सफलतामाथि त्यहाँ असफलता पनि जोडिएको हुन्छ। हामी असमर्थ कुनै ठाउँमा भएको कारणले नै अर्को समर्थवान भएको छ। त्यसकारण यसमा आक्षेपित गर्नुपर्ने गरी आवश्यक छैन। अब म केन्द्रित मेरो जिल्लातर्फ हुन्छु, जहाँ बेसिकली अब त्यहाँ तीनटा पालिकाहरू छन्। सुनवल नगरपालिका, रामग्राम नगरपालिका र पालीनन्दन गाउँपालिका। त्यो अत्यन्त महत्त्वपूर्ण पालिकाहरू छन्। त्यो कार्यकारी प्रमुख भएका र अब हुने प्रमुख समेतको ध्यान आकर्षित भएको छ। तत्कालीन कार्यकारी प्रमुख 3 पटक त्यहाँ भ्रमण गर्नुभयो प्रधानमन्त्रीको हैसियतले। बहालवाला प्रधानमन्त्री 1 पटक भ्रमण गर्नुभयो। अब हुन सक्ने सम्भावित प्रधानमन्त्री पनि पालीनन्दन गाउँपालिका भ्रमण गर्नुभयो। यो भ्रमणको तात्पर्य, जब एउटा कार्यकारी प्रमुख एउटा जिल्लामा जान्छ, एउटा पालिकामा जान्छ भने त्यहाँका जनताले केही अपेक्षा गरेका हुन्छन्। कमसेकम केही कुरो त्यहाँ थप हुन्छ भने अपेक्षा गरेका हुन्छन्। रामग्राम वार्ड नम्बर 13, जहाँ हुन्डाईको कारको समुद्घाटन भएको छ, त्यहाँका जनता आर्सेनिकबाट पीडित छन्, त्यो पानी खान पीडित छन्। त्यहाँ मोटर चल्दैन, त्यहाँ जेनेरेटर ठिक छैन, ओभरहेड ट्याङ्क बिग्रेको छ भन्ने कुरा त्यहाँको जनताले भन्ने अवसर पनि पाउँदैनन् र त्यो कुरो सम्बोधन हुँदैन। रामग्राम स्तूपमा पटक पटक भ्रमण भयो। त्यहाँका जनता धेरै आशावादी थिए कि कमसेकम पण्डितपुर, जहाँ मायादेवीको माइती गाउँ, त्यसको पनि स्मरण तत्कालीन कार्यकारी प्रमुखले गर्नेछन् र त्यसको विकासको लागि पनि अपेक्षा गरिएको अवश्य थियो, तर त्यसको चर्चा भएन। तत्पश्चातका दिनहरूमा कार्यकारी प्रधानमन्त्रीको भ्रमण हुँदा समेत सम्मानजनक व्यवहार हुन सक्ने अवस्थाहरू भएनन्। खालि पार्टीका कार्यकर्ता बाहेक अरू कोही त्यहाँ उपस्थित रहेन। सुनवल गाउँपालिका नगरपालिका, जहाँ जिल्ला सहकारी संस्थाले पहिलो सफलतापूर्वक शीत भण्डार स्थापना गरेर परिचालन गरिरहेको छ, त्यसको चासो राखिएको छैन। महेन्द्र राजमार्ग स्तरोन्नति गर्दा सुनवल डुबानमा परेको छ, त्यहाँ राम्रो गरी पानीको बहावको व्यवस्था भएको छ कि छैन भन्ने ख्याल गरिएको अवस्था होइन। र सधैँभरि अब हुने सम्भावित प्रधानमन्त्री पालीनन्दन गाउँपालिका जानुभयो, जहाँ पटक पटक क्वारेन्टाइनको कुरो गरियो, त्यो कहीँ कसैले परवाह गरेको अवस्था रहेन। पालीनन्दन ताल जो अत्यन्त प्राचीन र ऐतिहासिक ताल, त्यसबारे त्यसको व्यवस्थापनका लागि केही कुरो गरिएन। हुँदा त्यहाँका जनता जहिले पनि डुबानमा पर्नुपर्ने अवस्थाहरू पर्दाखेरि एउटा तटबन्धको व्यवस्थाका लागि त्यहाँका जनताले भन्दा केही कुरो भएन। अत्यन्त भाग्यमानी जिल्ला नवलपरासी पश्चिम क्षेत्र नम्बर 2, जहाँ 3टै सम्भावित प्रधानमन्त्री भएका प्रधानमन्त्रीहरू भ्रमण भइरहेको छ। मलाई लाग्छ त्यो राजनैतिक भ्रमण मात्रै हुँदैन भन्ने कुरा मैले यहाँ सम्माननीय सभामुखलाई निवेदन गरेँ। धन्यवाद। जय राष्ट्रवाद।
मान्य सदस्य मेदमणि चौधरी, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, विक्रम सम्वत 2016 सालमा स्थापना भएको त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय नेपालको सबैभन्दा जेठो विश्वविद्यालय हो। अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा समेत राम्रो छवि बनाएको विश्वविद्यालयमा विगतमा विदेशी विद्यार्थीको सङ्ख्या समेत उल्लेख्य रूपमै थिए। ओल्ड युनिभर्सिटी ऱ्याङ्किङ अन्तर्गत 2076मा द टाइम्स हायर एजुकेसनले प्रकाशन गरेको सूचीमा त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय 800 देखि 1000 को ऱ्याङ्किङमा रहेको र विश्वकै उत्कृष्ट विश्वविद्यालयको सूचीमा छनौट भएको थियो। सन् 2024मा पुनः छनौट गर्दा त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय 1500 को ऱ्याङ्किङमा परेको। यसबाट प्रष्ट हुन्छ त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयको स्तर तीव्र गतिले खस्किरहेको। प्रत्येक वर्ष औसतमा 20% को दरले विद्यार्थीहरूको सङ्ख्या घटिरहेको छ। विगतमा विद्यार्थी सङ्ख्याले भरिभराउ क्याम्पसका भवनहरू आज भूत बङ्गला जस्तै भएका छन्। सरकारी क्याम्पसहरूमा कुनै आकर्षण छैन। समग्रमा त्रिवीको अवस्था चिन्ताजनक र उराट लाग्दो छ। सभामुख महोदय, स्नातक तह पहिलो वर्षका विद्यार्थीहरूले परीक्षा दिएका 1 वर्ष भइसकेको छ, तर त्रिवीले नतिजा प्रकाशन गरेको छैन। यसै गरी दोस्रो वर्षको नतिजा पनि आएको छैन, जबकि परीक्षा दिएको 14 महिना भइसकेको छ। भर्ना भएको 6 महिनामा परीक्षा र परीक्षा भएको 3 महिनामा नतिजा प्रकाशन गर्ने कुरा त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयले बारम्बार ठुलो स्वरले भनिरहेको छ, हामी सुनिरहेका छौँ। वर्ष दिन कुरेर परीक्षा दिने, नतिजा आउने समयमा कपी हराएको हल्ला आउने, नतिजा आइहाले पनि अधिकांश क्याम्पसको नतिजा शून्य आउने। सेमेस्टरतर्फ पनि 4 वर्षमा 8वटा सेमेस्टर परीक्षा हुनुपर्ने, तर मुस्किलले 4वटा परीक्षा भएको छ। +2 पछि 40% विद्यार्थीहरू विश्वविद्यालयको शिक्षा लिन गएनन्। स्नातक पास भएका 50% विद्यार्थीहरू मास्टर्स डिग्री अध्ययनको लागि भर्ना गरेनन्। 10 वर्ष अगाडि एक कक्षामा भर्ना भएका 15 लाख विद्यार्थीहरू यसमा 5 लाखले मात्रै दिए। यी सबै विषयमा विश्वविद्यालयको नियामक निकाय शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयको ध्यान पुगेको छैन, न त पदाधिकारीहरूले जिम्मेवारी बोध्नै गरिरहेका छन्। कि अब यसै गरी चलाते अवस्थामा जेठो विश्वविद्यालयलाई रहन दिने या फरक तरिकाले सोच्ने? सभामुख महोदय, फरक तरिकाले सोच्नुपर्ने होइन र तर फराकिलो जिम्मेवारी बोधको साथ आधुनिक दृष्टिकोणसहित सोच्ने छाटकाट देखिँदैन। त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयका पदाधिकारीहरू फोर्सको माध्यमबाट जागिर खान आएको जस्तो मात्रै देखिन्छन्। सभामुख महोदय, त्रिवीलाई विश्वसनीय र भरपर्दो बनाउनको लागि आधुनिक एवं विद्यार्थीहरूका रुचि अनुसार विश्वविद्यालयमा खपत हुने खालका पाठ्यक्रम निर्माणमा ध्यान दिने, रोजगारीका अवसरको ग्यारेन्टी गर्ने, भर्ना, परीक्षा, नतिजा समय तालिका अनुसार हुनुपर्ने र पढाइको गुणस्तर वृद्धि गर्ने, स्वास्थ्य प्रतिस्पर्धाको माध्यमबाट विश्वविद्यालयका पदाधिकारी र क्याम्पस प्रमुख नियुक्ति हुनुपर्ने, राजनीतिक भागबन्डाको अन्त्य गर्नुपर्ने, नेपालको भूगोल र माटो सुहाउँदो शिक्षा प्रणाली लागू गर्ने, समग्रमा शिक्षा प्रणाली अनुसन्धानमूलक र गुणस्तर बनाउनु पर्ने र पुराना पाठ्यक्रमलाई पुनर्मूल्याङ्कन गर्नुपर्ने। यसो गर्न सकिएमा त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयलाई उत्कृष्ट विश्वविद्यालयको सूचीमा पुनर्स्थापित गर्न सकिन्छ। जाँदा जाने सभामुख महोदय, शिक्षा शास्त्र सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण सङ्काय हो, तर आज सबैभन्दा कम अङ्क ल्याउने विद्यार्थीहरू अध्ययन गर्ने सङ्कायको रूपमा लिने गरिएको छ, जबकि सबैभन्दा धेरै अङ्क ल्याउने विद्यार्थीहरू अध्ययन गर्ने सङ्काय बन्नुपर्ने हो। यिनै विद्यार्थीहरू अध्ययन अध्यापनको लागि लाइसेन्स प्राप्त गर्ने नीति र यिनैले अध्यापन गरेका विद्यार्थीहरू उत्कृष्ट हुने कुराको कल्पना गर्न सकिँदैन। यसैले अध्यापनको लागि लाइसेन्स प्राप्त गर्ने सबै सङ्कायका विद्यार्थीहरूलाई समान अवसर प्रदान गर्नको लागि सम्बन्धित निकायको ध्यान पुग्नुपर्छ, अनि मात्रै राम्रो जनशक्ति उत्पादन गर्ने कुराको कल्पना गर्न सकिन्छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य रञ्जु कुमारी झा, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, समय 3 मिनट छ। विषय चाहिँ मेरो अलिक गहन भइरहन्छ। आज फेरि म सुशासनमै राख्छु सभामुख महोदय। आफू बसेको कुर्सी आफ्नो बस्न योग्य छ कि छैन, वा बस्न लागेको कुर्सीमा बस्न चाहिने योग्यता आफूसँग छ कि छैन, यो दुवै विषय पनि सुशासनकै विषय हो सभामुख महोदय। त्यसकारण यसको लागि चाहिने महत्त्वपूर्ण अनिवार्य तत्त्व पनि हो सभामुख महोदय। सुशासनको लागि यो पनि एउटा महत्त्वपूर्ण तत्त्व हो कि आफ्नो लागि बस्ने कुर्सी आफूलाई छ कि छैन। यदि कुर्सीको योग्यता क्षमताभन्दा बढी अथवा त्यहाँ बस्ने व्यक्तिको योग्यता क्षमताभन्दा कम भयो भने, कोही व्यक्तिको योग्यता कुर्सीभन्दा बढी छ अथवा त्यो कुर्सीभन्दा कम छ भने त्यो कुर्सीको अवमूल्यन हुन्छ सभामुख महोदय। जुन कुरा अहिले पटक पटक हामी संसददेखि सरकारसम्म हेरिराखेका छौँ सभामुख महोदय। त्यसैले भनिया छ राइट म्यान राइट प्लेस चाहिन्छ सभामुख महोदय। यो पनि एउटा ठुलो सुशासनको कुरा हो सभामुख महोदय। अहिले के देख्यो सभामुख महोदय, संसदभित्र म केही तयारी गरेर त आउँदिनँ, यहाँ बोलेकै क्रममा म यहाँ लेख्छु र म बोल्न गइरहेछु सभामुख महोदय। त्यसैले सभामुख महोदय मैले के भन्न गइरहेछु भने, कोही पनि गार्जियनको सन्तान जब हुन्छ, मेरो सन्तानले अरूलाई गाली गरेछ मलाई थोरै गर्छ भन्ने सोचिराख्ने अभिभावकलाई फेरि त्यही सन्तानले जब अभिभावकलाई गाली गर्न थाल्छ अनि उसलाई रियलाइज हुन्छ कि मैले नानीदेखिको बानी आफ्नो सन्तानलाई किन सुधारेन सभामुख महोदय। अहिले संसदको अवस्था त्यही छ सभामुख महोदय। कोही सिनियर नेताहरूले कुनै बेला कोही गल्ती गरेको मान्छेलाई पनि, यही संसदभित्र कोही गल्ती गरेको सांसदलाई, म कसैको नाउँ भन्दिनँ, कुनै पार्टीको नाउँ भन्दिनँ, कुनै गल्ती गरेको सांसदले पनि राम्रै गरिराखेको छ भन्ने यही संसदभित्रका शीर्ष नेताहरूले आज त्यही व्यक्तिहरू देखाइराखेको खेल हामी हेरिराखेका छौँ सभामुख महोदय। मलाई बडो आश्चर्य लागिराखेको छ। डिसिप्लिन भन्ने कुरा के हो, संसदभित्र बसेर हामी कुन कुरा बोल्ने, कुन कुरा नबोल्ने, कुन कुरामा शङ्का गर्ने, कुन कुरामा उपशङ्का गर्ने, सभामुख महोदय यसको कुनै लिमिटेसन देखिराखेको छैन। यो हामी जस्तो सांसदको लागि बडो दुःखको कुरा हो सभामुख महोदय। पर्सनली मलाई साह्रै चित्त दुखिराखेको छ सभामुख महोदय। यहाँ हुनुपर्ने कुरा के भइराखेको छ के सभामुख महोदय। त्यसकारण यतातिर पनि सभामुख मार्फत म गम्भीर हुनलाई संसद सरकार दुइटैलाई आग्रह गर्छु सभामुख महोदय। त्यस्तै सभामुख महोदय एउटा फरक विषय फेरि राख्न गइरहेछु। यो फ्री भिसा फ्री टिकटको सुविधा सरकारले दिए पनि म्यान पावरहरूले जुन अहिले गइराखेका हाम्रा देशको कामदारहरू छ, यिनीहरूलाई म्यान पावरहरूले त्यो सुविधा दिइराखेको अवस्था छैन सभामुख महोदय। उनीहरूमाथि बढीभन्दा बढी पैसा असुली गर्ने काम गरिराखेका छ सभामुख महोदय। जस गम्भीर विषय हो। पूर्व श्रम मन्त्रीदेखि अहिलेको श्रम मन्त्री त 20औं चोटि श्रम मन्त्री भइसकेको, 20औं चोटि मन्त्री भइसकेको श्रम मन्त्री हुनुहुन्छ। यतातिर पनि उहाँको ध्यान आकर्षण होस् सभामुख महोदय। त्यस्तै सभामुख महोदय म फेरि अन्त्यमा कुरा के भन्न चाहन्छु सभामुख महोदय, अहिले हाम्रो जुन सार्वजनिक खरिद ऐन छ यसमा छिटो संशोधन गर्नुपर्छ सभामुख महोदय। किनभने अब योजना र के बजेट कार्यान्वयन गर्ने बेला आइराखेको छ सभामुख महोदय। यो ऐन संशोधन भएन भने फेरि लो बिडिङमा गर्ने, लो बिडिङमा परेकाहरूलाई चाहिँ योजना दिने र लो बिडिङमा काम हुँदा, जस्तै उदाहरणको लागि कोही 50 लाखको बजेट छ, 30 लाखमा काम हुन्छ, 20 लाख फेरि सरकारकोमा फ्रिज अथवा बजेट चाहिँ रकमान्तर हुने गरेको छ। त्यसकारण सभामुख महोदय, सार्वजनिक खरिद ऐनमा पनि छिटो संशोधन संसदभित्र आओस्, यो पनि म आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु। र अन्तमा फेरि पनि म भन्न चाहन्छु, सुशासनको यदि हामी एजेन्डा ल्याएको भने हामी एकअर्काले गाली नगरौँ, आफूलाई सुधारौँ। कबीर दासले भन्नुभएछ, बुरा जो खोजन मै चला, बुरा न मिलिया कोही, जो मन खोजन आप में मुझसे बुरा न कोही। आफूलाई कति बुरा छौँ त्यो पहिला अनुभव गरौँ, त्यसपछि अरूलाई बुराइ गरौँ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य अब्दुल खान, समय 3 मिनट। समयको सीमालाई ख्याल गरेर राख्नुहोला।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, गएको 28 गते त्रिशुली नदीमा बगेका 2वटा बस र बसमा सवार 65 जनाको खोजी कार्यमा एउटा मित्र देशले विज्ञ टोलीसहित खोजी कार्यमा सहयोग गर्दा अर्को मित्र राष्ट्र जनवादी गणतन्त्र चीनको महामहिमले बसमा सवार मधेसी, मुस्लिम, थारू, दलित समुदायका साथै सम्पूर्ण नेपाली र नेपालको दुखमा नुन छर्कने निन्दनीय अभिव्यक्ति यक्स टेस्टमा लेख्नु भएको छ। यसप्रति नेपाल सरकार गम्भीर हुनुपर्छ। यसरी हाम्रो आन्तरिक मामिलामा हस्तक्षेप र खलल गर्नु कुनै पनि देशको महामहिमले, राजदूतले गर्न सक्दैन। यस कुराप्रति नेपाली जनता सहन सक्दैन। सभामुख महोदय, सम्मानित सभामुखज्यू, बुधबार 9 साउन 2021 मा नयाँ पत्रिकामा एउटा हेडलाइन आएको छ, ट्रम्पको हत्या प्रयास रोक्न नसकेको भन्दै गुप्तचर सेवा प्रमुखद्वारा राजीनामा भन्ने एउटा समाचार छापिएको छ। सम्मानित सभामुखज्यू, यो समाचार छापिरहँदाखेरि हामीले नेपालको अलिकति तथ्याङ्क हेरौँ र त्यसपछि हामी विचार गरौँ कि हामी कहाँ अधिकारीहरू कतिको राजीनामा दिनुभएको छ, कतिको पनिसमेन्ट झेल्नु भएको छ भन्ने यो तथ्याङ्कले कसरी विश्लेषण गर्छ भन्ने कुरा म भन्न चाहन्छु। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, नेपालमा हत्या, हिंसा जस्ता घटनाहरू प्रतिदिन बढ्दै गएको छ। नेपाल प्रहरीका अनुसार आर्थिक वर्ष 2075-76 मा 6,968, आर्थिक वर्ष 2076-77 मा 7,155, आर्थिक वर्ष 2077-78 मा 8,059, आर्थिक वर्ष 2078-79 मा 8,510 र आर्थिक वर्ष 2079-80 मा 8,451 जना ज्यान सम्बन्धी अपराध भएको देखिन्छ। त्यस्तै मिति 2081 4-6 गतेका दिन सर्लाही जिल्लाका एक प्रतिष्ठित लोकप्रिय तथा राष्ट्रिय प्रजातन्त्र पार्टीका केन्द्रीय सदस्य एवं पूर्व भूमि सुधार राज्य मन्त्री रामचन्द्र राईको राति 11 बजेको समयमा धारिलो घरेलु हतियार प्रयोग गरी चन्द्रनगर गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 1 रतनपुर स्थित डेरामा उनको हत्या भएको घटना निन्दनीय र डरलाग्दो हो। सभामुख महोदय, सम्मानित सभामुख महोदय, मध्य प्रदेश प्रहरी कार्यालयको तथ्याङ्क हामीले हेरौँ, चालु आर्थिक वर्ष 2080-81 को चैत मसान्तसम्म कर्तव्य ज्यान सम्बन्धी 85वटा मुद्दा दर्ता भएका छन्। यस अवधिमा 85 जनाको हत्या भएको छ, जसमा 42 जना पुरुष, 34 जना महिला र 4 जना बालक र 5 जना बालिका छन्। सप्तरीको तथ्याङ्क हेर्दाखेरि 13 जनाको हत्या भएको छ। सिराहामा 10 जना, धनुषामा 11 जना, महोत्रीमा 7 जना, सर्लाहीमा 8 जना, रौतहाटमा 12 जना, बारामा 13 जना र पर्सामा 11 जनाको हत्या भएको तथ्याङ्क देखिएको छ। सम्मानित सभामुख महोदय, अब हामी आफै विचार गरौँ र आफै यसको एनालाइसिस गरौँ कि हाम्रो देशमा कतिजना अधिकारीहरूको निलम्बनमा परेछन्, कति अधिकारीहरू चाहिँ सेवाबाट वञ्चित भएछन्। यो तथ्याङ्क हामी आफै विश्लेषण गरौँ र हाम्रो देश कुन स्तरमा अहिले गइरहेको छ यसको एनालाइसिस पुरै सदनले गर्नुपर्छ। सम्मानित सभामुखज्यू मार्फत म सरकारको गम्भीर ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य प्रकाश अधिकारी, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, यो गएको यस 1 महिनाभित्र झन्डै दुर्घटनामा परेर, त्यो जहाज दुर्घटना होस् या बस दुर्घटना होस् अथवा केही गाडीहरू अरू दुर्घटना भयो, त्यो झन्डै 100 मान्छेको ज्यान गएको छ। केही दुर्घटनाहरू आकस्मिक होलान्, केही दुर्घटना त आकस्मिकै हुन्छ, तर कुनै दुर्घटनाहरू कस्तो भन्दाखेरि त्यति नभए पनि केही दुर्घटनाहरूले चाहिँ नि हामीलाई अहिले सोच्न बाध्य परेको छ, हुन्छ किन पटक पटक, खास गरिकन बर्खायाममा हाम्रो जस्तो बाटो छ, हरेक वर्ष पहिरोले गर्दाखेरि दुर्घटनामा परेका, अप्ठ्यारोमा परेका जनताहरूको इतिहास छ, तर त्यतातर्फ कुनै सरकारको ध्यान गएको छैन। यसै गरी जहाज दुर्घटना हुन्छ, लगभग हरेक वर्षै भइराखेको छ, तर त्यतातिर किन हुन्छ? एउटा केही आयोग बनाइदियो, केही कमिसन बनायो, त्यो आयोगले के रिपोर्ट दियो, के गर्ने हो, न त्यसलाई सजाय हुन्छ न उसलाई कुनै कुराको चाहिँ इनाम दिइन्छ। अर्थात् कतै जाँदैन, दुर्घटना भयो, सक्यो, त्यो आयोग बनायो, त्यसको प्रतिवेदन के आयो, के भयो, त्यसमा कुनै ध्यान सरकारको गएको देखिँदैन सभामुख महोदय। यसले हामीलाई गम्भीर बनाएको छ एकातर्फ भने, अर्कोतर्फ म के देख्दैछु भने हाम्रो संसदमा हामी चुनावको बेला चाहिँ जुहारी खेलिराखेका छौँ। सत्ताको लागि यो सत्ता किन बनायो, यो सत्ता किन बनायो भनेर यो सम्झौता रातारात किन गरियो, उता दिनका दिन उतापट्टि गएर किन गरियो, यस्ता बहसमा हामी फसेका छौँ। यस्तो बहस हामी गरिरहेछौँ, निरर्थक बहस। आफूले गर्दा ठिक, अरूले गर्दा बेठिक, यो मनस्थिति चाहिँ साह्रै चाहिँ अप्ठ्यारो स्थिति हो सभामुख महोदय। त्यस कारणले भन्छु, एउटा सानो कथा यो यसैमा सुनाइदिन्छु म। डाक्टरले चुरोट नखा भनेर बिरामी जाँच्दै गर्दाखेरि तपाईँले चुरोट खान हुँदैन है भनेर भन्दै थिए। डाक्टरकै हातमा चुरोट थियो, अनि बिरामीले भने तपाईँ नै चुरोट खाँदै हुनुहुन्छ, मलाई चाहिँ नखा भन्नुहुन्छ। होइन, यो खाने काम त मेरो हो, तपाईँको होइन के, तपाईँ नखानुहोस् न। अर्थात् सत्ता फेर्ने काम, जता गएर भए पनि अल्टीपल्टी गर्ने काम मेरो हो, अरूको होइन भन्ने मनस्थिति त्याग्नुपर्छ। तब आफू इमान्दार हो, अरूले चाहिँ यसो गर्यो भन्ने हक हुन्छ। यसकारण सभामुख महोदय, यस्ता निरर्थक बहसलाई पनि हामीले ध्यान दिउँ। मैले यति यो कुरालाई बताउँदै म अहिले आकाशिदो महँगी, म 1 मिनट मात्रै सभामुख महोदय, आकाशिदो महँगी छ, जनताका दैनिक जनजीवन कष्टकर हुँदै गइरहेको छ। त्यो दैनिक जनजीवन कष्टकर भइरहेको छ, मूल्य वृद्धि भइराखेको छ। अहिले बनेका अहिले मात्रै भएको होइन, यो भर्खर भएको यो सरकार बनेर भएको होइन, योभन्दा अगाडिको सरकारले पनि कन्ट्रोल गरेन, योभन्दा अगाडिको सरकारले पनि कन्ट्रोल गरेन। नेतृत्व जसको होस्, जो सरकारमा होस्, त्यसमा केही अर्थ भएन, तर गरेन, गर्नेतिरका कुनै पाइला पनि चालेको छैन। यो फाइल खोल्ने कि त्यो फाइल खोल्ने, तपाईँ यो फाइल खोलेर देखाइदिनुहोस्, मैले त यो फाइल खोलेँ। यस्ता बहसहरू भइरहेको छ। त्यो त फाइल खोल्ने कुराहरू त छँदैछ प्रक्रियामा, खुल्ला जाला, त्यसमा टाउको दुखाइ के भयो, उसले तैँले यो खोल्न पाउँदैनस्, मैले यो खोलिदिएँ, यस्ताले त हुँदैन। म ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु सरकारको, यस्तातिर होइन सभामुख महोदय मार्फत, कि जनता दैनिक जीवन महँगीले गर्दाखेरि, आकाशिदो महँगीले, अनेक कष्टहरूले गर्दाखेरि, अहिले के अरे यो प्राकृतिक प्रकोपले गर्दाखेरि धेरै प्रकारका कष्ट छ, त्यतातिर समाधान गर्नेतिर ध्यान जाओस्। म यति भन्दै बिदा हुन्छु, धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य रामप्रकाश चौधरी, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज मैले थारू आरक्षण कोटा लगायत अन्य आरक्षण कोटा दुरुपयोग भएको बारे संसदको ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, थारू कानुन व्यवसायी र हाल थारू आयोगकी माननीय सदस्य शान्ति मोदीले सर्वोच्च अदालतमा 2077 पुस र थारू कल्याणकारी सभाका महामन्त्री प्रेमीलाल चौधरी लगायतका थारू अगुवाहरूले 2079 माघ 24 गते हालेको रिट निवेदनको 2080 2/4 गते सर्वोच्चको पूर्ण पाठ फैसला अनुसार 9 महिनाभित्र ऐन बनाई क्षतिपूर्ति सहित आरक्षण कोटा दिने भन्ने आदेश भएको, तर हालसम्म 1 वर्ष 2 महिना 11 दिन बितिसक्दा पनि आरक्षण कोटा नछुट्याइएकोले थारू, मुस्लिम, अपाङ लगायत आदिवासी जनजाति महिला, मधेसी महिला, विपन्न खस आर्य महिला, थारू महिला, मुस्लिम महिला, अल्पसङ्ख्यक समूह आदि धेरै मार्कामा र राज्यबाट तिरस्कार भएको अनुभव गरिरहेको छ सभामुख महोदय। संविधान त 10-10 वर्षमा हुनुपर्ने पुनरावलोकन 17 वर्षसम्म पनि भएन। 17 वर्ष भइसक्दा पनि त्यो चाहिँ यसको पुनरावलोकन भएको छैन सभामुख महोदय। यसमा केही टाठा बाठाले यसको फाइदा उठाइरहेछ भने सोझा सादा थारू लगायतका अन्य समुदाय धेरै मार्कामा परेको छ। त्यस्तै कोशी, मधेस, लुम्नी, कर्णाली प्रदेश सरकारले आरक्षणको कोटा छुट्याए पनि प्रदेश लोक सेवाले चाहिँ त्यो कोटालाई मान्यता नदिएकोमा पनि ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहे सभामुख महोदय। त्यस्तै सभामुख महोदय, संसदको यही अधिवेशनबाट नभए अधिवेशन अन्त लगतै अध्यादेशबाट वा फास्ट ट्र्याकबाट थारू आरक्षण कोटा निर्धारणको लागि सभामुख मार्फत सरकारको ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। त्यस्तै
मान्य सदस्यको निर्धारित समय
सभामुख महोदय, मेरो निर्वाचन क्षेत्र सर्लाहीमा हत्या गरिएका पूर्व राज्य मन्त्री रामचन्द्र रायको हत्यामा प्रयोग गरिएका दोषी प्रमाणसहित अभियुक्तहरूलाई स्थानीय प्रहरीले सार्वजनिक गरेकोमा नेपाल प्रहरीका त्यहाँका एसपी र अनुसन्धान टिमलाई धन्यवाद तथा सेवा सुन्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्य गङ्गाराम चौधरी, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सदनमा पटक पटक बाढी पीडित किसान र मुक्त कमैयाको आवाज उठाउँदा पनि सरकार मौन छ। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, कैलाली क्षेत्र नम्बर 3 को हुलाकी राजमार्ग टिकापुर सत्ती कैलालीदेखि कैलालीको हौसलिया बजारसम्म एक पटक म सरकारलाई अनुगमन गर्न अनुरोध गर्दछु। त्यस ठाउँमा हुलाकी राजमार्गको उचाइ र त्यस सडकको वरिपरि रोपिएको धान बाली तथा अन्य बालीहरूको अवस्था र जमिन र घरको अवस्था एकदम दयनीय छ। खेतबारी पुरै समुद्र जस्तो देखिन्छ। 100% बाली नोक्सान भएको छ। किसानहरू के खाने कसरी बाँच्ने समस्यामा छन्। रोग किराहरूबाट भयभीत छन्। पानी पर्ने बित्तिकै सडकमा त्रिपाल मुनि बस्न बाध्य छन्। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, उच्च स्थानमा सुरक्षित बस्दा वन विभागले बसेको तहरा समेत भट्काएको ज्यादती गरेको रेकर्ड समेत छ। यसरी वर्षेनी कति पीडा सहने जनताले। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अन्तमा सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, कैलाली क्षेत्र नम्बर 3 भजनी नगरपालिका नेपाललाई विश्वमा चिनाउने डल्फिन भजनी नगरपालिकामा अहिले प्रशस्त पाइन्छ। गङ्गेटिक जातको डल्फिनको सँगै मगर गोही, घरियाल गोही र कछुवाहरू प्रशस्त देखिन्छ। पाइने नदीहरू मोहना नदी, कर्णाली नदी, काँढा नदी, कन्द्रा नदी, पथरैया नदीहरूमा अहिले डल्फिनहरू प्रशस्त देखिन्छ। गोहीहरू खेतमा कुलोमा पाइन्छ। त्यसैले सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अहिले स्वदेश र विदेशबाट डल्फिन हेर्नेहरूको भिडभाड छ। सुविधाको लागि बाटो छैन, सडक छैन, सुरक्षित नदी नालाहरूमा तटबन्ध छैन, नदीहरूको व्यवस्थापन छैन। त्यसैले सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, यस क्षेत्रलाई डल्फिन पर्यटन क्षेत्र घोषणा गरियोस् र तत्काल ती क्षेत्रलाई पर्यटन सांस्कृतिक तथा नागरिक उद्यान मन्त्री अहिले सुदूरपश्चिमकै बासी भएको हुनाले आफ्नै सुदूरपश्चिमलाई चिनाउने योजना यो डल्फिन क्षेत्रको लागि पर्यटन क्षेत्र घोषणा गरियोस् र त्यस क्षेत्रमा रहेका नदी नालाहरूको तटबन्ध गरियोस् भन्ने कामनासहित अन्तमा मैले मुक्त कमैयाका साथीहरूलाई जग्गा त वितरण गर्यो सरकारले, तर जङ्गलमा वितरण गर्यो। अहिले जङ्गलमा वितरण गरेको हुनाले रुख कटानीको निर्देशन भएको छैन। तत्काल त्यो मुक्त कमैयाहरूको बस्तीमा रुख कटानीको निर्देशन गरियोस् भन्ने ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य प्रेम सुवाल, समय 3 मिनट।
सभामुख महोदय, सरकारको आँखा सबै ठाउँमा नपुग्ने भएकाले प्रजातन्त्रमा आम सञ्चारलाई राज्यको चौथो अङ्ग वा जनताको आवाज बोल्ने प्रतिनिधिको रूपमा मानिन्छ। तर सरकारमा गएकाहरू आम सञ्चारलाई इज्जतपूर्वक र कर्तव्यबोधको आँखाले हेर्दैनन्। कहिलेकाहीँ सरकारहरू आम सञ्चारलाई विश्वास गर्न नहुने समेत उपदेश दिन्छन्। सरकारले आम सञ्चारलाई ऐनाको रूपमा लिनु जरुरी छ। विश्वप्रकाश मान्यजीले यही संसदमा बोल्नुभयो, गिरिबन्धु टी स्टेटको 70 बिघा जग्गा काङ्ग्रेसले बेचेको आरोप छ। यस प्रकरणमा काङ्ग्रेसको को व्यक्ति संलग्न भएका हुन् छानबिनको दायरामा ल्याइयोस्। आशंका गरिएका नक्कली भुटानी शरणार्थी प्रकरण र गिरिबन्धु टी स्टेटको जग्गा प्रकरणमा इमान्दार भएर अनुसन्धान हुनुपर्छ। अनुसन्धानले आफैमाथि प्रश्न खडा हुन सक्छ। यसबारे छानबिन गर्न सभामुखज्यूको निर्देशन जरुरी हुन्छ। म सभामुखज्यूसँग आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु। एउटा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय प्रसङ्ग, संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका, चीन, जर्मन, फ्रान्स लगायत देश र युरोपेली सङ्घ तथा अफ्रिकी सङ्घ सम्मिलित विश्वको 20 को समूह G20 का अर्थमन्त्रीहरूको साउन 12 गतेको बैठकले विश्वका धनीहरूसँग कर बढाउने प्रस्ताव अगाडि बढाएको छ। सार्वजनिक भएअनुसार विश्वका 1% धनीले पहिलो 1 दशकमा 42 खर्ब अमेरिकी डलर आम्दानी गरेका छन्। यो रकम विश्वको तल्लो तहमा रहेका 50% जनसङ्ख्याको कुल सम्पत्ति भन्दा 38 गुणाले बढ्दो छ। हाल विश्वका धनाढ्यले आफ्नो सम्पत्तिको 0.3% मात्र कर तिर्ने गरेका छन्। विश्वका 3000 धनाढ्यले वर्षेनी 2% मात्र कर तिरे 200 देखि 300 अर्ब अमेरिकी डलर सङ्कलन हुन सक्ने र यो रकमले संसारका शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य तथा जलवायु परिवर्तनका चुनौतीसँग लड्न सक्ने अर्थशास्त्रीहरूको मत रहेको छ। बोस्टन परामर्श समूहले सन् 2023 को प्रतिवेदन अनुसार युक्रेनमा रुस विरुद्ध अमेरिकी छडम युद्ध र इजरायली फाँसीवादद्वारा प्यालेस्टाइनमा जातीय नरसंहार र भूमि कब्जा, यसअघिको कोभिड-19 महामारी सङ्कटले पुँजीबारी आर्थिक सङ्कट लगायत आदि कारणले विश्व अर्थतन्त्र स्वाहा भइरहेको बेला संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका र पश्चिमा युरोपका लगानीकर्ता र शासक वर्गको सम्पत्ति 4000 खर्ब युरोसम्म बढ्यो। साम्राज्यवादी देशहरूले सैन्य कारबाहीमा खर्च गरिरहेको खरबौँ डलरको भार कामदार वर्गलाई तिराउँदैछन्। सन् 1990 को दशकको आरम्भतिर गरिएको एक अध्ययन अनुसार विश्वका 10% धनाढ्यका सम्पत्ति विश्वका आधा गरिब जनसङ्ख्याको सम्पत्तिभन्दा 50 गुणा बढी थियो। धनाढ्यहरूको नाङ्गो नाच अचाकले बढ्यो। संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका र पश्चिमा युरोपको तुच्छ ज्याला दरले गर्दा त्यहाँका 5 बालबालिकामध्ये 1 जना गरिबीको मारमा छन् र सम्पत्तिको असमान वितरण छ। यो स्थितिमा धनकुबेरहरूलाई
माननीय सदस्य यहाँको समय सकिएको छ।
सकाएँ धनकुबेरहरूलाई उचित कर होइन बरु तिनको धन सामाजिकरण गर्नुपर्ने आवाज उठिरहेको छ। नेपाल सरकारको राजस्व चालु खर्च नपुग्ने अवस्थामा भएको हुनाले एमाले कम्युनिस्ट र नेका समाजवादी पार्टी भए नेपालीको सम्पत्तिको सीमाङ्कन र विदेशमा सम्पत्ति राख्न नपाउने कानुन बनाउन लगाउन जरुरी छ। यसले न्यून ज्याला, खराब कार्यस्थल लगायत अन्य विषयमा हुने हडताल र सङ्घर्षलाई सम्बोधन गर्नेछ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य प्रभु शाह, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, राज्यले गरिब जनतासँग मजाक गरिरहेको छ, खुलमखुला अत्याचार गरिरहेको छ। सरकारले घर निर्माणको जिम्मा लिएको घर समयमा निर्माण नहुँदा हजारौँ गरिब दलितहरू अहिले बर्खाको याममा बिमारिरहेछन्। खुला आकाश मुनि नारकीय जीवन बिताउन विवश छ। सरकारहरू चेन्ज हुन सक्छ तर सरकार चेन्ज हुँदैमा ती गरिबमाथि अत्याचार गर्न मिल्छ कि मिल्दैन? राज्य भनेको अविछिन्न उत्तराधिकारवाली संस्था हो। यो यदि मान्यता यदि हामी स्वीकार्छौँ भने ती गरिबका घरहरू टाइममा बन्नुपर्नेको हो कि होइन? सरकारको तह चेन्ज हुँदैमा, सरकारको प्रकृति चेन्ज हुँदैमा ती गरिबसँग मात्र अत्याचार गर्न मिल्छ? जनता आवास भन्ने कार्यक्रम केन्द्र सरकारले सुरु गर्यो। हजारौँ घरहरू निर्माणको प्रक्रिया सुरु गरे। जब यो सङ्घीयता भयो झन्डै 74-75 सालमा 10,000 कर्मागत योजना, मध्य प्रदेशमा मात्रै 10,000 कर्मागत योजनासहित ती घर निर्माणको जिम्मा प्रदेश सरकारलाई दिए। राज्यको दायित्व हो, त्यो जिम्मा लिइसकेपछि बनाउनु पर्ने हो। तर आज हामी हेरिरहेछौँ कसैको घर 25% निर्माण भएको छ, कसैको 50% निर्माण भएको छ, कसैको 80% छन्। ती निर्माणकर्ताहरू अहिले ऋणमा डुबेको छ, नारकीय जीवन बिताइरहेका छन् र कोही जवाबदेही छैन। मध्य प्रदेश सरकारमा 10,000 जो कर्मागत योजनाहरू गयो पठाउने केन्द्र सरकारसँग सोध्न चाहन्छु, त्यसको अवस्था के छ? एकचोटि सदनलाई जानकारी गराउनुहोस्। तपाईँले जे रेकर्ड दिनुभएको थियो मध्य प्रदेश सरकारलाई, जसको पैसा पनि पठाउनु भयो, त्यो किन बनेन? ती मधेसका दलितसँग मजा गर्न मिल्छ कि मिल्दैन? ती गरिबसँगको भविष्यसँग खेलवाड गर्न मिल्छ कि मिल्दैन? त्यसलाई ऋणमा डुबाउन मिल्छ कि मिल्दैन? तपाईँले नैतिक दायित्व केही बन्छ कि बन्दैन? जसको तपाईँ सम्झौता गर्नुभयो, घर बनाउने कमिटमेन्ट गर्नुभयो, केही रकम पनि दिनुभयो र आज बेवारिसै छन्, त्यसको कोही जवाबदेही छैन। आज मध्य प्रदेशको हालत हेर्नुहुन्छ भने योजना पछि आयोजना छ। केही वर्ष अगाडि त्यहाँ महेन्द्र नारायण निधि आवास आयोजना सुरु भयो। सभामुख महोदय, 5,000 घर सुरु भइसकेको छ। 3 वर्ष अगाडिदेखि निर्माण भइरहेको, अहिलेसम्म निर्माण सम्पन्न भएको 690 हो। बाँकी घरहरू अल्पत्र छन्, त्यसको कोही जवाबदेही छैन। अहिलेको सरकारले मदन भण्डारी विपन्न आवास योजना, त्यसको लागि अहिले 9 करोड छुट्याएको छ। यसरी सरकार पछि दलितसँग मजाक गर्ने? अहिले केपीजीकै नाउँमा राख्नु, शेरबहादुर ज्यूकै नाउँमा राख्नु योजना, तर गरिबको घर बन्नुपर्छ, यति हो हाम्रो भनाइ। शासकहरू त जसरी चेन्ज हुनुहुन्छ, मन्त्री सचिवहरू चेन्ज हुन्छ, सोफा हटाउनुहुन्छ, कार्पेट हटाउनुहुन्छ, कुर्सी पनि पुरानो चल्दैन, व्यक्ति पछि सबै सेट नयाँ हुनुपर्छ, पुरानो भइहाल्छ 1 महिना अगाडि किनेको भने यी दलितहरूको जसको नेतृत्व तपाईँ गर्नुहुन्छ, यसरी नैतिकताले मिल्छ कि मिल्दैन? केन्द्र सरकार जसले यो सेलेक्ट गरे, त्यति बेला सांसदहरूले सेलेक्ट गर्थे, ती सांसदहरूको दायित्व बन्छ कि बन्दैन? त्यति बेलाको सरकार जसले प्रदेशलाई जिम्मा दिए, त्यसको दायित्व बन्छ कि बन्दैन? ती किन बनेन भन्ने प्रश्न छ। अहिले भर्सा चलिरहेको छ। ती दलितहरूको नारकीय जीवन र व्यवस्थाको हामी बेहाल अवस्था छ। तिनीहरू झन् ऋणमा डुबिरहेछ। त्यसको सम्बोधन होस् भन्ने माग गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य अमरेश कुमार सिंह, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, म यहाँ केही प्रश्न राख्नको लागि उभिएको होइन, किन प्रश्न गर्ने हैसियत पनि छैन र प्रश्न गर्ने बेला पनि छैन, किनकि हनीमुन पिरियड सरकारको चलिरहेछ। तर याचना गर्नको लागि मैले यहाँ उभिएको छु। याचना त गर्न पाउँछु। मेरो 2टा याचना छ। एउटा, देशको केही महान व्यक्तित्वहरू विभिन्न प्रदेशमा मन्त्री भइसक्नु भएको छ, केही छुट्नु भएको छ। महान व्यक्तित्वमा जसरी राजीव गुरुङ उर्फ दीपक मनाङ्गे, सरोज थापा उर्फ रोज राणा, मधु कुमार श्रेष्ठ, मीन कृष्ण महर्जन र बासा कुर्मी, यति महान व्यक्तित्व मन्त्री भइसक्नु भएको छ। केही महान व्यक्तित्व छुट्नु भएको छ। मिलन गुरुङ उर्फ चक्रे, बलराम सापकोटा उर्फ बल्ले, गणेश लामा, राजु गोर्खाली, बाघे लामा, दावा तामाङ, रमेश बाहुन, एकाध केही थप व्यक्ति मन्त्री बन्नुपर्ने, तर मलाई लाग्छ आउँदो दिनमा बन्छन्, किनकि हाम्रो गणतन्त्र स्वर्णकालबाट गुज्रिराखेका छन्। तेस्रो, नेपाल प्रहरीले 2टा होनहार राष्ट्रिय व्यक्तित्वलाई इन्काउन्टर गरेर उसको भविष्य सिद्ध्याएको छ। त्यस्ता होनहारलाई अनि चरी भन्ने दिनेश अधिकारी उर्फ चरी र कुमार घैटे भन्ने कुमार शेष भन्नेको घैटे, यो 2टा महान व्यक्तित्वलाई हत्या नगरेको भए, इन्काउन्टर नगरेको भए नेपाल प्रहरी यो पनि पालो पालो मन्त्री बनिसकेका हुन्थ्यो। एउटा म त्यो याचना गर्न चाहन्छु कि बाँकी छुटेकोलाई चाँडै मन्त्री बनाइयोस्, मनोनित गरेर बनाइयोस् या कुनै देशको राजदूत बनाएर पठाइयोस्। दोस्रो याचना गर्न चाहन्छु संविधानको तत्त्व। संविधान समावेशी सिद्धान्तलाई अङ्गीकार गरेको छ। यदि यही 2072 को संविधान छ भने, मलाई अहिलेसम्म त्यो संविधानको निर्माता मध्ये पनि म छु। एउटा मन्त्री परिषदका मुख्य निर्णय, राष्ट्रिय योजना आयोगका उपाध्यक्षदेखि सदस्यहरू, 18 देशका राजदूतका नियुक्ति, 3वटा प्रदेश फेरिएको, 22 जना सचिव फेरिएको र धेरै चिज फेरिए पनि त्यसमा एउटा पनि मधेसी, दलित, मुस्लिम तथा सीमाङ्कृत या पिछडिएको समुदायबाट राजदूतमा सिफारिस नहुने, यसलाई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण भनिन्छ। यसले समानुपातिक समावेशी तथा नेपालको संविधानलाई धज्जी उडाएको छ। कथित मधेसी दलको पूर्ण समर्थनमा रहेको सरकार यस्तो कार्य हुनुमा आफैमा लज्जास्पद छ। चुनावको बेलामा समुदायसँग गरेको वाचाप्रति धोका प्रमाणित हुन्छ। मैले यो पनि याचना गर्न चाहन्छु, 1 मिनट मैले आग्रह गर्छु, याचना गर्छु मैले कि 1 मिनट थपिदिउँ, किनकि मैले लेखेर ल्याएको छु, यसलाई म तुरन्तै सघाउँछु। म यो पनि याचना गर्न चाहन्छु, म यो भन्न खोजेको होइन कि महाभारतमा जसरी भीष्म पितामहसँग प्रश्न आज पनि गरिरहेको छ, विदुरसँग आज पनि प्रश्न गरिरहेको छ, त्यस्तै एमालेका छविलाल विश्वकर्मा, माननीय प्रभु हजरा, माननीय श्री रिजाल, काङ्ग्रेसका माननीय जीवन परियार मानबहादुर विश्वकर्मा, मिनुबहादुर विश्वकर्मासँग इतिहासले प्रश्न पुग्छ कि तपाईँले त्यो एमाले र काङ्ग्रेसको नवरत्न हुनुहुन्थ्यो, हाम्रो समुदायको हालत के भयो। म यो पनि भन्न चाहन्न कि एमालेका सराज अहमद फारुकी, काङ्ग्रेसका फर्मुला मन्सुरसँग मुस्लिम समुदायले प्रश्न सोध्छ कि हाम्रो प्रतिनिधित्व खोइ, त्यो पनि मैले सोध्न खोजेको होइन। त्यस्तै मधेसी समुदायको रघुवीर महाशेठजी, राजकुमार गुप्ता, महेन्द्र यादव, अजय चौरसियासँग पनि प्रश्न इतिहासले सोध्छ, म पनि यो पनि भन्न खोजेको होइन। दोस्रो कुरा, थारू समुदायको राजकुमार लेखीदेखि ले उमाकान्त चौधरीदेखि तेजुलाल चौधरीदेखि दलितमा एउटा सन्तोष प्रियाको नाउँ छुट्याएको छु, उहाँसँग प्रश्न गर्छ, यो मैले भन्न खोजेको होइन। मैले यो पनि प्रश्न भन्न खोजेको होइन कि सरकारमा सम्मिलित पार्टीहरू माननीय महन्त ठाकुर, माननीय उपेन्द्र यादव, माननीय सीके राउत प्रभु र विपक्षमा रहेको प्रभु शाह र प्रदीप यादव, नवल किशोर शाह, अमरेश कुमार सिंह, रञ्जिता श्रेष्ठसम्म इतिहासले प्रश्न पुग्छ कि तपाईँहरू त्यहाँ के थियो, अकबरको दरबारको नवरत्न थियो कि त्यहाँ तपाईँहरूको सहभागिताको पनि संविधानको कार्यान्वयनको लागि पनि त्यहाँ उभिया थियो। मैले यो याचना गरेको हो। म सरकारसँग प्रश्न गर्ने हैसियत पनि राख्दैन, किनकि सरकारसँग प्रश्न गऱ्यो भने मेरो माइक कट हुन्छ, यति मलाई विश्वास छ। त्यस कारणले सरकारसँग प्रश्न गर्नै हुँदैन। त्यस कारणले मैले याचना, एउटा याचक, संविधान बनाएको एउटा याचक पढेलेकोले याचना गर्दैछु, राज्यको समावेशी सिद्धान्तलाई दुईटा ठुला दल मिलेर नाच्नको। मैले सभामुखलाई याद होला, मैले समर्थन दिँदाखेरि भनेको थिएँ, दुईटा हात्तीको प्यार पनि बाली नाश गर्छ र झगडा पनि बाली नाच्छ। नेपाल जस्तो सर्वजातीय, बहुजातीय, बहुभाषिक, बहुधार्मिक फुलबारीलाई साना फुलहरू नमासेस्, ठुला हात्तीको प्यारले यो हनीमुन पिरियड छ, यति म आग्रह गर्दै दिसो अन्त गर्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य मैना कार्की, समय 10 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, म आज केही कुरा राख्न यहाँ चाहिराखेको छु। यो 2052 साल फागुन 1 गतेदेखि सशस्त्र द्वन्द्व सुरु भयो र मक्सिर 2063 मक्सिर 5 गते यो शान्ति प्रक्रिया चाहिँ शान्ति टुङ्गोमा पुग्यो। शान्ति प्रक्रियामा यो रूपान्तरण भयो। तथापि पनि अहिले म बोल्न बाध्य छु र विवश छु। धेरै लामो समयसम्म हामीले चाहिँ न्यायको पर्खाइमा यो शान्ति प्रक्रिया टुङ्ग्याउनु पर्छ, हामीले न्याय पाउनुपर्छ भनेर अवरत म 30 वर्षकै थिएँ, मेरो श्रीमान पनि 30 वर्षकै उमेरमा फरक विचार राखेको आधारमै एउटा शक र डस्टर लिएर पढाउन गएको टिचरलाई हत्या गरियो। साना 2-3 महिनाका बच्चाहरू लालाबाला ती 3वटा हुर्काउँदै समाजका विभिन्न लालछना, विभिन्न आरोप, प्रति आरोप हामीप्रति हेर्ने दृष्टिकोणलाई मैले पार गर्दै यो ठाउँमा हामी न्यायको भिख माग्दै अवरत यो 20-22 वर्षसम्म हामी न्याय माग्दै अवरत लाग्यौँ। तथापि पनि यो 3वटा दलको एउटा कार्यदल बन्यो। मानवाधिकार समितिमा यो विधेयक थियो र यो विधेयकले सत्य पीडितकै न्यायको पक्षमा हुन्छ भन्ने हामी आशा र पर्खाइमा थियौँ। तथापि पनि यो 3वटा दलका 3 जनाको कार्य समिति बन्यो। अहिले विडम्बना 75% घटी सजाए भनेर चाहिँ यहाँ ल्याइयो। यसले हामीलाई एकदम भतभती पोलिराखेको छ। यो सुनेपछि कतिपय पीडितहरूलाई निर्दा पनि लागेको छैन, भोक पनि लागेको छैन। सभामुख महोदय, म भन्न चाहन्छु, द्वन्द्वमा थुप्रै 17,000 भन्दा धेरै मान्छेहरू मारिए, 3,000 भन्दा बढी बेपत्ता पारिए। तथापि पनि पहिले कुरो त यो वर्गीकरण गरिदिनुहोस् भन्छु म। कुन चाहिँ हिजो सशस्त्र थिए, कुन निशस्त्र थिए? हाम्रा परिवारका सदस्यहरू, धेरै परिवारका के अरे अभिभावकहरू निशस्त्र थिए। उनीहरूसँग एउटा कुटो कोदालो थियो, किसानी गर्ने, कतिको हातमा चक्र डस्टर थियो कि स्कुल पढाउने, कतिको हातमा थियो घाँस काट्नलाई हँसिया। यसरी चाहिँ खेत जोड्न लागेका किसानहरू मारिएका छन्। यिनीहरू सशस्त्र थिए, यिनीहरूको हातमा चाहिँ हतियार थियो। अनि यस्ता व्यक्तिहरूलाई आज चाहिँ 75% छुट भनेर एउटा अदालतले निर्क्यौल गर्ने कुरा 3 जना कार्यदलले गरेकोमा हामी एकदमै आशावादी निराशवादी भएका छौँ र आज मलाई जिल्लाबाट गाउँ टोलबाट मलाई फोन गरिराखेका छन्। तपाईँ हिजो न्यायको अभियानमा 20औं वर्षसम्म लाग्नुभयो, तथापि अहिले प्रतिनिधि सभामा प्रतिनिधित्व हुनुहुन्छ, त्यहाँ तपाईँले बोल्न सक्नुहुन्छ, नेताहरूलाई भेटेर भन्न सक्नुहुन्छ। त्यसैले तपाईँको हाम्रो आवाज त्यहाँ बुलन्द गरिदिनुहोस् भनेर मैले आज यहाँ बोल्न बाध्य भएकी छु। हामीले खोजिराखेका थियौँ सत्य, न्याय र परिपूर्ण। हाम्रा श्रीमानहरू, हाम्रा अभिभावकहरू कहिले पनि फिर्ता आउनुहुन्न, हामीले यो बुझिराखेकै छौँ। हामीले फिर्ता ल्याइदिनुहोस् पनि भनेका छैनौँ। हामीलाई हाम्रा श्रीमानहरू किन हत्या भए, किन बेपत्ता पारिए, त्यो चाहिँ हामीलाई सत्य चाहिन्छ भनेका थियौँ। सँगसँगै हामीलाई न्याय पनि चाहिएको छ र अरू सँगसँगै हामीलाई परिपूर्ण पनि चाहिन्छ भनेर आम द्वन्द्व पीडितहरूको माग हामीले यही नै गरेका थियौँ। कुनै पनि पीडितलाई, कुनै 1-2 जना पीडितलाई हामीलाई न्याय चाहिँदैन भनेर भन्नुभएको होला या नभन्नु भएको होला। उहाँहरूको त्यो खुसीको कुरा हो, उहाँहरूको विवेकको कुरा हो। कसैले मलाई न्याय चाहिँदैन, मलाई मेरो अभिभावक, मेरो परिवारको सदस्य गुमाइसकेपछि मलाई कुनैलाई सजाय दिन पर्दैन भन्ने पनि उहाँहरूको विवेकको कुरा होला, उहाँ त्यसको अधिकारको कुरा होला। 1-2 जना पीडितका कुरालाई लिएर अब पीडितहरूलाई के अरे सजाय नै गर्नु पर्दैन पीडकलाई भन्ने भनाइलाई गलत अभिव्यक्ति गरेर यसरी गरेकोलाई हामी एकदमै दुखी छौँ। त्यस कारणले पनि म यो मानवाधिकार समिति र यो बनेको 3 जनाको कार्यदल लगायत सिङ्गो संसदलाई पनि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। टिआरसी बिलमा पीडकलाई 75% घटी सजाय गरी 3 दलीय सहमति भएको सूचना आएको छ। यसरी राखेको प्रावधानमा विरुद्ध पर्ने मुद्दाको प्रक्रिया झन् लम्बिन्छ। यसरी चाहिँ जो 3 दलीय 75% चाहिँ सजाय घटी बनाइदिनु भयो र यो चाहिँ अदालतमा फेरि पीडित तर्फबाट फेरि मुद्दा पर्यो भने यो प्रक्रिया अझै लम्बिन्छ। हामी किनकि छिटै यो चाहिँ न्याय पाऊँ भन्ने हाम्रो इच्छा थियो। तथापि पनि यसरी लम्बिने प्रक्रिया नगरियोस् भन्न चाहिँ म चाहन्छु। अर्को कुरा, सजाय कति दिने, के गर्ने अदालतको कुरा हो। अदालतले कति सजाय दिन्छ, उसले चाहिँ कति साँची प्रमाणहरू जुटाउन सक्छ, त्यो अदालतको कुरा हो। यहाँ कुनै पनि 3 जनाले मात्र यति सजाय घटाउँछु र बढाउँछु भन्न पाइँदैन भन्ने यो हाम्रो पीडितहरू, आम पीडितहरूको पनि यो मागको कुरा हो। नेपालको संविधानको धारा 18 को मुलुकी देवानी संहितामा को दफा 17 र 18 मा कुनै पनि आधारमा भेदभाव गर्न पाइँदैन भन्ने व्यवस्था गरिएको छ। यही अवस्था एकै प्रकारका अपराधका एकै गम्भीरताका आधारमा दिइने दण्डको व्यवस्था नेपालको राणा शासनकालमा जातको आधारमा दण्ड दिने व्यवस्थामा लागेको थियो। त्यति बेला राणा शासनमा कति कुनै जातलाई घटी सजाय, कुनै जात मारिएकोमा बढी सजाय भन्ने गरेको थियो। त्यही नै यहाँ लागू गर्न खोज्नु भएको हो कि भन्ने हामी पीडितको आम बुझाइ छ। त्यसै कारणले सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्याय, आन्तरिक न्याय प्रक्रिया सहयोग मात्र होइन, नियत कानुन व्यवस्था प्रतिकूल विधेयकको राख्न खोजिएकोमा यो चाहिँ फिर्ता गर्नुपर्छ। यो 75% राख्नलाई यो चाहिँ फिर्ता गरियोस् भन्ने पनि म अनुरोध गर्दछु। यसै गरेर विधेयकको घटी सजायमा माग गर्ने गरी लागेको व्यवस्था कुनै आदन कारण छैन। कुन कारणले तपाईँहरू 75% राख्दै हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि म यहाँ सोध्न चाहन्छु। सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्याय टुङ्ग्याउन भन्ने आफैमा गलत सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्याय व्याख्या गरिराख्नु भएको छ। सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्याय टुङ्ग्याउने होइन, भर्खर सुचारू गर्दैछु भनेर यहाँ भन्नुहोस्। यहाँ कुनैले सत्य पनि थाहा पाएको छैन, न्याय पनि पाएको छैन, परिपूर्ण पनि पाएको छैन। कसरी यो टुङ्ग्याउँछु भनेर भन्नुभएको छ। बरु सुचारू गर्छौँ र न्याय दिलाउँछु भनेर तपाईँहरूले यो व्याख्या गर्नुहोस् र यो भनिदिनुहोस् भन्न म चाहन्छु। सजाय घटाउनको लागि मुलुकी फौजदारी कार्यविधि संहिताको दफा 32 र 33 लाई आधार लिएर यो झुक्क्याउने खेल गरिएको छ। यसलाई नै यहाँमा टेकेर तपाईँहरूले झुक्क्याउने खेल गरिराख्नु भएको छ भन्न म चाहन्छु। सत्य ऐन मुलुकी ऐन अन्तर्गतको ऐन होइन, विशेष ऐन हो। विशेष प्रकृतिका अवस्थालाई मात्र सजाय छुट हुने हो। सबै अभियुक्तले सजाय पनि पाउँदैनन्, सबै अभियुक्त चाहिँ के अरे सजायको भागीदार पनि हुँदैनन्। यो कुनै कानुनमा सबैलाई छुट दिने माग कानुनमा पनि छैन। त्यस कारणले पनि बुझ्न जरुरी छ म भन्न चाहन्छु। अर्को सँगसँगै तपाईँहरूले अदालतको, सर्वोच्च अदालतको फैसला र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय कानुनको मापदण्डमा टेकेर चाहिँ यो कानुन बनाउनुहोस् भनेर हामीले बारम्बार तपाईँहरूलाई अनुरोध गऱ्यौँ। हाम्रो पीडितहरूको पनि सधैँ माग तपाईँहरूलाई भेटेर भिख मागे जस्तै गरेर हामीले भिख मागे जस्तै बारम्बार भिख माग्यौँ। आज तपाईँहरू सोध्नु तपाईँहरूलाई पीडा छैन, हामीलाई पीडा छ। मेरो श्रीमान किन मारियो मैले खोज्न नपाउने, मेरो श्रीमानको हातमा चाहिँ हतियार थियो, मेरो श्रीमान कसैलाई हत्या गर्न गएको थियो, त्यो सत्य मैले जान्न पाउनुपर्छ। मैले मात्रै होइन, मेरो शेषपछि मेरा बच्चाले पनि यसको खोजी गर्नेछन्। मैले सही दिउँला, म आज माननीयको फुली लगाएको छु, तपाईँले सही दे भन्नु होला, सही दिउँला, तर मेरा बच्चाले सहने कि नसहने कुरो यहाँनिर पनि छ। त्यस कारणले पनि एकदम गइदिएर निर्णय लिनको लागि म अनुरोध गर्दछु। अर्को कुरा, तपाईँहरूले अदालतले सिफारिस समिति बना भन्यो, त्यो सिफारिस समिति बनेको आज कति दिन भयो? त्यो सिफारिस समितिमा कस्ता व्यक्तिहरू पठाउनु भयो र तिनी सिफारिस समितिहरूले कस्ता आयुक्तहरू छान्दैछन्? हिजो 8 वर्षसम्म आयोगहरू बने, आयुक्तहरू कस्ता बने? हाम्रा दिएका मुद्दाहरू फोटा खिचेर नेताहरूका घर घरमा पुर्याउने आयुक्तहरू बने। त्यसै कारणले पनि हामी विश्वस्त छैनौँ। त्यस कारणले हामी आयोग निष्पक्ष स्वतन्त्र बनोस्, पीडितलाई न्याय दिलाउने, सत्य न्याय परिपूर्ण दिलाउने बनोस् भन्ने हाम्रो भावना छ। अर्को कुरा म दलहरूलाई भन्न चाहन्छु, तपाईँहरूले मात्रै निर्णय गरेर चल्दैन, पीडितको सहमति चाहिन्छ। आम पीडितहरूले ठिक छ यो बनाउनुहोस् भन्नुहुन्छ भने तपाईँहरू बनाउनुहोस्, होइन भने फेरि यो पछि धकेलिन्छ, फेरि अदालतमा मुद्दा पर्छ, फेरि लम्बिन्छ। त्यस कारणले हामीलाई न्याय छिटो चाहिएको छ। यसरी लम्ब्याइराखेर लिङ्गिरिङ गरेर म मरिसकेपछि मलाई न्याय चाहिएको छैन। यो मैले एउटा पात्रको रूपले मात्रै म बोलेको छु, यो आम द्वन्द्व पीडितको भनाइ हो। त्यसै कारणले पनि यो विधेयक बनाउँदाखेरि कम्तीमा द्वन्द्व पीडितहरूको भेला गरेर द्वन्द्व पीडितहरूको इच्छा आकाङ्क्षा सुनेर उनीहरूलाई के गरे न्याय हुन्छ हो। हामीले भनेको 100% माग चाहिँ 100% हाम्रा भनेका पनि नहोला सक्लान्, तर कम्तीमा यति भयो हामीले कम्प्रोमाइज गर्न सक्छौँ है भनेर पीडितको भनाइ त तपाईँहरूले सुनिदिनु पर्यो नि। त्यस कारणले पनि यसरी चाहिँ बनाउनु होला भन्ने पनि म अनुरोध गर्दछु। तपाईँहरूले हामीलाई खोजेर, तपाईँहरूले हामीलाई भिक्टिमहरूलाई खोजेर कम्तीमा तपाईँहरूको भनाइ के छ है भन्नु सोध्नु खोजेको कुरा हामीले नेताहरूलाई खोजी भेटी के छ हजुर भनेर कोट्याइ तपाईँहरूसित भिख मागे जस्तै हामीले मागिराखेका छौँ। त्यस कारणले पनि कम्तीमा पीडितमुखी भइदिनुहोस् भन्ने म अनुरोध गर्छु। आज हरेक महिलाहरू गर्भदेखि टुरा बच्चा भर्खर बिहे गरेको 5 दिनमा श्रीमान हत्या व्यवस्था भएका परिवारहरू जिल्लाबाट मलाई फोन गर्छन्। राति 12 बजेदेखि बिहानसम्म पनि मलाई फोन गर्छन्। मैले के जवाफ दिउँ? तपाईँ संसदमा हुनुहुन्छ, तपाईँ बोल्न पर्छ, तपाईँले नेताहरूसित यस्ता कुराहरू राख्नुपर्छ भनेर उहाँहरूले मलाई बारम्बार घचघच्याइरहनुहुन्छ। मलाई आफैमा पनि मैले न्यायको पर्खाइमा लामो रूपमा थिएँ। 75% छुट दिने भने 100% छुट गराउनु न त। न्याय दिँदैनौँ भनिदिनुहोस्, हामीलाई यो देशमा न्याय पाइँदैन, तपाईँहरू जहाँ जानुहुन्छ जानुहोस् भनिदिनुहोस्। हामी जे सकौँला त्यही गरौँला, सके हामी न्याय मागौँला, नसके हामी त्यसै बसौँला। यो एकदमै यो अप्ठ्यारो परिस्थितिमा तपाईँहरू हुनुहुन्थ्यो, हामीले पनि बुझेका छौँ। तथापि पनि कम्तीमा पीडितहरूलाई समावेश गराएर यो के अरे ऐनलाई, यो कानुनलाई अगाडि बढाउनु पर्थ्यो। हामीले यो ऐन आउँदाखेरि नै, यहाँ टेबल हुँदाखेरि नै मैले सैद्धान्तिक छलफलमा पनि भाग लिएको थिएँ। मैले संशोधन पनि हालेको थिएँ। दफावार छलफलमा पनि हामीले आफ्ना कुराहरू राखेका थियौँ। ती दफावार छलफलमा हामीले राखेका कुराहरू के अरे तपाईँहरूले पुरा गर्नुभयो। त्यस कारणले पनि अब भन्ने आयुक्तहरू निष्पक्ष स्वतन्त्र हुन्। अब भन्ने यो सिफारिस समितिले आयुक्तहरू राम्रा ल्याउन्। यो ऐन कानुनमा कम्तीमा पीडितमुखी होस्, पीडितलाई यति भयो हामीले न्यायको अनुभूति गर्छौँ है भन्ने कानुन ल्याइदिनको लागि म अनुरोध गर्छु। तथापि पनि फेरि तपाईँहरूले गलत कानुन ल्याउने र फेरि अदालतमा मुद्दा पर्ने र लम्बिने प्रक्रिया नगरिदिनको लागि म मानवाधिकार समिति, यो 3 जनाको कार्यदल र सिङ्गो नेपाल सरकार र राजनीतिक दललाई म अनुरोध गर्दै बिदा हुन्छु। हस्त, धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, जय नेपाल।
माननीय सदस्य अच्युत प्रसाद मैनाली, समय 7 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सदनमा जनताको विषयमा रोचक ढङ्गले बहस भइरहेको छ। यो हामीले अँगालेको लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्र, समावेशिता र समानुपातिक प्रणालीको पनि यो उपलब्धि हो जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। र बहुप्रतिभाशाली मान्यज्यूहरू संसदमा उपस्थित हुनुभएको छ। यो सकारात्मक कुरा हो। विभिन्न पार्टीहरूको निर्माण पनि भएको छ, यो सकारात्मक कुरा हो। तर यसै सन्दर्भमा मलाई एउटा भनाइ याद आयो। स्वचेतना नेतृत्व प्रभावकारिताको आधार बिन्दु हो भनेर भनिएको छ। 15औं शताब्दीका प्रसिद्ध लेखक र राजनेता मेकियावेलीका अनुसार
सोचेतना बिना नेतृत्व गर्नु या नेतृत्व गर्ने प्रयास गर्नु मूर्खता हो, किनभने यसले पराजय र शिथिलता विपत्ति निम्त्याउँछु भनेर भन्नुभएको छ। आज कतिपय पार्टीहरू जो देशको विद्यमान असन्तुष्टि छ, यसको उपजमा राजनीतिक पार्टीहरू निर्माण भए। तर मैले राजनीतिक सिद्धान्त, अराजकतावादको सिद्धान्त अध्ययन गरेको थिएँ। कुनै पार्टीसँग मेल खाए मलाई माफ गर्नुहोला, समाजका विद्यमान असन्तुष्टिहरूलाई व्याख्या गर्न सकिन्छ, विश्लेषण गर्न सकिन्छ, त्यसले जनतालाई बहकाउन पनि सकिन्छ। तर मूल कुरा भनेको समस्या समाधानको सही दिशा, सही नेतृत्व दिनु हो। त्यो अराजकतावादमा उब्जिएको पार्टीसँग त्यो समस्या समाधानको बिन्दु सम्भव हुँदैन। यो सिद्धान्तले भनेको कुरा हो, यो मैले भनेको कुरा होइन। आज राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टीका सन्दर्भमा चाहे ती निवर्तमान महासचिवले उठाउनु भएका कुरा हुन्, चाहे राष्ट्रिय पत्र पत्रिकामा छ्यापछ्याप्ती बर्गेल्ती छापिएका सवालहरूका सन्दर्भमा हुन्, त्यस पार्टीका मान्यज्यूहरूले त्यो विषयमा जनतालाई सुसूचित गराइदिनु भयो भने त्यो राम्रो हुन्थ्यो। हामीले त ती पार्टीका निवर्तमान महासचिवले उठाउनु भएका कुराहरू के हुन् भनेर हामीले सवाल मात्रै गरेको हो। जसरी विज्ञानले विकास पनि निम्त्याउँछ, विनाश पनि निम्त्याउँछ, बौद्धिकताले पनि सृजनता र रचनात्मकता निम्त्याउनुपर्छ, न कि अराजकता। मान्यज्यूले भन्नुभयो कि नाकाबन्दीको सवालमा मैले कुरा उठाएँ, उहाँले लन्च पार्टीमा उठाउनु भयो कि डिनर पार्टीमा उठाउनु भयो कि ककटेल पार्टीमा उठाउनु भयो, त्यो प्रश्न भएन। तर सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री, उहाँले यही रोस्टमबाट भन्नुभएको छ, चुच्चे नक्साको सन्दर्भमा भारतले सत्यमेव जयते भन्छ, अङ्गाल्छ कि सिंहमेव जयते अङ्गाल्छ भनेर उहाँले त यही रोस्टमबाट बोल्नुभयो नि। आज दुनियाँलाई थाहा छ नाकाबन्दीको विरुद्धमा को उभियो, को चट्टाने अडान्जै गरेर उभियो भन्ने कुरा आज घाम जस्तै छर्लङ्ग छ। उहाँले नाकाबन्दीको विरुद्धमा मैले बोलेँ भनेर भनिरहँदा सम्माननीय सभामुखज्यू, मलाई एउटा कथा याद आयो। एउटा मान्छेले भनेछ, मैले बादशाहलाई गाली गरेँ, सत्तो शराब गरेँ भनेपछि कसरी गर्नुभयो, कतिखेर गर्नुभयो भन्दा कम्मल ओढेर मैले धारे हात लाएर चाहिँ नि धेरै सरापेँ भनेर भन्नुभयो। मलाई त्यही कथाको याद आयो। आज माननीयज्यूहरूले यहाँ सरकारको नेतृत्व परिवर्तनको सन्दर्भमा पनि धेरै कुरा उठ्यो। आज जनताले म्यान्डेट दिएका छन् कुन पार्टीले सत्ता सम्हाल्ने, को विपक्षमा बस्ने भनेर। अहिले देशको जुन विसङ्गति छ, आर्थिक तरलता छ, देशमा बेरोजगारी छ, निराशा छ, यसलाई नेतृत्व दिनको लागि यो विषम परिस्थितिमा दुई दलहरू मिलेर नेतृत्व गर्नुपर्छ र यसले सकारात्मक दिशा दिन पनि थालिसकेको छ। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, र यसको सन्दर्भमा पनि मलाई एउटा कथा याद आयो। जङ्गलमा शेर राजा हुन्छ, यो सबै हामीले जानेको कुरा हो। तर बाँदरलाई पनि राजा हुने इच्छा जागेछ, उसले पनि राजामा उम्मेदवारी दिएछ र सबै जानवरले भने तपाईँबाट नेतृत्व कसरी हुन सक्छ भन्दा म सबैभन्दा चलाक छु, म रुख पनि चढ्न सक्छु, झन्डै झन्डै मानवको जत्तिकै बुद्धि मसँग छ भने त ल भइयो त भनेर राजा बनाइसकेपछि बाँदर जब राजा भए, अब जङ्गलका सबै जानवरहरू चाहिँ नि हराउन थाले। सबै मिलेर आएर अनि बानर राजालाई गुहारिसकेपछि अनि बानरको पालो रुखमा चढेर यो रुख र त्यो रुख दौडा दौडी गर्न थालिसकेपछि, महाराज दौडिनु मात्रै हुन्छ, हाम्रो खोइ त भनेर देख्नु भएन, तपाईँको लागि म कति मेहनत गरिरहेको छु, यो रुख र त्यो रुख गर्दा गर्दा म कति थाकिसकेको छु भनेर। हो, विगतको नेतृत्व, सरकारको नेतृत्व गर्ने त्यही हाल हुन पुग्यो। त्यसैले देशलाई एउटा दिशा दिनको लागि यो आवश्यकता थियो। त्यसैले धेरै कोकोहोलो गर्नुपर्ने सरकार नेतृत्वको बारेमा मध्यरातमा भयो कि कसको घरमा भयो, सवाल त्यो होइन। आज ट्रङ्क लाइनको विवाद उठेको छ, आज 9 वर्षदेखिको विवाद। त्यो मन्त्रालय कसले नेतृत्व गर्नुभयो, अर्थ मन्त्रालय कसले नेतृत्व गर्नुभयो, सरकारको नेतृत्व कसले गर्नुभयो। अनि सरकार परिवर्तनको सङ्घारमा आएर अनि लाइन काटेर यो बर्खायामको चाहिँ बिजुली खेर जाने समय अनि उत्पादन क्षेत्रमा नलगाउने, यो सवाल पनि गम्भीर छ। त्यसै गरी दुधको कुराहरू आयो। अघिल्लो पटक
हाम्रो कृषि मन्त्रीले भन्नुभयो दुग्ध कृषकहरूलाई भुक्तानी दिनको लागि रकम निकासाको लागि माग गरियो। अर्थमन्त्रीले त्यसलाई त्यत्तिकै टार्नुभयो, त्यो हुन सकेन। आज 15 दिनमा मान्यज्यूहरूले दुधको भुक्तानीको कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ, ट्रङ्क लाइनको भुक्तानीको कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ। त्यो आजको विषय हो। आज 15 दिन भएको छैन सरकारको नेतृत्व गरिराखेको। सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, मन्त्रीज्यूहरू, सचिवज्यूहरूलाई कसरी देशमा सुशासन दिन सकिन्छ, कसरी जनतालाई अनुभूति दिन सकिन्छ सुशासनको भनेर त्यो प्रयत्नमा हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसैले म भन्न चाहन्छु, धेरै कोकोहलो गर्नुको यहाँ सन्दर्भ म देख्दिनँ। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हामीले अहिले यहाँ जुन बाढी पहिरोबाट जुन मानवीय क्षति भइरहेको छ, 1200 भन्दा बढी घरहरू क्षति पुगे, 100 भन्दा बढी मानिसहरूको जीवन समाप्त भएको छ। यसको एकमात्र सन्दर्भ भनेको सडकको सन्दर्भमा फास्ट ट्र्याकलाई चाँडोभन्दा चाँडो सम्पन्न गर्ने, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय विमानस्थल बारा जिल्लाको जुन निजगढमा बन्न गइरहेको छ त्यसलाई पूर्णता दिने र त्यसपछि प्राकृतिक विपदसँग जुझ्नको लागि एउटा राष्ट्रिय नीति, राष्ट्रिय सोच बनाएर अगाडि बढ्न जरुरी छ। यिनै कुराहरू राख्दै म बिदा हुन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य उर्मिला थेवे, समय 3 मिनट।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, ताप्लेजुङ जिल्ला प्राकृतिक प्रकोपको उच्च चपेटामा परेको जिल्ला हो। मनसुन सुरुवातबाटै विभिन्न क्षतिहरू ताप्लेजुङले बिहोरेर आएको छ। बाढी र पहिरोबाट मात्र 5 जनाको मृत्यु भएको छ भने सयौं घर परिवार विस्थापित भएको छ। सदरमुकाम फुङलिङबाट अन्य पालिकामा जानलाई हालसम्म सुचारू नभएकोले त्यस क्षेत्रका जनतालाई बाटो सुचारू नभएकाले त्यस क्षेत्रका जनतालाई क्षतिग्रस्त बाटो, काठे पुल, झुलुङ्गे पुल र पक्की पुल बनाउनका साथै जिल्लाको प्रत्येक पालिकामा सवारी आगमन बन्द भएकोले त्यस क्षेत्रमा सवारी आगमनको लागि क्षतिग्रस्त बाटो र अहिलेसम्म कुनै पनि पालिकामा कालोपत्रे नबनेको, त्यसै कारणले प्रत्येक पालिकामा जाने कालोपत्रे बाटो निर्माणका लागि सम्माननीय सभामुख मार्फत नेपाल सरकारलाई अनुरोध गर्दछु। साथै बाढी पहिरोले सिँचाइका कुलोहरू पुरिन्दा धान खेती गर्ने कृषकहरू मारमा परेका छन् भने खेतहरू बाँझो भएका छन्। त्यसैले पुरिएका कुलोलाई तत्काल पुनर्निर्माण र मर्मत सम्भार गरी सुचारूमा ल्याउन समेत हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, त्यस्तै ताप्लेजुङका धेरै वडामा विद्युतको केन्द्रीय प्रसारण लाइन पुग्न सकेको छैन। उज्यालो नेपाल अभियानलाई सार्थक तुल्याउन केन्द्रीय प्रसारण लाइन यथाशीघ्र हरेक वडासम्म पुर्याउनको लागि सम्माननीय सभामुख मार्फत नेपाल सरकारलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, ताप्लेजुङ जिल्लाको विभिन्न वडामा बाढी पहिरोको कारणले खानेपानीमा क्षति पुर्याएकोले त्यहाँका जनतालाई खानेपानीको तत्काल व्यवस्था गर्नका लागि सम्माननीय सभामुख मार्फत नेपाल सरकारको ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्यहरू, विशेष समयमा मान्य सदस्यहरूले बोल्ने क्रम यही समाप्त हुन्छ। मान्य सदस्यहरू, राष्ट्रपतिको कार्यालयबाट पत्र प्राप्त भएको छ। सोको ब्यौरा म पढेर सुनाउँछु। सम्माननीय राष्ट्रपति श्री रामचन्द्र पौडेलज्यूबाट नेपालको संविधानको धारा 113 को उपधारा 2 बमोजिम प्रमाणीकरण भएको देहाय बमोजिमको विधेयकको प्रमाणीकृत प्रति थान 1 यसै साथ संलग्न राखी पठाएको ब्यौरा अनुरोध गर्दछु। क्रम सङ्ख्या 1, ऐन सङ्ख्या 08, विधेयकको नाम अभिलेख संरक्षण ऐन 2046लाई संशोधन गर्न बनेको विधेयक प्रमाणीकरण मिति 2081-4-14। डिलिराम शर्मा सचिव मिति 2081-4-14। माननीय सदस्यहरू, सङ्घीय संसदको संयुक्त बैठक र संयुक्त समिति कार्य सञ्चालन नियमावली 2080 को नियम 28 को 2 बमोजिम राज्यका निर्देशक सिद्धान्त, नीति र दायित्वको कार्यान्वयन, अनुगमन तथा मूल्याङ्कन समितिमा प्रतिनिधि सभातर्फका निम्नलिखित मान्य सदस्यहरूको नाम सभाको सहमतिको लागि प्रस्ताव गर्दछु। 1. मान्य सदस्य ठाकुर प्रसाद गैरे। 2. मान्य सदस्य दिलेन्द्र प्रसाद बडु। 3. मान्य सदस्य देव प्रसाद तिमल सेना। 4. मान्य सदस्य प्रतिमा गौतम। 5. मान्य सदस्य प्रभु हजारा। 6. मान्य सदस्य बुद्धिमान तामाङ। 7. मान्य सदस्य शान्ति विक। 8. मान्य सदस्य सन्तोष परियार। 9. मान्य सदस्य सरस्वती सुब्बा। 10. मान्य सदस्य हितराज पाण्डे। 11. मान्य सदस्य हेमराज राई। मान्य सदस्यहरू, प्रस्तावित नामहरूलाई सहमति जनाइदिनु हुन म अनुरोध गर्दछु। प्रस्तावित नामहरूलाई सभाले सहमति जनाएको म घोषणा गर्दछु। मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब प्रतिनिधि सभा नियमावली 2079 को नियम 180 बमोजिम गठित सहकारी संस्था बचत रकम दुरुपयोग सम्बन्धमा संसदीय छानबिन विशेष समितिमा माननीय बद्रीप्रसाद पाण्डेको स्थानमा माननीय दिलेन्द्र प्रसाद बडुको नाम हेरफेर गर्न सभाको सहमतिको लागि प्रस्ताव गर्दछु। प्रस्तावित हेरफेरलाई सहमति जनाइदिनु हुन अनुरोध गर्दछु। प्रस्तावित हेरफेरलाई सभाले सहमति जनाएको म घोषणा गर्दछु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब प्रतिनिधि सभा नियमावली 2079 को नियम 177 बमोजिम निम्नलिखित समितिमा माननीय सदस्यहरूको नाम हेरफेर गर्न सभाको सहमतिको लागि प्रस्ताव गर्दछु। 1. माननीय सदस्य सीता गुरुङ समिति कानुन न्याय तथा मानव अधिकार समितिबाट पूर्वाधार विकास समितिमा। 2. माननीय सदस्य मोहन बहादुर बस्नेत शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य तथा सूचना प्रविधि समितिबाट सार्वजनिक लेखा समितिमा। 3. माननीय सदस्यहरू, प्रस्तावित हेरफेरलाई सहमति जनाइदिनु हुन अनुरोध गर्दछु। प्रस्तावित हेरफेरलाई सभाले सहमति भएको म घोषणा गर्दछु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब माननीय उपप्रधानमन्त्री तथा अर्थमन्त्री विष्णुप्रसाद पौडेललाई राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको सुरक्षित कारोबार पहिलो संशोधन विधेयक 2081लाई दफावार छलफलको लागि सम्बन्धित समितिमा पठाइयोस् भनी प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत गर्न अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, सभामुख महोदयको अनुमतिले राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको सुरक्षित कारोबार पहिलो संशोधन विधेयक 2081लाई दफावार छलफलको लागि सम्बन्धित समितिमा पठाइयोस् भनी प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब सुरक्षित कारोबार पहिलो संशोधन विधेयक 2081लाई दफावार छलफलको लागि सम्बन्धित समितिमा पठाइयोस् भन्ने प्रस्तावलाई निर्णयार्थ म प्रस्तुत गर्दछु। यो प्रस्तावको पक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्छ भन्नुहोला र यसको विपक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्न भन्नुहोला। यो प्रस्तावको पक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्छ भन्नुहोस्। यसको विपक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्न भन्नुहोस्। हुन्न भन्ने आवाज सुनिएन, तसर्थ सुरक्षित कारोबार पहिलो संशोधन विधेयक 2081लाई दफावार छलफलको लागि सम्बन्धित समितिमा पठाइयोस् भन्ने प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मतिले स्वीकृत भएको म घोषणा गर्दछु। मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब अर्को बैठक 2081 साल साउन 20 गते आइतबार दिनको 1 बजे बस्ने गरी यो बैठक स्थगित हुन्छ।
Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on React.js full course by IntelliPact. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about React.js from basic to advanced level. In this session, we have also covered hands-on demo, projects and also interview questions and answers. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Begin with introduction to React.js. Then after that, we will explain you about DOM and virtual DOM. Then later on, we will see the difference between class, functions and components. Once we finish that, we will teach you about React hooks and also do a quick hands-on on how to build custom hooks. Post that, we will be learning about React.js Bootstrap. Once we finish that, we will be doing hands-on demo on creating class components and function components. Once we finish all the hands-on demo, we will be telling you the difference between AngularJS and React.js. Post that, we will be learning about how to become React.js developer. Then finally, we will be covering React.js interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. This video is going to be very interesting, so stay tuned and watch the video till the end. Now let's begin the session.
What is React.js? We'll try and demystify what React.js is and why is it important for us to understand what it actually means. Why React.js is so popular is something we'll take a look at afterwards, but firstly we'll have to understand what React.js is all about. So React.js is a UI library. UI stands for user interface. So it's a user interface library that allows developers to build small self-contained UI components which can be used to build a user interface. So whenever you take a look at a user interface of any application, whether it's a web application, mobile application, desktop application, you will see that it's built using some components. These components are repeated all over the platforms. So even on an Android mobile, these components may be repeated. So the components could be a button, it could be a text field, an editable text field, a table view, it could be an image carousel in which you can take a look at all the images that are available by swiping on them or clicking on the arrow buttons. It could also be some image gallery and all of that. And many of these components are built by grouping together smaller components. So a good example of this is a form. A form which is used to collect users information is built by grouping smaller components together. Components such as text field, input field, submit button, and labels and things like that. So React.js allows us to write JavaScript code that allows us to build these components. These components can then be arranged in a hierarchy structure in which we define where does a particular component go declaratively, and using that we can build up the entire user interface. The user interface built using React.js is built completely using JavaScript. So we don't have to understand and define how you can use these components. We just need to define what these components look like, what their styles is going to be, and how they are going to interact with the events that the user dispatches. So when the user clicks on a particular component, what should happen and should something happen or not, things like that. So React allows developers to write really declarative code in JavaScript to efficiently assemble together a user interface. So thing is that what React allows us to do is that it allows us to declare our user interface rather than imperatively dispatching commands that lets the browser know how to piece together the user interface. So React allows us to just declare, okay, I need a button, I need inside the button I need some text, and the text should be this. Instead of us having to create a button from scratch and then assigning some text to the text field and stuff like that. If you have dealt with the old school DOM manipulation way, which we'll cover in a few moments, is how it works in DOM generally is you have to create these components or elements yourself. Then you have to edit their attributes and you have to add the children attributes. Once you've done all of that, you have to assemble them together in a tree-like structure, which is the DOM tree or document object model tree, in which you have all the child components and parent components efficiently rendered together. So you have to create like a form. Inside a form, you have to attach all the text fields and labels. You have to associate labels with the text fields. You have the input fields. You have to associate types with them. So for instance, some input fields can have passwords. Some input fields can have email. Some input fields can have numbers in a particular range, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're supposed to do that. Keeping that in mind, when we declare our code using React.js, it feels like we're writing HTML, but that's not what we're doing, which we'll cover in a later segment. But that was one of the major controversies with React when it released. So if you've seen some code in React, you can see it as being written HTML with CSS and JavaScript, which is not exactly how it's supposed to. So we'll cover that as well. So it allows us to create user interfaces using just JavaScript and writing the user interface code very declaratively. We do have to create the markup for our components so that our components understand what is it we're trying to display, fancy button or something like that. Also, React.js is maintained by Facebook and were released in 2013. So as you can see, React.js has been out for quite a while, and there have been some massive advancements in the development of React. Currently, React.js is in its 16th version and 17th version is being released. React.js is by far one of the most popular user interface libraries. It has overtaken Angular and Vue in popularity and in job requirements as well. React.js is very popular because it's very simple. It's very easy to understand and it's very easy to learn and use as well. Now, when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean simple. There is a sufficient mental model shift that you need to understand. If you worked with the old school way of creating DOM elements and then updating those DOM elements and then inserting the data, that is going to be difficult in this scenario. So we'll have to take a look at that. But overall, it works fine. So in conclusion, what React.js is that it's a user interface library that allows us to build user interfaces by declaratively writing JavaScript code. The JavaScript code is maintained by React. So if any changes happen to the thing that we have rendered, all the components, React will take care of assembling those components, re-rendering the changes, and making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. If React was not there, then we would have to write the code to figure out what are the things that we have to change. And once we do change, then we have to display it to the user, and that's about it. And that's how it's supposed to work. And now let's take a look at what else we have. What is DOM? We've been talking a lot about DOM and how React.js keeps everything in sync with the DOM, but we'll try and understand what DOM actually means. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it's the tree structure of our HTML components, but we'll try and get a bit deeper into it. So DOM actually stands for Document Object Model. That I think we all knew. It is a tree-like structure that is used to represent the structure of all the elements of an HTML document. So when we create an HTML document with all the markup, the tags, the attributes, and all of that, it creates a tree-like structure in which HTML tag is at the top. Then we have the body tag, which is its child node. Then we have the head tag, which is also the child node of HTML tag, and it has a lot of information about the content of our website, such as the SEO related stuff, the style sheets, and so on. So these are all arranged in a tree structure. Now, why in a tree structure? Because it makes it very easy for us to navigate from the top of our HTML tag to the particular element that we're interested in, and we can manipulate it in Java. We can manipulate it by getting a reference to it. We can manipulate it by, after getting a reference to it, we can manipulate it by changing its attributes, its content, its type. There could be a number of things that we can do. And that allows us to manipulate it on the fly. So when we click a button and we want to make some changes to our page's HTML content, we can do it using manipulating the DOM. So DOM creates a hierarchical structure. As a tree structure is a hierarchical structure that we have parent and child and sibling and grandparent and all that. And in that, what it does is that DOM can be used by programming languages like JavaScript to interact and manipulate. Now, it can be used by JavaScript, but that's not the only language that can use it. For instance, if you're into web scraping, then you can take a look at Python, Beautiful Soup, and they also understand the document object model. And you can just traverse the structure of the tree once you understand the structure. And with that structure, you can pinpoint to the content that you want to manipulate or save, and you can do that. Now, DOM is a standard interface for interacting with web pages using programming or scripting languages. So it's not that DOM is something that people haven't used yet. People use DOM all the time, and it's a standard programming interface. So anyone who interacts with the web page, who tries to get data from a web page, converts the HTML string into the DOM structure and then manipulates it the way they want to. The reason why JavaScript does it is because it's exactly the kind of thing that it was built to do. JavaScript was created so that it can manipulate and add functionality to web pages. As times grew, though, JavaScript's reach of what it could do became even more, and now JavaScript can do a whole lot more than just manipulate the DOM. But it's still one of its major features and one of the major reasons why we use DOM, right? So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now let's take a look at React DOM. We've taken a look at what DOM is, but when we're working with React in the browser, we need to also work with React DOM, which is one of the libraries that React uses underneath the hood. Let's take a look at what it is and why do we need to use it. So React is a user interface library, but it's built with the purpose of building user interfaces. It's not limited to web. It could also be extended to be used on mobile applications or virtual reality applications such as React VR or React Native, not in that order. But you can use React to build applications for the web, for the mobile platform, which could be cross-platform such as Android and iOS. And you can also use it to build applications for virtual reality apps. Now, that being said, how can you build such applications for such different platforms when you have a single library? Well, the answer is that they have separated the essential parts from the variable parts. So when we're using it on the web, that is when we're using it to build the front end of the web application that we are going to be building, then it needs to interact with the DOM. To make that interaction easy and make that integration seamless, we use React DOM. So what React DOM will do, it will take a look at our component tree and it will take care of converting that component tree into DOM elements and keep track of managing that component. So we can create the components using React, and then when it comes to integrating our components with the actual web DOM, we can basically just use React DOM and it will take care of it all for us. That's what React DOM actually is. React DOM is nothing more than just a library. Now, it's basically just a package that contains DOM specific methods used by React to enable itself to interact with the DOM. So if you're using React and you want to build applications for the web, then you use React DOM. Other libraries such as React Native and React VR have their own bridging system, so you don't have to worry about that at all. All you have to worry about is how you can build user interfaces using DOM or React DOM in that specific scenario. So all React DOM does is that it bridges the gap between the React user interface library and the web DOM platform. So if you want to build React applications by creating components that can then be translated into DOM elements and managed by React, we use React DOM specifically for that purpose. Now let's take a look at UI without React.js. So when you're building user interface without React.js, what are the kinds of things that you need to tackle? The first thing is decomposition. So we can quite easily build user interfaces without React.js. So if you want to build a user interface without React.js, you can do it. Especially for smaller applications, it's also a recommended way that you go without React.js. But for any reasonably sized application, it involves some really difficult challenges. One of those challenges is decomposition. So when you're using React.js, we can create small isolated individual components which can then be composed together to create the entire user interface. So if you have a user interface that you want to create using React.js, you can do so. But without React.js, creating smaller components, combining which you can create a larger user interface can be really difficult. Whereas with React.js, decomposition is really easy. So that's why React.js is much more preferred over other component libraries. So without React.js, you would need to create the HTML tags, then use the JavaScript to add event handling code and wire everything up. So without React.js, what we do in plain JavaScript is firstly we create the HTML code for our user interface, style it using CSS. Then we get a handle to each of the components that we're interested in, such as if we are interested in knowing when a button is clicked and all of that. We get those user interface elements, and then we add some user interface elements, add some event handling code to it. So if we have a button that we want to respond to when it's clicked on, what we can do is we can just create an on-click handler which will run when the button is clicked on. Now the browser takes care of it all. When the user clicks on the button, the event code that we have associated with the event handling code will run. This is quite easy in theory, but in practice it's really difficult because when we have multiple user interface elements and their interaction needs to be configured simultaneously, separating these concerns can be really difficult. How do you separate the event handling code of a button from an event handling code of another button, which are two different buttons, such as the submit and the reset buttons of a form? So that could be really difficult. And when that difficulty is something that we need to manage on medium to large size applications, it could be really difficult as well. So that is why decomposition comes into play, where we can just create self-contained isolated components, and those components will take care of their own logic. They don't need to worry about how other components are working, and we don't have to go through the entire DOM hunting for each element and then assigning the behavior that needs to happen when the user clicks on a button or some other aspect of the application happens. Then comes state management. State management is one of the most important aspects in any application, not just front-end applications. But it is especially important when we are dealing with front-end applications or applications that the users can see. The reason being that state refers to the data that our application stores in the memory. So that data can be used to display things later. For instance, when we are building a chat application, the messages that you have sent so far and the messages that you are going to send right now that you have typed into the chat box, all of these are part of the state of the application. This is managed by your application. And now your application needs to take that data, save it to the database, send it to the user. The user needs to be able to see it. When the user sees it, that notification needs to be sent out to all the other users who are associated with the messages as well. And that could be a really complicated task. With that in mind, what we can do as developers is we need to firstly understand how to use state. So state management is really difficult. Mainly because if you have an application that has some data that is useful for one component and some data that's useful for other component, and then there's some data that needs to be shared between those components, that is really difficult because now we have to figure out where to put that data so that it can be easily shared by child components and so on. So that's really difficult, especially in an event-driven design such as the one that we saw earlier with plain JavaScript and HTML. Because if you're doing things like this, then what's going to happen is we're going to be able to just do state management. We're going to be able to do state management based on user interfaces event system. So when we get a click, then we are going to update something. When we're going to make some changes to the state. But all the data that we need is going to be stored eventually in a larger global context, in a global object. All the variables that live on a global object, that's going to be really difficult to manage because some part of our application not knows what are the different names of the variables that are saving the information that we need, will end up overriding those variables, and all the other parts of our application will start breaking. And that will be really difficult for us to figure out how that is happening. So that's why state management is really important. Now, sometimes when data is being displayed, it gets changed or updated. So if you have data, let's say you have chat application, the data that you have is all the messages that you have so far when you load the application, and new data will be when the user sends a new message, updates previous messages if they have the ability to do so, and so on and so forth. So the total price that is shown on a shopping cart when another item is added also changes the total price of the entire cart. So when you add new elements, the total price needs to change as well, and many different aspects of the application need to update the data, and that is all very difficult. So this is where state management comes into play, where we can specify local state. Local state basically means just the piece of information that only one of our components is interested in, and they only need to know. So for instance, if we have an application that fetches data from the external web APIs and displays images, well, the individual components are only responsible for fetching data from each of the user interface elements and getting the images from the web server and then displaying it into the user interface element. So this is why state management is important, and simpler user interfaces without React.js, managing state, defining local state so that if we define some other state variable with the same name doesn't get overridden, can be really complicated, which is why we use React.js instead of plain user interface without React. Now, React takes care of keeping all the data and the display in sync with each other. So if the data is changed, all components being displayed are updated automatically. So if you are not using React, then you have to take care of where all the state that we are using is being referenced, and then we need to update it one by one, and that could be difficult. So adding and removing elements from a DOM tree is very performance intensive task. Now, this is what causes a lot of performance hit in a lot of our applications that we build. Whenever we add and remove or completely delete the entire DOM tree structure and then rebuild all the components that haven't even changed, that could be difficult. Unless we are very smart about it and we keep a track of what is being rendered. If that is the case, then it's not really difficult. So in situations like this, we end up using React.js because it gives us a massive performance boost. What React does is that it takes care of rendering the user interface without us having to muddle through the entire user interface's code, without us having to figure out what are the things that need to be removed and what are the things that need to be added and what is the best way to do it. React will just do it automatically for us. That's why React.js is so popular. Now, React solves this problem by something called a virtual DOM, which we'll discuss later on. Now, virtual DOM allows us to make updates to the components, and then the React will take care of matching the updated virtual DOM with the current actual DOM and figure out what are the things that need to be changed. It basically flips the entire DOM and figures out what are the differences. The differences that are found are updated, and only the differences are updated. Other things are just left as they are, and that's the way it works. Finally, it comes to debugging. Whenever we're building an application that is using the user interface, it could be really difficult to us to debug this application. Debugging basically means if you run into an error, how are we going to solve it? The way we solve it usually is by going through console log statements, figuring out where the error has come from, taking a look through stack traces, but they are not really reliable ways of debugging an application. There are advanced ways as well, and you can use IDEs for that, but the tools for debugging JavaScript applications are not that good. Keeping that in mind, in React, we have React Developer Tools, And what they allow us to do is they allow us to, once we're in development mode and we have installed the React developer tools extension, greatly simplifies our component debugging. We can display components, we can take a look at the internal state, we can take a look at the props, where they are being passed from, at what level are the state, at what level are the changes to state are being dispatched. There are many things that we can do, and all of that is very useful. So as you can see, React is so popular because it allows us to do these many things. Now let's take a look at some of the ES6 features that are necessary for us to use in React.js, or in order to learn React.js we need to know. So let's take a look at that. So React.js recommends using ES6 features to create more readable and more concise code. Now a few of the most important ES6 features are the ones that we are going to discuss now. ES6 basically refers to ES 2015. ES stands for ECMAScript. It is basically JavaScript, but it has been standardized. So new recommendations are proposed, and then browsers implement those recommendations, and that keeps evolving. And those recommendations are given by the ECMAScript Recommendation Society. So that's how we do that. So this is why we use the ES6 features, because new recommendations were proposed in 2015. Those have been implemented and are now widely supported, and they let us write really clean and concise code. So the first thing is variable declaration. Now in ES6 we can use let or const variables and to describe variables and constant values in JavaScript. Before ES6 we would have to use the var keyword, var, which allows us to describe variables, but there were certain issues with var. If we were to define a variable inside a loop, it would still leak out to and be available outside the loop inside functions. That was really difficult for us to understand, and that led to a lot of issues. This was called variable hoisting, and that led to a lot of undesirable effects. This is why we ended up using let and const, and that's why they are most important. Then comes arrow functions. So arrow functions are used to write anonymous functions in a very concise way without using the function keyword. So when we're using arrow functions, all we have to do is we have to use the simple syntax. Instead of writing anonymous function with the function keyword and just not giving it a name, but the whole single brackets, all the element names, and then double brackets, double curly brackets, what we would have to do is we would, for arrow functions, all we have to do is create arrow like syntax, and that will work. And we'll take a look at the syntax just in a moment.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then came classes. Now, classes are the fundamental construct of an object-oriented programming language, such as Python, Ruby, Java, C#, C++. All of them have the keyword class associated there. But in JavaScript, the keyword was not present. In order to create a class, you would have to firstly create a function, which is called the constructor function, then create a new object out of that function and add things to its prototype. That was really difficult for people to understand. So what they have done is they have created, instead of creating functions, we now can use class keyword and just use classes the regular way. And that works just fine. Then comes array destructuring. So what destructuring allows us to do is it allows us to get the variables out of objects and arrays. So if we have an array with 3 elements that we know are going to be 3, and we want to get these 3 variables out into 3 variables, instead of assigning them one by one, we can do it all in one line using this destructuring. Same with objects. So if we have objects that are key value pairs, we can do the same thing with objects as well. So that's why we do restructuring, and it's a concept that's available in many other languages as well. We'll take a look at the advantages that you can use to use React.js, the advantages that you get when you're using React.js. What are the advantages that you should be looking for when you're using React.js? So when we're using React.js, it provides us with several advantages. The first one is scalability. So React.js works well with applications of all sizes. If you've built React.js applications, you've built simple small applications like to-do list applications to really giant e-commerce applications. A really good example of this is going to be Flipkart, because they have built their entire front end using React.js, and it's scalable because we can see that their front end is working quite well. So you can build applications using React.js for smaller applications, for applications that are of giant size. Another example of disadvantage would be Facebook. The company that has created React.js has built more than 100,000 of UI components that are being used in Facebook. Instagram also uses React.js, and many other front ends of the online websites that are of the giant scale use React.js. So it's quite scalable in that regard. When it comes to compositional UI, compositional UI basically means that it allows us to combine our user interface elements or smaller user interface elements that are reusable into other user interfaces, and then we can modify the things that can be modified and replace the user interface elements if needed. So we can just pick and choose the user interface elements that we want to combine in our front end, and we can easily do it by importing the component, then rendering it, and then changing its behavior if it's possible and if necessary. So that's why we use compositional UI as one of the advantages. Then comes portability. Portability is one of the major advantages of React.js, mainly because a component can be ported from one project to other project without much hassle. If I have a project in which I have created a button component and I want it to be used in my other project as well, all I have to do is just import the button component and then display it on the screen, declaratively creating the markup. Nothing more than that I have to do. If I want to configure it, then there's a bit more work to be done, obviously. But for simple usages, it's very easy to do. So that's why portability is one of the major advantages of using React.js, and that's why many people use React.js because it's very, very portable. Portability also helps across devices. So if you're using React.js on the web and you want to use it for your native mobile application, there are some components that you can carry over. Not all, because the environments are so different, and the platforms are so different. But if you want to, you can just create the styles for one component and then at least can share the styles for those components across different user interfaces. So that's usable. And then comes performant. So React.js is very performant. What it allows us to do is it allows us to, instead of accessing real browser DOM, allows us to use virtual DOM. That virtual DOM can then be used in order to boost the performance when it comes to DOM manipulation. If we were doing it without the virtual DOM, then there would be a lot of issues. The performance would be really cumbersome, it would be really clunky, the user interface would lag at certain points, and that would be really difficult for us to get started with. So we don't have to worry about that. That will work just fine. And now we are done with the advantages. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the disadvantages of using React.js. So React.js is a library, but it's not free. So there are going to be some consequences of using it. So it's better to be advised of what the disadvantages might be. The first thing is its learning curve. Although it's quite easy to pick up the learning curve, the number of things that you have to learn in order to become a React.js developer are going to be quite a large number. Also, there's a there's a big mental shift in the way you look at applications. So earlier we used to build applications by creating the markup, then getting the user interface elements, and then attaching event handlers to perform some tasks on it. Now we need to change that kind of thinking to applications being a function of our markup and our state. So the markup will be what our application should look like, and state would be the data that our application holds. So if the user logs out of the application, what are the things that need to change? If the user deletes a particular message, what are the number of things that need to change? That's the kind of thinking we need to adopt when we're building applications, and that could be a little difficult to understand right at the beginning. So a lot of practice is needed in order to get understanding of how to build applications like that. Then comes documentation. So React.js rolls out updates and new features quite fast. So every now and then new features, new updates, new experimental features are available as well, and old features are removed, new features are added with different syntax than the experimental one. Lots of changes are happening quite fast. So because of this, online documentation tutorials might not be up to date. Some new ways of doing things that are much more efficient might have come out. Maybe there are patterns that allow us to build our applications in a much more robust way, but we can't use those patterns right now because we don't know those patterns because they have been discovered recently and we're not aware of them. So documentation isn't always up to date. The tutorials aren't always up to date. There are new things that are happening every now and then. So it could be really difficult and frustrating, especially for a beginner. Then comes JSX. So JSX is the extension to the JavaScript language that allows us to write HTML6 text, which allows us to declaratively describe our user interface. And React will take care of creating that user interface and displaying it to the user. So what happens is, to work with React, we need to learn how to use JSX. JSX is not the easiest thing to learn, especially when you come from plain JavaScript background where You're supposed to separate JavaScript into a separate file and HTML to a separate file. When you look at JS export, it looks a bit funny. It looks a bit difficult to understand. It looks like we're breaking some commonly used good patterns, like not mixing your JavaScript and HTML. And that could be a little tough. Then comes state management. Now, depending on how your application is structured, managing the state of your application is among one of the most difficult aspects of React applications. If you want to manage state, you need to understand where does a particular piece of information needs to go in your component tree. So if you, for instance, if you have some list of users that need to be displayed and they have certain properties, but those properties are needed by other components as well, you need to find the lowest possible common ancestor and put the data there. It's called lifting up the state. So these are the kind of things that we need to understand. We need to be very cognizant of where a particular piece of information is going to live in our application component tree and how we are going to be able to use it. So that could be a little tough. Again, it's also a shift in the mental model, which could be very difficult to understand right at the beginning. But overall, it's quite easy to understand once you get the hang of it. And now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. What I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create two files. Just close this one. First one is called index.html. All right. So this is an HTML file. All right. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to right, and there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list. Yeah, and it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly, I need the list. So I just use document.get element by ID, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. Alright, that's done. Now I need the button, so I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, fresh, click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tag. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag. Add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
We will now build a user interface without React. So this would be us performing DOM queries on ourselves, and we'll be using plain JavaScript, and you can see how tedious it is. So this is what we have right now. And if I open the folder that I have created things in, this is what it looks like. I have a simple React.js application or a simple front-end application without React.js. All it has is a script file and an index.html file with the main tag. And now we want to build the user interface inside it. So we will be using the code that we write inside our script tag. So for that, we'll need to create a few functions. We want to display an h1 tag with the text UI without React as being displayed. So that you can understand how difficult it might be, let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, render. Render will take children, and what we will do is we'll create our app, and for that we need document.getElement by ID, and the ID is main. The main is basically a div inside which our entire application will live. App.append child. That's all we need to do here. Now we need to create a few functions that we can compose with each other. First function I'll create is for creating an h1. It will also take children, and what it will do is it will first create an element. H1 is what we want to create, so we do that element dot, and what we want to do is we want to append the child and then return element. Finally, we want some text content to be displayed, so for that we need to create function named text. This will also take some content that we need to display. So now all we have to do is we need to return document.create text node with the content that we have provided. And now all we have to do is we need to compose these functions with each other. We need to call the render function. We want to create an h1. Inside the h1 we need to pass in the text. The text would be UI without React. Save it. After manually writing all those functions and creating everything, if we rerun our app, I think we've run into some issues. We run into the console and everything is working fine. Inside the body tag, we have forgotten to link our script file as far as I can see. So all I have to do now is just type script src script.js, and since it's the same file, and now it's working completely fine. So as you can see, if we don't include our JavaScript, then it won't work. And we have a div tag with an h1 tag, and the h1 tag contains the text content UI without React. So that's how you can build a user interface, a really simple one without using React. However, as you can see that we have to plumb together all these components and figure out how to get things done. That could be really cumbersome. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the new ES6 features that we have discussed thus far. We'll try and understand what these features are and what they look like and how they compare to the old syntax. So for that, all I've done, I've created an HTML page. I have created this is the HTML page. It has nothing but a reference to a script file and a console that I have opened. This is the HTML page. It has nothing, just the basic HTML skeleton and the script.js reference. And every code that we write will be written here. So let's first understand our variables using let and const. So the things that we have to understand are let and const are the first one. So what we do is if I create a block, so if I create variables inside a block, inside an if statement, let's say, so x is equals to 1, y is equals to 2, and z is equals to 3. So if I try to console log them outside my if statement, although I've declared them inside the if statement, they should not be available outside. Look what happens. As you can see, they are available. In fact, I can put them inside my console as well. So the reason why that happens is because of a feature in JavaScript called hoisting. What hoisting does is that it takes all of the variables and the function declarations that we have created, no matter how deeply nested they are, and it gets bubbled up to the top. So now it's available everywhere we want to use it. The reason that happens is because if we declare a function, let's say I declare a function named function a app, right? And inside it I have written whatever I want to do, and I call it before I have declared it. Now that would have been an error because my application knows nothing about it. But if I have done it using hoisting, then it knows that, okay, this is a function, I'm going to bring it when it tries to interpret it, brings everything at the top, and then just tries doing things. But it doesn't make sense with the variables, and that causes a lot of issues. So to solve this scoping issue, developers of these languages came up with an idea. Variable is going to be there. We can create one for let, and we can create one for const. Now if I run this, as you can see, y is not defined. If I remove x and y here, sorry, y and z, just use x, it's available. Now, what is the difference between let and const? Both of them are scoped to a particular scope, but what the difference is this dot log and let x is equals to 10, const y is equals to 11, right? And now if I print x plus plus, it works. So now the value of x is 11 after I printed it. I can also do it the other way, plus x, and that works. Now if I were to do it this way, it's going to give me an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So I can't change the value assigned to a constant variable. That is the only difference. So which one should you use? I recommend that you choose const as much as you can, because if you use const, then there's no way that someone who is using your code can end up changing it and changing variables that your application depends on if they are not allowed. Only when you explicitly need to change a variable, use let. So with that, we have come to the other part of it, which is us creating arrow functions. This is done. I'm going to delete it all. Now comes arrow. Arrow function basically allows us to create functions in a single line. So if I want to create a function, right, and what that function is supposed to do is it's supposed to print something. So let's say that I'm creating a function, perform, okay, and then we have milliseconds, and then we have a callback function, right? This is pretty standard so far. So set timeout. I'm going to simulate a delay for the milliseconds and then execute callback. So handler and then timeout. So callback and then millisecond. Now what will happen is if I call the perform task function, pass in 1000 milliseconds, and I pass in the function, I have to create a new function with all the syntax, and then I have to write console dot log done. Run this, wait for a second, and then everything's done. But I can also do it in one other way, which is I can use arrow functions. Inside arrow functions, I can keep the function body to be the same, and I can remove these things. So now all I have to do is create an arrow. As you can see, I can do it in a single line, run it, and then it's done. So what's happening is I'm just defining the list of parameters that I want. If I have some parameters, I can pass it here as well. But since I don't, I'm not going to be passing it. And then a single line of function, I can do it this way. If, for instance, it's a multiple line function, then I can wrap it in curly braces and do it whatever I want to do with it. As you can see, it still looks more concise than using the whole function syntax. So that's why we use arrow functions. Arrow functions are more concise way of writing code. Right. Now we move on to classes. So classes are, these are the classes. In old school JavaScript, we had to firstly create a function. Let me call it app. This would be my class. Inside my function, I would console log constructor. So this is the constructor function. And now I have to add things to the prototype. prototype dot say hello is going to be equal to a function, and that function is going to log hello, right? So I can create a function const object is equals to app, but since it's a class, I have to use new keyword. So I create a new class, which is an object. Now after creating the object, all I have to do is say hello. Now if I run this, first the constructor function gets called, then hello function gets called. Now same thing I can write by using class. The changes I have to make is just class app constructor and instead of doing it this way, all I have to do is wrap all of this, and this should work similarly. You refresh it, as you can see, constructor and hello. So everything's working completely fine. This is just syntactic sugar. And now if I want to create subclasses and superclasses, all I have to do is I can just since base app. If I had a class named base app, I don't, but this is how you would do it. On the other hand, on all school syntax where we used functions, we would have to do assigning the prototype, extending the prototype, and there would be a lot of tricky situations. So we don't do that. Finally, we have destructuring, which is one of the newest and one of the most used features. Destructuring, and what it allows us to do. So let's say I have a variable names A, B, and C. Now I want A to be assigned to a variable named X, B to be assigned to a variable named Y, C to be assigned to a variable named Z. To do this, I would have to then go const X is equals to names of 0, Y is equals to names of 1, and finally Z is equals to names of 2. Now if I press console log X, Y, and Z, and I run this, ABC is there. But as you can see, this is just a lot of code for something so simple. So instead what I can do is I can use the destructuring syntax. And now if I run this, it's working just the same. So what's happening is it's saying, okay, this is a variable. The variable at the first index goes in X. Second index goes in Y. Third index goes in Z. If there are other variables as well, they will be ignored. So that's how you can destructure an array. What about objects? So let's say that I have person, right? And they have name as John and country as England. Now, if I want to create two variables named name and country to be assigned with the variables with the keys of names and countries, what I want to do is earlier I would have to create const name is equals to person.name. That and similarly for country. But here all I can do is I can just use name, country, and now if I want to log name and country, I can do so quite easily. Fresh, everything's working as expected. That's how you destructure things. These are called syntactic sugars, basically because they just do things in a different way. They're not changing the performance, they're not changing anything underneath the hood. They just allow that with a more convenient way of describing the things that we want the language to perform. So that's why we do that. So with that in mind, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at Virtual DOM, or VDOM as it's called. Virtual DOM or VDOM is one of the fundamental concepts that React uses to keep the application performing. How does it work and what does it actually mean to use a virtual DOM? So let's take a look at that. In React.js, virtual DOM is just an ideal. So it's just an idea or virtual representation of the user interface. So to give you an idea, this is just basically how your DOM should look like. This is just an ideal or a virtual representation of what the UI is supposed to look like. That is kept in memory and synced with the real DOM. So the real DOM is the browser DOM or the tree structure that we have discussed earlier in module 1. That structure is what it is then mapped onto. The real advantage of using virtual DOM is something that we'll see in a moment, but the real reason why we use a virtual DOM is because the actual DOM is quite expensive to work with. Whenever you make changes to it, there are going to be a lot of changes that you have to make here and there, and that leads to a lot of performance degradation. A good idea of getting over it is to use virtual DOM. In virtual DOMs, what we do is we create inline similar structure, and what we do is we use that structure in order to make sure that what we're doing is taking effect and then mapping those changes over to the real DOM. So a virtual DOM is used to encapsulate things, and it is encapsulated in the React DOM packages. So if you've taken a look at the module previously, what that taught us was that React was supposed to be, it's something that is supposed to be used with multiple platforms, ranging from the web to native mobile applications to virtual reality applications. So in order to abstract away all the DOM related functionalities from React.js, we use React DOM. And the virtual DOM is a concept that has been encapsulated in React DOM so that it can only be used on the web. Virtual DOM is not a concept that gets carried over to React Native or React VR, because these are different environments. They don't have the concept of DOM. So React uses virtual DOM to improve performance, as we've heard many times. But the real question is, how does it do it? Well, React uses a virtual DOM as in to improve the performance, so that the real DOM is updated only when it's needed, and all the necessary updates and the transitions are made in the virtual DOM, which is in memory and it's really fast. This process of updating the real DOM from the virtual DOM is called reconciliation. It's a concept that basically means that once we have done making changes with the React DOM, we try and figure out what are the changes that need to be persisted to the actual DOM, what is the current state of the actual DOM, and how are we going to do those changes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for instance, if I have 3 nodes in my actual DOM and 3 nodes in my virtual DOM, and only one of those nodes in my virtual DOM change, we'll go and look through all the DOM nodes that are available, figure out what are the DOM nodes that have changed, and update those only, so that we do the minimum work required for DOM. This is mainly because DOM is very expensive. The document object model, it has a lot of issues in itself, which is why we don't like to use simple plain JavaScript. Because if we do use it, then it's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of performance. And the performance issues really degrade the user experience, which is why React is so popular, because it takes care of managing the performance behind the scenes. So we don't have to worry about how to manage the performance. React will take care of all of that. And the way it does it is using virtual DOM. So you don't have to actually deal with the virtual DOM yourself. React does it itself. But this is a concept that is used throughout the React community, and we have to understand what it actually means and how React does the actual performance optimizations that it needs to. And now that we have done that, let's see what else we have to learn. Now that we have taken a look at virtual DOM, next is we have to understand JSX. JSX is the syntax extension that allows us to use React.js much more declaratively and efficiently. So under the hood, React uses the create element method to create a new DOM node that need to be attached to the nodes. So React at the end of the day is creating DOM nodes, but for us to tell React that we want to create a DOM node of this type, we can use plain React, which will involve us writing react.createElement, and inside the function will pass in 3 parameters, and that is going to be really cumbersome. The main reason why React was not really that popular at the beginning was because it was really verbose. So as you can see that it's very difficult to use, especially when we have components nested into each other. So this can make our code really unreadable. So if you have react.createElement calls going from start to end of your code, it's going to make your code really unreadable. It might be fine for smaller applications, for smaller elements when you only have 3 or 4 DOM nodes that you need to add and manipulate. But it could be really difficult for the other parts of the application when you have like multiple applications or multiple DOM nodes interacting with each other, keeping the data in sync with the DOM nodes. it could be really, really problematic. So to solve this in React, we use a special syntax. That syntax is called JSX. So what JSX allows us to do is that it ultimately compiles to React.create element calls, but it makes our code easier to read. So underneath the hood, once you've written your code in JSX, you just run your application, and JSX's compiler will take care of everything else. It will take your code, compile it to React.create element calls, and it will be interpreted by the browser, which in turn will use the React library and build the DOM nodes. Or so that you can build applications much more easily and much more effectively, and you don't have to worry about making the calls that need to be made in order to create DOM nodes. Now, React does not mandate the use of JSX, which is to say that React doesn't need you to use JSX. You can reuse plain React in order to build your applications, and if you choose to do so, that's fine. But do understand that once you use JSX, it makes your code easier to read and understand, and it is thus far the recommended way of doing it, unless they come up with a new way. But so far, this is the recommended way, mainly because it makes your code more readable, more concise, more understandable. So because of these features that React JSX provides, we use JSX throughout our React code. Most of the developers currently using React will use JSX as their primary syntax. In case you wish to use some other syntax, you are more than welcome to, but JSX is by far the most popular way. If you don't want to use JSX, then you would have to use the plain React.create element calls, which are going to make your code much more unreadable and really not that concise. Could be difficult to part through a large DOM structure. So that's all about JSX. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at props. Props is an important concept in React.js. It's one of the two ways through which you can store data for a component. So props stands for properties. Props is the short form of properties, and they are arguments passed to a component by a parent component for it to use. So one of the differences between the other ways of using internal data and props is that props is not internal. This is data that is passed from a parent component. So if I have a component that is rendering other components, I can pass in some data for those components to render. And that's how the data should flow in a React app, from a parent application, from a parent component to a child component, and props allow us to do that. Props are read-only and should not be modified by a component on its own. So if you have a component that has some data being passed into it via props, you should not modify it. They can only be modified by the parent passing those props. So if you are a parent component that are rendering a few child components and you're passing some data, you have the ability to modify that data. But the component that is receiving that data as props cannot change the data. This is one of the concepts in React in which you cannot change the data that is being passed to you. The reason for that is because if all the components that are being passed the data, some components pass data downstream. So anywhere down the stream, if some component ends up changing some data, then it's very difficult to reason about, and it's very difficult to debug. So in order to overcome these are the few guidelines that we have to follow in order to make better decisions about the code that we write. And change in prompts from the parent component will lead the child components being updated and re-rendered to the DOM. So if you have some data in your parent component, since that is the only place where you can change it, and that is the only place where you're supposed to change it. When you do change it, it will lead to a re-render, which means updated data will be merged with the current representation in our DOM node, and the reconciliation process will happen, and anything that needs to be updated will be updated in the child components. And nothing in the child components could actually change the props, so that would not lead to a re-render. So this is why when you get something from props, make sure that you know how to change it, and the only way to change it, or the access to change these things, or the code that needs to change it, needs to exist in the parent component. If for instance you have some reason to make your data be changed by your child components, or you need some way to access the code that changes the props in your child component, then you can pass in functions that do the same, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Right, so now we're done with props. Let's take a look at what else we have. Now we come to state. State is the other way that we can change data in a component. So props were passed from parents to child component. State is the internal data. So if you have some component that needs to have data that's only localized to itself, and the parent component doesn't know about it, doesn't care about it, and doesn't have access to it, that's state. So let's take a look at it. State is similar to props, but it is private and fully controlled by the components. So if I have a component and it needs some internal data in order to display something, that data is something that needs to be stored as state. If it's something that the component that is the rendering my component needs to be able to pass in, for instance, the color of the border or something like that, then that is something that needs to be turned as props. But if it's something like a behavior when the person clicks on the button and I want it to be just one thing, then I use state. So this is where state and props come into play. State holds data that is internal to the component, that is required by the component, and the parent components need not know about it. The state is used by components to determine what is to display on the screen and has been managed by the component itself, as other components do not have access to the state. As we have discussed earlier, that once we're building a component, we need to be able to understand that that component, if it has a state, that state is not visible to outside components. That's its state only. So that could be passed down to child components as props, but still, so you are the one who is able to manage it. You're the ones who are able to figure out how to manage the data and how to change the data. The other components don't have access to it. So that's why we use that. So what exactly is child components and parent components? We have all taken a look at that. That's just the hierarchy. And that's how we create components. So in React, a component state should not be changed directly. It should be done via a special setter method because React keeps track of the state. So if you want to change the state, you don't just go and fiddle with the variables and mutate it, which is to change it. So if you have a state that's containing the name of the currently logged in user, if that needs to change, then you don't to just reassign the variable to the new name. What you do is you call a special setter method. Depending on what kind of component it is, usually the method is called set state. So inside set state, you pass in an object. That object contains the key and the value. Key is the variable you want to change. Variable is and the value is the value that you want to assign to it. In React, the state is kept as a JavaScript object. So that's how you can do that. In functional components, which we'll take a look at in a moment, we use hooks, and we'll also take a look at that in a moment. So that is a little different from the set state function, but the idea is the same. You have a variable and you have a setter function. The function's only job is to set the data and let React know that something has changed, re-render the thing that needs to be updated, or at least be aware that things have changed, and the next time you re-render, make sure that you change these things. So that's how state works. State are quite the opposite of props in the sense that you don't have to get it passed from parent components. You derive the data yourself and you take care of the data itself. So those are state and props. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods allow us to hook into important events in our React component lifecycle. Let's take a look at what that means and how you can use it to your advantage. React manages the lifecycle of the components. So tasks such as adding or removing the component from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. So you just need to declare the component, and when the component is mounted, when the component mounted basically means added to the DOM, when the component is removed from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. Now that presents some challenges to us because there are tasks as web developers that we need to perform when the components are being added and when they're being removed from the HTML page. So some of these tasks may include fetching some data and displaying it to the user. So only after the component is displayed on the screen, then do we want to update the data onto it. If it's not on the screen and we're updating the data, we're wasting time. Also, with that, another issue is that event handling is something that we need to take care of. If we are on a page where a component is mounted and it has an event handler attached to it, once we move away from that component, when that component is removed from the screen, we need to disassociate those event handlers. The reason being that that could cause a memory leak. These are the kind of things that we need to be aware of when we're using React components. And this is why lifecycle methods are such an important aspect. There are many other things that you can do with lifecycle methods, but these are some of the things. Let's take a look at a few lifecycle methods. So to allow developers to execute code during these life cycles, React provides them with lifecycle methods, which you can override. So these are component did mount, component did update, in component will unmount. There are many other lifecycle methods available, and sadly we can't cover all of them, but these are the most important ones. So the component did mount lifecycle method is something that you can override when you want to execute some code after a component is added to the DOM. So you want to, let's say you want to propagate an event that the component is available on the screen, and so that other components can manipulate it. It could also be that after the component is mounted, you want to make sure that it has a particular style. You can only do that once it's been mounted. Whether or not it's being displayed, that's a completely different thing. Now, this is ideal for when data is fetched and we want to add it to the DOM. So if we have a component such as an unordered list, and we have a lot of list items in our components, and we want to add them to our unordered list, that can only happen when the list is added. So to do that, what we do is create list items. We wait for the component mounted. When the component does mount, we write the code in component did mount, which will get executed. And that's the code that will add all the things into the components, and our code will work just fine. Then comes component did update. This is a lifecycle method that allows developers to execute code after a component gets updated. So these components may get updated due to props or state change. And if that's the case, if the props of your component change and you want to propagate those changes elsewhere depending on the props, then you can use this lifecycle method. You can also do this for state as well. If you want to pass some data down to child components as props, you can use the state components or use state, and that will work just fine as well. And then comes component will unmount. This is a lifecycle method that gets executed before the component is going to be removed from the DOM. So right before the component is going to be removed from the DOM, if a developer wants to execute some code that can be run at that point specifically, then we use component will unmount. This is ideal for removing event listeners from components to stop memory leak. So if you have an event listener attached to all the DOM nodes of your component, and that component is going to be removed, you want to make sure that all of those event listeners are being removed as well, so that your component don't leak things to memory. And if we have removed it, then the JavaScript garbage collector will execute, take everything away, and we can move on and with a clear of memory. So with that, we have come to the end of lifecycle method. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at components. Components are the building blocks of any React application. We use components to encapsulate our UI logic of a particular element of our web page or web browser's front end. And what we want is for those components to be reusable. But what are they? In React, a UI is built using individual independent pieces called components. These pieces are used to encapsulate logic, markup, and styles, and then they could be reused into other places. The user interface is built as a tree of components that are managed and converted into native DOM elements by React. So what React does is that it allows us to write components that can then be used by other components as well. And for React DOM takes care of changing those components from React.createElement calls to the native DOM elements that need to be displayed on the web page. And all of that is taken care of by React. So all we have to do is understand how to create components, how to make data flow through our components, and how we can use those components in order to work with our application's internal data representation. And all of that is then extremely useful. So components allow us to build single, reusable, and isolated piece of UI, which can be used to efficiently render the user interface. If you have components, then you can use those components, use simple components to build complicated user interfaces. Because if you have a form that needs to be displayed on the screen, it is built up of very small components such as the text field, a button to submit the data, a button to reset the data inside the form, and many other things. So that's where you can use components. Components are really useful in that regard. Now in React, there are two types of components which are created: class components and function components. So these have their own distinct advantages and disadvantages. These have their own distinct reasons to be used and not to be used. Just take and understand what they are and how they compare against each other. Now let's take a look at class components. Class components is one of the way we can create components in React. So class components are created by creating classes that we have seen in the previous module, how to create classes in JavaScript using ES6 syntax. And those classes need to be extended using the React.component class. So there's a class named component in the React package, and we need to extend that class and override its render method, which we'll take a look at. The class name will be the same as the name of the component. So if you have created a class with the name of login component, that is going to be the name of the component that is going to be rendered on the screen. So a class component needs to override the render method using JSX to describe the markup of the component. So if you have a component that has a form and you want to display that form, you need to firstly you need to use JSX syntax, or you can use react.create element as well, but JSX is the preferred way. And inside the render method that you are overriding from the react.component class, we return the JSX. That return JSX will then be compiled to react.create element, which will then be converted into the real DOM by our React application. So we don't have to do a lot here. We just need to know how to write JSX and how to extend a class and create a component using that class. That's the entire gist of what we have to learn. Now, class components are still supported in React, but it is preferable to use functional components to React boilerplate code. The reason why is because, and we'll take a look at that, but in essence, it allows us to reduce boilerplate code, and React class component has a few problems, and we'll take a look at those in future. But right now, all we have to understand is that there are class components, there are function components. Class components are still supported, and there are reasons to use them, but mostly it's preferred to use functional components, and we'll take a look at that next. So now let's take a look at functional components. Functional components are the second way that you can build a component in React.js. So you can declare how a component is supposed to look and function. So let's take a look at that. In a functional component, we create functions instead of a class. So as you can see, functions are something that are taken to the extreme in the React ecosystem when we create a functional component. The reason why we use a function is going to be cleared out in a moment, but since we don't have to use classes, we don't need to use constructors, we don't need to use class properties and all of that. It's simply a function. It's going to be very easy for us to build. That function is supposed to return some JSX to describe the component markup. That JSX may be littered with some function calls here and there, which also can hook into the React ecosystem and allows us to describe what should happen. Now, functional components take props as parameters and have state to keep track of the data to be displayed. It's very similar to the class components, but in class components, we take props in the render function, whereas here the component function takes in the props. And we'll take a look at that. That simplifies our code greatly. We don't have to write a lot of this boilerplate code where we write the class, then the class name, then the extends keyword, then react.component, then create a constructor and binding those functions, and a lot of different tasks need to go right in order for us to create a class component. And functional component is simply a function that can have state, that can have props. Functional components can have a lot of different moving parts put to them as well. So in React, functional components are given preferences as they are less verbose and more maintainable. Now, the reason why functional components are given that preference now and earlier class components were given these preferences because of a new addition to the React ecosystem called hooks. We will take a look at hooks in future, but right now you need to understand that this change in the mental model is because we have introduced a concept of hooks that allows functional components to have state in them and have lifecycle methods in them. Two of the concepts that we have discussed earlier. Before that, what functional components were limited to do were to just take in some props and return some JSX. They were not allowed to have any internal data of themselves, which was a bit difficult and a bit tricky to get around. So we had to rely on class components. But now, since class components are not the only way you can do it, it's much more easier for us to use function components. With that, we have come to the end of functional components. Let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPath provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so now let's take a look at class versus functional components. We have two ways of building components. Let's take a closer look as to when to use or what are the criteria you need to consider in order to build class components or functional components. So the first thing is backwards compatibility. If you have a project in React that's using an older version of React and it's not been updated and there's a lot of code that you need to update, then using functional components right at the beginning is going to be really tricky. Since class components have been supported since the beginning and are still supported in React, functional components on the other hand were always supported in React, but they could not hold any state until React version 16.8. So if you want to use functional components in previous versions of React, you need to firstly make sure that functional components can be used the way you want them to use. If you want some state, then it's better that you don't. If it's a really simple component that only needs props and displays the data and then that's it, then you can use React quite easily with that. Now comes state and props. So in class components for state, we use setState function, which is something that we get by extending the component in our class. So we get a React.component is extended in our class, and now we get access to the setState function. And for the props, we use parameters passed to the render function. So all of that is useful and all of that is easy to use. But in function, the fundamental difference is that in functional components, we use the useState hook. So instead of us having to extend the class and then use this dot set state, all we have to do is use the useState function, which is also called the useState hook. And using the useState hook function, we can create state, which when changed will cause a re-render of the component. This is how you can change the component in React, by changing the state variables. Then comes lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods are useful for class and function components both, but the way you implement them is different. So in class components, you have defined methods that you need to override, and that came with its own set of challenges. For instance, if you had a component that used the same code when the component is mounted and when the component is updated, in situations like this, you would have to use class component, you would have to duplicate some code, which was an issue. In functional components, though, you have other ways of doing this. We have the use effect hook, and the use effect hook allows us to just define the code, and then we can define the variables that the hook needs to watch. And if those variables change, then the effect needs to run again. So that's how we do class components and function components. We'll take a look at that in the demo as well. And then comes verbosity, which is one of the major drawbacks of class components. Class components are extremely verbose. There's a lot of boilerplate code that you need to get over in order to build anything useful. This is why developers prefer using functional components, but so many developers prefer using class components only when they are necessary. So if there are certain functionalities that we want to build that is only available in class components, then only we will use class components. Otherwise, we'd end up using functional components. And this is why we use functional components in React, because they are not very verbose. So functional components are really concise. Hence, they are the preferred way of building components in React applications instead of classes. Right? So now let's take a look at what else we have. Now we have come to prop types. Let's take a look at what prop types are. Prop types allow us to define the shape of the props that our components are expecting. So since props are something that the parents can pass, they can end up passing anything of any data type. Even if we are expecting an email to be of type string, they could pass in a boolean saying true. And we would have to take care of whether or not the props are being passed correctly. That could be a lot of issues. So in situations like this, prop types come to our rescue. Prop types allow us to define the shape of our props and the types and the whether or not a prop is required to be passed in or not. And with that, we'll come to understand, well, how are we going to use those prop types. So using prop types, we can define what is the data type of a particular prop, if it's required, if it's not required, and many other things that we can do. Using prop types, we can then understand how you can use we need to then define the shape of our props, different kinds of props. Props is data type. So if you're expecting a boolean, an integer, a number, or whatever, and then our React.js will take care of validating the props on its own. It'll throw a warning if the props are of incorrect shape and size and incorrect, and they're not following the standards that we have set, and that will cause some issue. So prop types are validated by React automatically. All we have to do is define the shape of the constraints. So React will throw an error or a warning depending on what the prop types library you're using is. React has extracted the prop types into a separate library. So if you want to use prop types in React, you have to import that script, and then it will work. And whether or not props are passed in correctly or not is what's going to determine the throwing of warnings. So we'll use prop types to figure out how to do that. If we're not using prop types, then we have to do the manual plumbing of figuring out what the data type of a particular prop is, whether it was passed or not, whether it's undefined. If it is undefined, then how we're going to use it, so on and so forth. So that's how we use prop types. So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. So now let's take a look at how we can create a React component. We'll take a look at how to create a React component without using JSX, so the plain JavaScript syntax. So let's take a look at that. Now let me just show you the setup that I have. I have an index.html file. It's empty. It doesn't contain any code relating to displaying anything on the screen. As you can see, there's nothing there. Let's just start writing some code. HTML React. Now I need main div tag with the ID of main, and I need these two scripts. So let me just explain what these scripts are. This is the React development version. This is the React DOM development version. If you're building for production, you need to change this to production as you can. But right now, since we're building for development and we want to see the errors and warning, we want the development version. Now I'll just write the code needed for React in order to show our component. So the component that we have is going to be called greeting. I'm going to use a function to create the component. Right. So for that, I'll have to firstly write function. We'll be using the simple JavaScript syntax in order to write the code. So we need to write greeting, and this is going to return a React component. So it's not taking any parameters. Return React dot create element React dot create element. Inside it, we need to pass three things. Firstly, the kind of element we want. We want an h1. Do we want any attributes to attach to it? No. And what are its children? So we just want a text node which says hello world. Right? Save it. It's done. Now we need to render it to the DOM. So we need to use React DOM dot render render. We use the greeting function, which in turn returns the React component we want, and we want to render it inside the element with the ID of app. That is done. I've saved everything. Refresh it, and if I open it up inside the console, as you can see that target container is not a DOM element. That's because .app its main, and now it's done. As you can see that it's also being shown in our console that download the React dev tools for better experience. Right now we're not using the create React app version, which comes in with a local server. We're just importing it in a file and using it. From there on, we can expand, and if we're building applications that are much more complicated, then we can set up create React applications. And we'll take a look at that in future lessons. The reason why we're not doing it is because that's going to be a little complicated and it takes time to set up any application that way. So that's why we're not doing it that way. But if you are doing it that way, then you can take a look at React Dev Tools as well. So we have done this. If I go to my code, this is what it looks like. We have a React development version. We have the React DOM development version. Using React.create element, we create a h1 tag. As you can see inside the div, nothing's there right now. But if I open up my console, go to elements, and you can do it in your browser as well. It's dynamically added needed. So that's how you can create an element in React. Alright, now let's see what else we have. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at how we can create a React component using JSX. So earlier we had taken a look at how to create a React component without JSX. Now let's see how easier the process is with JSX. So again, I have an index.html page, no code to display anything on the page yet. All I have is the previous setup. Now I need to just add these three scripts. So earlier you remember I had two scripts, right now I have three. First is the React development version. Second is the React DOM development version. And third is the Babel compiler. This is what will compile our JSX code into our JavaScript code. Now for that, we need to write the script. Now, one thing you have to do when you're displaying using JSX is you have to describe the type of script. Text/Babel. This instructs the browser that whatever I'm about to write in here is not just plain JavaScript. It's something that needs to be compiled using Babel, and Babel will take care of the rest of it. Babel is the compiler that will compile it from JSX to React.create element. Now all I have to do is create a component. So create a functional component because it's going to be easier. I don't need any state right now. And I will do the same thing. As you can see, it looks like I'm writing HTML, but I'm not. And now all I have to do React DOM.render, and here I have to render it as greeting. As you can see, again, this is the name of my component, greeting, and I have to render it as if it's an HTML page or an HTML component. I can, for instance, instead of doing it this way, I could have just done it this way. This is how you open and close a tag in HTML, same as you can do here. But since I only want to render this component and there are no child components, I can do a self-closing tag. So it opens and closes in one tag only. I don't need to create an opening tag and then a closing tag. Now I need to pass in document.getElement by ID, and it's going to be main. Save it, refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading 3 giant files. Take a look at if we have gotten any errors. We have not, and we have a hello world element. As you can see, here it is, hello world. And if I take a look at the code, it's just 3 lines of code. Essentially, it's just 3 lines. Not even 3 lines. It's just 3 lines. 3 to 4 lines of code, and it's not really difficult to understand as well what we're doing. We have a greeting component that needs to return this markup. Instead of us having to specify the h1 tag, its attributes and children's in 3 specific stages, all we can do here is just write it as HTML. It'll get compiled to JSX. JSX will compile it to pure JavaScript. And then all we have to do is say, okay, when you compile this, whatever return you get, whatever response you get returned, display that within this element, which is this one. That's how we do that. Now that we are clear on how to use JSX with React, let's just recap what we have learned. Need a basic HTML page, need somewhere to display our code. If I didn't have div main, I could have just written get element by tag name, and here I can just type in body 0, and that will work just fine. 0 would mean, because since we're getting a tag name and we could enter a tag that says P, and P can have many elements on the page such as a paragraph, so we can do it that way. But that's not very useful, so we have this. This is the preferred way, by the way, to have a single div element that contains your entire application. And now we just, after creating this, we import all the required libraries: React DOM, Babel. We describe to our script tag. This is an important bit. You should not forget this. If I remove this and then I run this, my browser will try and interpret it as plain JavaScript and will run into an error. If I refresh this and I see nothing on the screen yet, and it just runs and runs, and I get an error. It doesn't understand why do I have a less than symbol in my browser. If I change it and then if I refresh it, it works just right. So you have to unfortunately do it this way here. Then we just describe a function that will return this. You can also describe it as a class, which we'll take a look at in a moment, and then we can display it. Now that we have come to an end to the JSX portion of our hands-on, let's take a look at what else we have. Now let's take a look at how we can pass props to a component. We'll create a component and then we'll modify its behavior by passing in some props. So for that, all we have to do is follow along with the previous hands-on. I'll just show you. So I have the same index.html page. It has no code to display anything on the page yet. Everything is just boilerplate HTML, and we have a div tag with the ID of main. We have the React development version. We have the React DOMs development version. We have the Babel compiler, and we have a script tag that is going to contain some JSX code. All I have to do now is create a component that we had created earlier, and it's going to have the same code, but I'll show you what I have done differently this time. So, and the semicolon is not required in JavaScript, but many developers like to write it. So do I. So inside the React DOM, we now document.getElement by ID. This should all be familiar since we had done it earlier. Not path, it's supposed to be main. So after I've saved it, I'll refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading these files, and now we have it. But let's say that I want to, when I'm rendering it, I want to change things. The way I can do this is by changing it here. So if I want to say hello John, I can do hello John, and if I want to say hello Jane, I can do it this way. But that's really cumbersome. I want this to be dynamic. I want this to be able to be changed by the person who's rendering it. So the way I can do it here is by accepting some props. Props. I can call it anything I want, but I like to call it props here. And now if I want to dynamically display anything inside my JSX code, I have to wrap it inside a curly brace, like this. As you can see, the syntax has changed, props dot, and I will call it name. I'll save it. So just to recap, all we have done is we have passed in some props. I have hello, and I want to display anything that has the value of the name contains inside our props object. So how do we pass in the value? Basically, when we're rendering the component, all we have to do is pass in name to be equal to, and it's supposed to be a string. So let's say I call it John. Save it, and a very load.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's hang on for a moment. It's rendering everything. Just take a look at all of it. Since it's downloading the file, and yeah, now it's done. So we have hello John. But you might be wondering, why do you have to use it? I mean, you could have just written hello John and save it, go back, refresh it, and the answer is the same thing, right? What's the reason for using a prop? So the reason why is, let me just show you, because this makes our component dynamic. Now our component is not just limited to John. Let's say that I want to have 3 components, and I'm just going to create them here. Function demo, and this is going to return a div with greeting. And whenever we're returning a component, we can't return 3 components as a JS. We have a demo component that's returning our JS export. It's wrapped inside a div, so this should work. Okay, we've run into an error. Oh, that is because we have to pass in props.name. And now, as you can see, we have hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson. Now, in case you want to use hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson, and you can even create more of these components by themselves, right, just as an HTML markup, this is the power of props. So I'll just remove it and bring it back to the normal state with greeting name John. And since it's working fine, all I have to do now is just reload it again and see if it's working, and it is. So with that, we've come to the end of props, understanding what props are and how to use them. As you can see, we did not change them anywhere in our code because that's not allowed. Now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now we'll take a look at using state in a React application in React components. State is local to a component, so we don't need to pass it to a particular component. And we'll take a look at how that works. All right, so let's take a look at that. Again, we have our simple apps setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing on the screen. The code is quite simple as we had earlier. And now all I have to do is create some state, right? And since we're using a functional component, I can just, don't worry about the syntax right now. We'll take a look at that in a moment. Just understand that this is how you define state. And from here, we have to just return an h1 tag, name being printed, and nothing more. And all I have to do now is render it to screen. So greeting, we don't have to pass in the name. Right, so everything's done. If I open it up and if I refresh it again, as you can see, it's showing John, which was the name. And if you want to make it completely compliant to what we had earlier, hello, save it, refresh it, and then this. Now, where does state matter here? Because we were clearly able to do it using props. Well, sometimes what happens is we get some data not from we don't get the data from external services or external components. We want to get it from our web server. For instance, if it's a user-based application and we're logging in a user, we want to display the username. So for one instance, let me just show you. I'll just simulate a network call instead of getting a network call. Function get user info. This will return a promise that resolves to username being John and age being 28. Right. So now what I can do is at the beginning it's supposed to show nothing, but when I get user info, this will return a promise, and I can use the then function to get the user. And now all I have to do is set name to user dot. As you can see, we're not using age right now, so we don't have to do that, but we could very easily do it. Now, if I refresh it again, as you can see, it says hello John. Now, but this is something that we have gotten from an external component. So if this is something that only my component needs and other components don't, then this my component can get it from the user's internet and make a request to a web server, get the data, pass the response, and then paste it onto the user screen using this syntax. So this is how we do this. Now that we have covered state as well, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at how to create a class component. So again, we have our same setup. We have an index.html page. It's not displaying anything. And we have our code. We have a div tag with the ID of main, React, React DOM, and Baby. So we're going to create a class component. Now for that, let's take a look at the anatomy of how do you create a class component. You start with the class keyword, then the name of the component. Earlier, we would have, for the AS6 class syntax, we would have to use function, greeting, and do a lot of complicated tasks for something as simple as creating a class, but now you can do it this way. This will extend the React component class, and as you can see, that now we have to type in the constructor function because we want some initial state, and it takes in some props. We have to call the super function, pass in the props. This is why the class components are not so preferred over functional components, which we'll take a look at that in a moment. But the reason why is because there's a lot of boilerplate code you have to write. We have written 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code for not any reason, because these are not the kind of things that you would have to write. They don't have anything pertaining to our business logic. Now let's set up a state. This is something that we would have to do. And I'll write a greeting to be hello. This is something that's going to be internal. I can create a render function. That render function is going to return. And again, because it's a class, I have to use this keyword, greeting. Here, I'll just get the name from props. That's it. So now, if I want to see something happen, I would have to render it to the page. React DOM.render greeting. I have to pass in the name to be John. Document get element by ID. Wait. Save this. Refresh it. And it displays everything. But as you can see, that just for a simple component like this that takes one bit of content from state, other bit from prop, and displays it on the screen, we have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines of code. for creating one component, it was 9 lines of code. That doesn't have in much. It needs something from the state, something from the props, and needs to be displayed here. That's basically all that needs to be done. So that was an issue. And so this is one of the issues with class components. Now let's take a look at what else we have. Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at how to create function components. Earlier we've taken a look at class components and we saw that although it was relatively easier to do creating class components, but there are a lot of verbosity involved. We had to write a lot of boilerplate code. Let's take a look at how function components can solve that. So again, the same setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing. Here's the code. Now we'll create the same component, but here we'll be using function. So as we know, it was called greeting. It will accept some props. And when we need a greeting and we need a function to set greeting, that needs to be something that we need to use using React. Have to use state inside it. Default value is going to be hello, and now all I have to do is return an h1 tag that prints out greeting as well as the name from the props. Yeah. So finally, now all we have to do is just react dom.render, pass in greeting, pass in name, pass in John as the name, and document.get element by ID. The element is going to be me. So now as we have this, let's see if this actually works. So we refresh it, and as you can see, everything works correctly. Now the thing to notice is that we didn't have to write a lot of code. Even from a purely aesthetic point of view, we only had to write 3 to 4 lines of code in order to create a component. There we had 9 lines of code, and to be quite honest, each line of code was really long. We had to write how to get state. For accessing the greeting, we had to write this state.greeting. For accessing name, we had to write this props.name. And for small components, it's fine. But for larger components, these things really do matter because you'll be writing thousands of components. So you'll have to write thousands of 10,000s of more lines of code. And that's really the kind of code that you're writing is something of problem, because if you're writing more code, that means more code that you need to maintain, more code that you need to manage, and more code that you need to keep in your mind in order to understand what's going on. So this is why functional components are more preferred. So let's take a look at what else we have. Okay guys, now we'll take a look at prop types. Prop types is an external library, so we'll firstly have to import it, and then we'll have to make it use with React.js. Let's see what the implications of using prop types are and how to use them. So again, the same code. This time I'd also like to open up my console. As you can see, nothing's being displayed right now. We are using the Babel transformer in development. Everything's fine. So let's just take a look at that. Here's our code. Firstly, I'll have to import the prop types library. This is what the current version is. You can import any other version. And from here on, I have to create components. So I'll create a greeting component that will just return hello in the props name. So function greeting takes in props, returns an h1 tag, which is hello and name. So that's done. We render it to the DOM using React DOM. To document.get element per ID. The ID that I want is the main. The name is going to be John. I refresh this. Hello John is being displayed, but there's an issue with this. If I'm someone who has exported this into a library and another person wishes to use it, what they can do, instead of John, they can pass in 5 is a number, and we want it to be a string. It's going to display it nonetheless, that's fine, but still it's a problem. Also, if I type in true, and then I refresh it, nothing's going to be displayed because true and false are not something that is displayed in JSX. So the user has the liberty of passing in something that's completely useless for us. So in order to prevent that, or at least have the developers or people who use this component some idea whether or not they're doing things correctly or not, we can prop types is equals to, and this is going to be an object that has the name of the prop, which is the name, and it is going to tell us that inside it we want string and it is required. Now if I save it, go back, refresh it, as you can see we're getting a warning. Failed prop type. Invalid prop name is of type boolean supplied to greeting expected string. Another thing that's important is that if the user doesn't pass in a prop which they are at the liberty of doing, we will again raise an error. And it will say failed prop type, the prop name is marked as required in greeting but its value is undefined. So as you can see, we have ways of now a lot more control over how our props are being passed into our components. There are other ways as well, such as Flow and TypeScript, but they are a bit advanced. And for smaller applications, prop types are a great way. They check our props at runtime and they make us understand how we can use our props and how we can use props in other libraries. If we don't find it, then we'll have an error warning issued in our console. So with that in mind, let's see what else we did. Alright guys, now let's take a look at problems with class components. There are several issues with class components, and that's what led to developers using function components with hooks. Hooks were there to provide function components the same capabilities that class components have. So with that, we will take a look at the problems that class components have. So class components have several issues with them, and we'll discuss them one by one. First one is constructor. So when using class components that uses state, we have to create a constructor that just isn't optional for us anymore. We have to have a constructor function, and in that constructor function there's another bit of functionality that we need to add. That is, we have to call the super method and pass in the props that are passed into the constructor. The issue with all of this is that although this is something that we would have to do on every classes, this is something that takes up a lot of work. We don't want to do all of these things specifically, mainly because when we're using constructor functions, when we're using class components, we have to write this lot of boilerplate code, which we don't intend to write at all. And this leads to really clunky and messy code and a lot of and there needs to be a lot of boilerplate code for us to write. Then comes binding. So if you've ever worked with JavaScript's event system, the problem with event handling in classes is that when you have a class and you create an event handler function inside a class, the value of this keyword inside the class changes. And we'll take a look at that in the demo, but the main problem with that is that if to solve this, we would have to always, after creating a function that's going to be used inside an event, needs to be bound to the current class, and we need to in the constructor write this dot method name equals to this dot method name dot bind, and in the brackets we have to type in this. That's really annoying and that's really cumbersome. We don't want to do that because that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of effort, and that's not something that's necessary for us. Then comes sharing non-visual logic. So sharing non-visual logic is one of the major reasons why we like to use React, but the problem is that when we have non-visual logic, we would have to use a lot of complicated patterns like higher order components or render props. Don't worry if you don't know about them, it's just a little difficult to get started with it. It's going to be really difficult to understand what this means. So because of this, we have a lot of mental overhead in order to use class components. And finally, there's duplicated lifecycle logic. So in lifecycle methods, if we want to use the same code in different lifecycle methods, what we would have to do is we would have to copy and paste the code. Mainly because this is how classes function. You could extract it to a function, but still that function needs to be copied to multiple places, and that leads to a lot of problems as well. So with that, these are the kind of problems that we reach in class components. Specifically in the lifecycle methods, we would have to duplicate the code between different lifecycle methods, and that's one of the major reasons why React is not in React community. Lifecycle methods and all of this is used using hooks, because functions, these problems are not there. Alright, so now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what are React hooks? Well, React hooks are used to create functional components with the same capabilities as class components. As we have discussed, class components have several disadvantages associated with them. So we want to create functional components that can counteract those. Functions are quite simple, quite straightforward, and they have quickly become the preferred way that React developers like to build their components. So let's take a look at some basic React hooks. We have useState, useEffect, and useContext. Let's take a look at them one by one. So as you can see that these are the three React hooks that we'll be taking a look at. But there are many other React hooks that we can take a look at as well. There are many that have been already created and many that are being added in the libraries that are already existing. So you can take a look at those at your own time. But these are the most common ones, and others are built on top of these. First one is useState. So as the name suggests, because in the class components we would have to create a state variable and use the setState function to update the state. In this case, we can use the useState function, and this will add some local state to our functional components. How to use this, I'll show you in the demo. Then comes useEffect. The useEffect hook is used to define code which is run either a component's loads or when some state changes. So if you have some component in which some state changes and you want some code to run whenever that happens and the component re-renders, then you can use the useEffect hook. It's very much like the class components lifecycle method. However, it has some added benefits, and we'll take a look at this. So then comes useContext. Context is a way to share some data or some state among multiple child components without passing them through every child component. Now, without using the useContext hook in class components, you would have to do a lot of complicated patterns like the render prop pattern. But in our case, we don't have to do that because useContext allows us to just extract data out of a context quite easily. So now let's take a look at a demo. Now, in the demo, we'll take a look at a few implementation of how we can create hooks. Now you can create this demo quite easily. I will be using Code Sandbox. I'll just click on create a free sandbox. It will open up a web page and it will show me all the templates that are available. It's free, so you don't really have to even create an account and log in and sign up. It's quite easy to use. It's loading, and when it loads, it will show me a few templates. Templates will tell us what kind of a sandbox I want to create. I want to create one for React, but if you want to use Angular, Vue, Vanilla.js, Vue 3, static HTML page, React, TypeScript, and there are other components as well. But I want to use React. So I will click on this and make sure you are choosing the template by Code Sandbox because that's the official template, or you can create your own if you wish to, in which you add your own libraries and all. So this will create an anonymous sandbox because I have not logged in, I have not created any account. You don't have to either. In case you wish to do this in your own PC, you can do that as well. I just want to show you a working environment in which can be set up in seconds. So this is what it looks like. This is the starting code. This is what we can see. Let's wait for a moment because it's initializing the JavaScript language features. As you can see, it's written here. So this is what we have. So right now we have everything we want. Let me just remove a few things. App component, not the app component, but the, yeah, everything's done. Now I will just remove this, and this is what a class component looks like. Had it been a functional component, I would have to export default. Instead of being a function component, I would have to use class. Instead of being app, it would have been this extends react.component. So this is done. Now this has to be a function named render, and what it does is that it returns some JSX code. If you've been using React for a little bit of a time, you know that this is how React works. And now, yeah, so nothing is being shown here. If I were to add a p tag, which is a paragraph tag, and this is, by the way, not HTML but JSX, it will be converted into JavaScript and then run into the browser. Type in hello, save it, and one other thing that you have to do sometimes is call a constructor function, and to do that, constructor and call the super function, and you can also pass in some props And you can pass in some props here as well in case you wish to, or if you don't wish to, you don't have to do that as well. So that's how our class components work. Let's take a look at whether or not it's working. Export default class app, and we import it here. Yeah, so that's an issue. Classes may not have a field named constructor. So that is a problem that we have to solve. And that's the constructor function by default. If you don't want to use this, then you can simply just use the function component, which we have created earlier. Now, let's take a look at how hooks allow us to solve this. And if we just, yeah. So this is what it looks like. We are exporting a default function named app, and you can either choose to not rename it as well, but you can name it if you wish to. And this is what it looks like. Now, if I want to add some state to it, I have to use the use state hook. It's quite simple. I want to add some value to it. So let's say a number and set number. Now I have to use react dot use state. It's a function. I have to pass in some default value. By default, it's going to be 0, and now I can use it. Let's just put it in an h1. And in React, if you want to output some data, you do it this way. And we have it here. Now, how do you update the data? Or how do you update the state? The way you would do that in normal JavaScript or in normal React is by using the use set state function that was on the class. To call this, you would have to use the this dot set state function. That would be really difficult. So in order to overcome this, in functions you don't have to use this keyword. I'll just create a button, and that button is supposed to add something. So this will have an add button, this will have a decrement button, and now what we want to do is want to add an event handler. So when this button is clicked, what I want to do is I want to call the set number function, and this is going to take in the current number and return a number that is current number plus 1. So if I click here, as you can see, it is incrementing 1 for me. But if I want to change it a little bit, I can do that as well. Instead of incrementing, I can now decrement it. As you can see, now I can change it. So instead of using class components, I can just do it this way. And that works quite easily for me. So that's the set state. Now you can also use the use effect function. We'll take a look at that now. So this is how you can create state. Let me just remove all of this. Now if I want to use a state or use effect, react dot use effect. This is how you do it. Let me just create some state as well, so I can tell you how you can use seconds, and set seconds is equals to react dot use state. Pass in 0 as the default value, and what I want to do is, as the time progresses, I want to just show the amount of seconds that have passed. Quite easy, but in React it can be a little difficult. So it takes in this. Now I want to use a function that is the default function called set timeout. So firstly, timer ID, set timeout and set interval. There are two functions that can do this. Let's take a look at set interval first. And it has two things that it takes in: the timer handler and the timeout. So firstly, I'll just take the timer handler. What it's supposed to do is that when it runs, it's supposed to call the set seconds function and increment the seconds by 1. And it's supposed to do this every 1000 seconds. And that's about it. So when we call the set interval function, it takes in a function and it takes in a timeout, and seem to have run into set is not defined. Oh yeah. Let me just type it again. I think there has been some issue with the IDE, but it's not to worry about it. And if you run it now, let's see what happens. Basically, what we have done so far is we have created a function that is supposed to run it again and again and again on each second. And as the second elapses, it's supposed to increment the second, and then it's supposed to make the changes. So let's see if it works. To do that, we firstly have to wait for a few seconds, and then okay, so it is being shown here. I'm not seeing anything right now because I have not created anything. P, and now all I have to do is show the second. That's the first thing. And the second thing I have to do is I have to return a function that will call another function called clear interval and will remove the timer ID. So that is done. Let's take a look at any error that we might have. It says that there is unterminated JSX content. I think it's talking about earlier content. So let us just rerun this. Sometimes the code sandbox servers don't work as well. So it will just reload it in a moment. And because we didn't have to do anything, it works just fine. So as you can see, it is working now. 7, 8, 9. So all of this is working. Now let's just explain what happened. So we created an interval. I'll just remove this one. So we created an interval. The reason why we use the use effect hook is because we want to run it after the component is being displayed on the screen. So with that, we create a set interval hook or a set interval function, which is available in JavaScript by default. Then what we do is for each 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, we increment seconds by 1. So we have 1 more second each time. After doing that, we return another function named clear interval. What this does is that it allows React to know that when this component is being removed from the screen, I want to clear the interval, which basically means I want to remove this from the memory, this function handler. And that avoids something called a memory leak. Whenever you are using React hooks, you can pass it this and it will work just fine. Another thing you can do is pass in an empty parameter like this. This basically means that only run this when the component loads for the first time. Then when subsequently the component loads, when the state changes, don't run it again. So if you had some data that you want this effect to be dependent upon, which is if this effect should run when some data changes, you can put it here. And React will take care of keeping that in sync for you. So that's how you can use the use effect hook as well. There are several other hooks available, such as use context, use memo, and many others.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's take a look at what is Bootstrap. If you've been doing web development for any amount of time, Bootstrap is definitely one of the things that you've come across. So let's take a look at what that is. So Bootstrap is a styling library that allows developers to style their user interface components without writing too much CSS. In case you are a developer or you wish to be a software engineer that writes front-end code, then Bootstrap is a useful tool, especially in the prototyping stage. When you're building a user interface for a specific application and you want it to look a little more than just bland HTML, what Bootstrap does is that it allows you to use its already existing styles, and you can just show it to the developers and they can take a look at the user interface, and you can just use those user interfaces for yourself. Now, these user interface components can be used in React, Angular, plain HTML. There's no need for you to use them just in React. But the point here is that it allows you to build UI components that look good quite quickly. Instead of you having to hand roll the CSS yourself, you can just use Bootstrap stuff. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that Bootstrap provides. So there are several advantages. The first one being that it's cross-browser. Bootstrap is cross-browser, which basically means that since styling is one of the most important aspects of an front-end application, and the major hiccup that comes when we're styling is that we have to take care of several browsers, browser versions, and which one of those versions support the features that we are trying to use in our code. For instance, Internet Explorer might not support box shadows while Chrome might. So these differences need to be accounted for when you're building your own user interface. And when you're using a library, you want it to be performant on at least the latest versions of all these browsers. And Bootstrap delivers on that promise. It has a really good support for all the browsers. It allows us to make sure that even if we implement our user interface using Bootstrap, majority of it will be displayed on the screen, and none of it will look inconsistent from one browser to the other. If you're using if you're using Internet Explorer, we're using Safari, we're using Chrome, everything will look just the same. Then comes lightweight. So when we're including a new library or new framework in our application, we're introducing some size or some sizable amount of code to be sent over the wire on an HTTP connection. If we are trying to serve our application in regions where the internet connection is slow, then this could be a problem. Although Bootstrap takes care of this problem for us by being lightweight. Bootstrap doesn't take a lot of time, it doesn't take a lot of memory as well. It's only a few kilobytes that needs to be transferred over the internet, especially if it's gzipped, then you can just use it easily. Bootstrap also allows us to customize our own version of Bootstrap so that we only take in the components we need, and we can take a look at that in a moment. But that's really an important feature, especially when we're trying to learn new technologies. Then comes responsiveness. So responsiveness basically means that styles are responsive, which basically means that if you were to shrink your browser size, that things are fluid and they adapt to the currently available size instead of just being cut off with an ugly scroll bar showing up. So React and Bootstrap does that for us automatically. It is responsive by default, and we can customize the responsiveness by providing classes of Bootstrap classes into our HTML code. And we'll take a look at that as well. And then finally, documentation. Documentation is an important aspect of a web application. We want to use documentation for developers to get started with it, or you can learn more about the technology. So in case new versions come along and you want to explore the new features that have been introduced, as a developer, all you would have to do is open up the documentation and look at how things are structured, how you can use the new code to build your own features. So finally, we have come to the hands-on aspect of presentation. So let's take a look at that. Before we go to the hands-on, this is the Bootstrap documentation site. You can go to getbootstrap.com. This is the site on which you can find anything and everything that you want to find out about Bootstrap. So in case you wish to learn more about Bootstrap and new technologies that are relating to Bootstrap, what you can do is you can just go to the homepage, go to documentation, and you can go down and you can see all the technologies or everything. And if you want to learn about specific concept such as layout, grid layouts, and utilities for layouts, if you want to take a look at other components, you can take a look at the code, images. If you want to learn how to build a card, carousel, or forms, you can just click on one of these. It will open up. Another thing that's great about Bootstrap is that it provides these things called scroll spice. So if you want to scroll to auto sizing, just click on this and it will take you to that piece of code and it will explain how this is working. If you want to take a look at other forms such as form control, you can take a look at it here. It really doesn't matter, it will take care of it entirely for you. Also, you can take a look at input groups, you can take a look at jumbotrons. There are a lot of components that forms provide us with. So in case we want to get started with it, first things first, we have to get some link to Bootstrap. And again, for that, you just have to click on Get Started. The first link here is the only link we need. It's the bootstrap.min.css. You can download it and install it on your own system, but we don't have to do that because we just want to use it once. Also, if you want to use it with React.js, you can use this. It's called Code Sandbox. Click on the Create Sandbox feature or button. In case you're trying to follow along, just use Code Sandbox because you don't have to install anything there. And just click on React. It'll open up in a few moments and it'll show us the output. And this is what it looks like. This is the default code. You can change it whenever you wish to. So that's the default code for Code Sandbox. And there's another project called React Bootstrap. When you click on Get Started, this basically is a library that has Bootstrap integrated with React component. So basically you can just import a component and use it. So for instance, if I wanted to create a Jumbotron, instead of me having to write all the HTML code, all I could do is import Jumbotron and just type Jumbotron in my code and it will work. So if you are willing to not learn Bootstrap from its scratch and you know Bootstrap and you just want a library that does it entirely for you, you can use React Bootstrap. So that's one way to get started. But what if you want to build everything in React.js and Bootstrap from scratch? Well, there are ways of doing that, and we'll just take a look at those right now. But for that, firstly, you would have to have npm installed. Npm stands for Node Package Manager, and you also need to have after Node.js, you need to have React.js installed on your system, which is Create React App. Let me just show you how you can do that. Make sure that you have React.js installed or Bootstrap in Node.js installed by typing node -- version, and it gives you a version that's at least this one. Then it'll be fine. Now let's take a look at how you can create a React application. To do that, just type npx create React app, and here you can type the name of your application. If I want to create an application that says React Bootstrap, then I can just call React Bootstrap and press enter. Now I already have it done. In fact, I'm in the same folder. So I'd just like to show you that. Once I'm done, this is the folder structure. It comes with a lot of files in the source folder. I have removed all of those and just kept the app and index file. Now if I run this, npm run is the command that will run our React application. Okay, so it's saying npm start should be the one. I can just type this and this will work as well. If you want to run tests, you can run npm run test and it will work that way as well. So we are incrementing and this is what it's showing right now. Our code is running. This is the user and this is the command line interface that is being shown. We have a local network server that is localhost 3000. And now what we have to do is I have opened up the code in my browser and my code editor as well. So now if I want to make any changes, let's say I make a change by typing in h1 tag. In the h1 tag, I say hello, I save it, go back, and this will be reloaded automatically. I didn't have to reload it at all. So as you can see that this makes our development quite easy. So now let's start by creating a form using Bootstrap and React. All I will do is I'll create a folder. I'll call it components, press enter. Then I'll create a new file. I'll call it form.js. And you can call it form.jsx. It really doesn't matter. But I like to call it form.js or JSX. So now we need to create a component. Before that, I'll just like to use it here. And to do that, all I have to do is use the form component by typing in form. And now I need to import it. And for importing it, all I have to do is type the import form from, and I have to type the word form correctly. And I'm using components / form, and we're done. So now I have to return a JSX code. Firstly, in the form, I have to import React. Now that that is done, all I have to do is export it by default a function. I can give it a name, but I don't really have to do that. And now all I have to do is I have to return some JSX code. In case this doesn't make much sense to you, stick with us till the end and we'll show you how you can learn these things. But by default, what we're trying to do is we have created a JSX code, and now we're trying to create a form. Creating a form is quite easy. We just use the basic HTML commands. And now I'll create a div tag. This is where our Bootstrap code comes into play. So Bootstrap basically works with classes. If you take a look at the documentation, they will have code that has the word class in them. But if we take a look at React, it allows us to use the keyword class name instead of class. This is because we are using, even if it looks like we're writing HTML code, we are writing JavaScript code. And in JavaScript, class is a keyword that actually means something. So to avoid the confusion, we have a prop named class name, which when converted to HTML will be converted to class. So if you want to apply a class, here we have to apply a class known form group, group. So this makes Bootstrap available to our user interfaces and tells us how the user interface should look like. By default, it's not going to look anything like a Bootstrap form because we have not included Bootstrap in our project yet. But I'd like to show you how to do that in a moment. Firstly, I have created the form group. Now I need to create a label and an input. The label is there for, and we use the HTML4 in order to make it accessible. So it's going to be for an email field. I'm basically creating an HTML login form. And now email address. So I want the user to enter their email address here, and this will be inputted in an input of type email and the ID of email, because this is what the for tag is going to look at. Then we want to use a class of form control as well, and class name is going to be the one that we are using, form control. And if you want to add more attributes, you can, but here we don't really have to. And finally, we can add another text that tells us something more about our form, but we don't have to. So if I save this, if I go back to my code, this is what it looks like. Now, this does not look very pretty, neither does it look anything like what we have seen in Bootstrap. The reason why is because we have not added Bootstrap in our code yet. So all we can do here is just copy this code, which tells us how to use it. Copy and paste the style sheet link into the head of our code before all of your CSS loads. So when you're using Bootstrap, you go to the public folder, index.html, paste it here, right before title, save it. Now if I go back, now as you can see, this looks much nicer. However, it looks very contrived. And we'll just take a look at how to solve that in a moment. But before, let's just build our component. So the first form is done. Second, I'm just going to steal it from here. Here I want a password. Password. Type is going to be password. If I save this, what you will see is it's the exact same thing. Now comes the interesting bit. Now after I've done that, I can also create a checkbox, a kind of checkbox that you would see when you are working on a form that tells you that allow it to remember you for a long time. So here I have to again use a class name. I'll call it form group, and it also needs another HTML tag, form group form check, and that's done. So that's how our form is supposed to look like. We have a form group, we have a form check, and now we need an input, and we can also have a label. First, let's create an input. The input will be there so that the user can tell us what they would like to be the value of this input. So checkbox is there. Then we have class name. Class name is equal to, and it's going to be equal to form check input. And these are all the things that you can take a look at the documentation for in order to get a greater idea of what it actually is. Also, you can create an ID for checkbox because we are going to put this in our label. Now the label is going to be for checkbox, and what I want the label to say is remember me, and also you can add a class here so that Bootstrap can style it, and the class is supposed to be form check label. This is done as well, and now finally we need to have a button. Now the button doesn't need any div to wrap it. All we need is a button that can say a lot of things, but all we want is it for it to be of type submit, and we can call it login, and it needs to have a class. Now the class is going to be for us, it's going to be btn primary. The primary is what's going to define its color, and now all we have to do is save this. If I go back, this is what our code looks like. This looks like a typical input button, and as you can see, when I click on the labels, my inputs get to be active. I think the password one, I made it incorrect. Let me just see. If I go to password, firstly I have misspelled it. Now it should work. So if I click on the password label, it activates my input. But as you can see, it's very stretched out. Again, Bootstrap provides us with styling that allows us to deal with this. Go to my div outside my form component, and I have to add a class name. This will be called container. When I put container here, as you can see, everything squishes in between. Now this does not mean that I have to only use Bootstrap styles. I can add my own styles, as I'll show you here. So all I have to do is use style, and I want the max width to be 500 pixels. Save this, go back, and as you can see, it's squished down. Now if I want to reduce this even further, I can just type padding and make it be equal to 50 pixels. Save this, go back again, and as you can see, now it looks like an actual login form. I can put in some HTML, remember me, and I click on login and it will submit. But since it's not an email ID, click on login, and since it can't submit anyway, it just submits it to itself. And we have our code. So this is what it looks like. This is what Bootstrap looks like. In case you were wondering how did I got those styles, you can take a look at the documentation. You can take a look at the kind of form that we built. It's something that's exactly like we built here. You can take a look at the code. If you want to take a look at individual components, you can, such as checkboxes are here. You can click here and take a look at the checkboxes, how they are built, what are the classes that we need there, what these classes do. Everything is displayed here, so you can use them to your own advantage. Now, in case you have learned these things, these are the technologies that you can use. You can use Code Sandbox to build your form components. You can use React.js to build your user interface, and you can use Bootstrap to provide it with styling.
First, technology types. So Angular is full-fledged MVC framework which is written in JavaScript, whereas React.js is nothing but a JavaScript library, right? And guys, second parameter is that AngularJS was developed by Google in 2010, and in 2016 Angular team created AngularJS 2, which was pure copy of AngularJS, and it was actually a completed new framework. So in order to avoid the confusion from previous version, the Angular team decided to remove JS from the original name, and since then this new framework is known as Angular. And in case of React.js, it was developed by Facebook in 2013, and since then it has been used as it is. And of course, with some changes and updates made regularly. Now the third parameter that we have is language used. In Angular, TypeScript consisting JavaScript plus HTML is used, whereas React.js uses JavaScript plus JSX, where JSX is nothing but an XML or HTML-like syntax used by React, which extends ECMA script so that XML or HTML-like text can coexist with the JavaScript or React code, right? Now the fourth parameter that we have is debugging and testing. In Angular, the testing and debugging for a complete project is possible via a single tool. But in case of React.js, it requires a set of tools in order to perform different types of testings. Now the fifth parameter, which is data binding. In Angular, two-way data binding method is followed, so it helps us to ensure that model state automatically changes if any change is made. Whereas React allows one-way data binding, that means the user interface elements can't be changed without updating the corresponding model state. Sixth parameter is the version. So guys, the latest stable version in Angular is 7.2.0. Since React always keeps on updating and making changes, so the latest stable version in React is React 16.7.0. Now in our seventh point, Angular is ideal to use if you want to develop large-scale, rich-featured applications. Whereas in case of React, it is ideal to use for modern web development and native rendered apps for Android and iOS devices. Now moving on to our last parameter of this section, that is the learning curve, which can also be considered as difficulty of learning. So for beginners, learning Angular is not at all easy. A lot of training is required, whereas React is easy to grasp. How did I conclude this? That we'll discuss in this session as we move forward. Alright guys, so now let us discuss about the pros and cons of using both of these technologies. First and foremost, pros of using Angular. So guys, code written in this is comparatively cleaner and structured, right? It offers higher performance and error is handled in a better manner. It has material design like interface. Angular framework takes care of routing. That means if you want to move from one view to another, it will be easier. And in case of cons of using Angular, if you're a beginner, then Angular features can be difficult and confusing for you. And Angular sometimes becomes slow with pages embedding interactive elements. If you want to integrate Angular with third party, then it will be really difficult. And if you want to switch from older versions to the newer ones, then you may face several difficulties or issues, right? So moving forward to our next point, that is pros of using React.js as well as cons, right? First, discussing pros, it has better user experience. It is easy to launch and has faster development. If you're using React.js, then it will be a lot more time saver than Angular. It has code stability and one-directional data binding. It also allows you to use third-party libraries, right? Now, let us discuss cons of using React.js. So if you want to integrate React in traditional MVC framework like Rail, then it needs complex configuration and setup. And the React users would be expected to have in-depth knowledge with respect to the integration of user interface into MVC framework. So guys, as we discussed previously, now let us understand the learning curve, or in other words, the difficulty level of learning Angular and React.js. So guys, learning curve or difficulty level of learning plays a very important role when it comes to choosing a new or a trending technology. So let me tell you, if you're a beginner and want to learn Angular, then it will need a lot of efforts as Angular is a full-fledged framework. So guys, if you're looking for making a project or an application, then is certain things you need to learn. You need to go through TypeScript thoroughly with all the concepts clear, right? And MVC, Model View Controller Framework, you need to have a grasp over it, right? And other concepts like directives, modules, decorators, services, components, dependency, injection, pipe, templates, and a lot more, right? Another important thing is that it has very strict coding structure. But if you want to enter into Angular's world, then you have to learn a lot of many things, and the entry barrier is clearly higher in this compared to React.js. On the other side, React.js is just a JavaScript library, and so it has lesser concepts to learn in the comparison of Angular. You don't need to be a programming expert in order to learn React.js. It uses JavaScript XML, that is JSX, right? JSX is nothing but a way of writing HTML into JavaScript, as I discussed earlier, right? So you just need to know certain things to learn React. I'll name a few of them, that is the syntax of JSX, how to write the components, how to manage internal state, routing, props of configuration, state management using Redux, and so on. Code written in React.js are simpler and easy to understand. You don't have to learn any loops or new logical structures in it, as it's a plain JavaScript. Another important difference is React provides flexibility and options to the developers to do the same task in different manner. But it definitely does not mean that React is better than Angular, right? Now moving on to another factor, which is popularity and growth of Angular versus React.js. So guys, before you go to the libraries or frameworks to use, it is really important to have a look at its popularity and growth. Popularity of a technology is directly proportional to the job opportunities, isn't it? Simply put, in most of the cases for more popular or trending technology, you can find more job demands. For better understanding, let us have a look at this data on our screen. So guys, if you observe here, you can see the significance difference. React obviously has more than double the amount of GitHub contributors and stars as compared to Angular. Another important factor you should consider is what Google Trends search hit says that about the popularity of these two as per the downloads and the visitors. Currently, React has around 10,000 more downloads than Angular. So according to the above metrics, it is crystal clear that React is more popular than Angular, right? Now, as we proceed forward, let us see where these technologies are used or the companies using them. So high-scale companies are using both React and Angular. I'll list down some of the biggest brands and companies in the world that are using them. For Angular, Google, Nike, Sony, Forbes, General Motors, Upworks, HBO, and the list goes on, right? In the case of React, you can see that Facebook, Airbnb, Instagram, WhatsApp, Netflix, Dropbox, Uber, again, the list goes on. You must have observed by now that working in these two technologies is not at all a cup of tea, right? So now we have the mobile solutions offered by both Angular and React.js. So guys, both Angular and React can be used for creating mobile applications, and in order to develop the hybrid mobile applications in Angular, Ionic framework is used, and Ionic uses a Cordova container which is incorporated with Angular. Ionic provides a robust UI component library that is easy to set up and develop the hybrid mobile applications. Hence, if you see the created applications on any gadget, it seems like a web app inside a local web application holder, right? So the apps can be quite slower. In React.js, React Native platform is used for creating native mobile applications. Syntax used in React Native is slightly different from Ionic syntax. React Native produces a local user interface which allows its developers to make their own paths or components and tie them to the local code, which can be written in Kotlin, Java, or Swift, etc. As we move further, let us discuss about the next factor, which is testing tools and their usage in Angular and React.js. Right guys? So in Angular, Jasmine and Karma, etc. are the testing framework which can be used. And in Angular IO, a single tool can be used for testing and debugging the complete project. Hence, the output is very difficult to read in such scenarios. Whereas Facebook uses Jest tool to test its React code, right? One additional benefit to use this tool is it does not require any configuration to use, and it is included in every React project. Jest also contains powerful mocking library. Most of the time, Jest is used in combination with Enzyme, which is a JavaScript testing utility, also used in Airbnb. So in React.js, set of tools are used for performing different set of testing. Now let's move forward and discuss about their code style and syntax. In React, code is written using JSX plus JavaScript. In most cases, JSX just looks like the HTML. Let's have a look at the code from testingprogram.jsx, where we are returning div, right? And it is a simple hello world program. Note that React has some different kinds of components, but here we have started with React.component subclasses or child class. So guys, that's how our React code looks like. Looks easy, right? So now in Angular, you can write a hello world program like you can see that testingprogram.js file, right? So guys, as you observe here, the code to write a simple hello world is little complex than our React's code, right? In case of Angular, isn't it? So syntax of Angular is quite lengthy as compared to React.js, isn't it? Now, as we have discussed about their difficulty levels.
Just a quick info guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session. Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, the roles in web development. Before we actually look at the roles, let us look at a brief definition of what web development is. It is a process to build web applications that users can access using web browsers. So this could be from multiple devices like TVs, smartphones, desktop computers. So any device, any smart device that virtually has access to a web browser, the process to create web applications for those devices is called web development. So the first job role associated with this process, and the most important one as well, is back-end development. So back-end development is also known as server-side development. Backend, also known as server side, is the part of the web application that deals with the data and the relationships. Backend can be built using many languages. Some of these include, so you might be familiar with these, PHP. It is an old language used for creating server side scripts. Python is a comparatively new language with a lot of libraries and frameworks available to develop servers. And then we have Ruby. So you might be familiar with Ruby on Rails. Node.js, it is a JavaScript-based server technology. And then Java. So Java, I'm sure all of you are familiar with. So these are some of the languages, most prominent ones used for server-side development. And then obviously we have front-end development. So this is what the users see. This is the part that deals with the user interface.